In football, there are special rules about how players line up for a play. One of those rules is that there has to be 7 men at the line of scrimmage. The 2 men on the outermost edge are the eligible wide receivers, and the 5 men in the middle are not allowed to catch the ball. Now, in the 2015 AFC Championship, the Patriots ran an unusual play where they had 7 linemen at the line of scrimmage, meaning that players number 1 and 7 at the line, who were linemen, were the wide receivers. Now, keep your eye on receiver number 1. He's going to run straight past the defender. He's wide open. At 320 pounds, Nate Solder becomes the heaviest player to catch a touchdown pass in the NFL playoffs. The Patriots will go on to win that game and the Super Bowl. Later, then coach of the Ravens, John Harbaugh, was asked specifically about that formation, and he said that it had never been done before. And the newspapers said that Bill Belichick was a genius. But the reality is that just a few weeks before that game, the exact same play was ran on national television when Alabama faced LSU. Now in this play, the 2 men that are circled swapped positions. The guy at the bottom is a linebacker lined up as a tight end, and the guy at the top of your screen is a tight end lined up as a linebacker. Now, just like in the Patriots game, the tight end is just going to run straight up the field unblocked and catch the ball. Bill Belichick attributes that play to winning the game and going on to win the Super Bowl. And he didn't do it by being the smartest coach in the NFL. Even if there's an argument that he is. He did it in that instance by simply looking for opportunities to make his team better, wherever they might lie. And it's not uncommon for coaches to see high school games or college games or even other sports and draw inspiration. And that's what today is about for you. I'm going to take you through a ton of new technologies, new ideas, and new ways to think about how your practice runs and what you want to do with your practice and how you interact with your clients, your staff, and yourself, honestly. And a lot of this stuff is going to be really technical. And if you're anything like me, you're going to have the desire to kind of check out and get the Cliff Notes later. But we're dealing with really bleeding edge technology, and opportunities are everywhere. And you owe it to yourself, to your family, and to your firm to not be the person who checks out and then later says, I've never seen that before. But instead to be the person who sees an opportunity and uses it at the next level to win the Super Bowl or obtain whatever goal that you yourself have for yourself or for your practice. And so for those of you that don't know me, my name is Matt Wetherington, and I'm an attorney in Atlanta. And this is the future of law. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're making the investment in yourself. Now, the first thing we're going to do is go through the agenda. We're going to start with very basic stuff. We're going to go over some terms that you're going to hear during this presentation. We're going to introduce you to some basic concepts about AI, and then we're going to start getting into Chat-GPT and Bard, and I'll show you kind of all the tools that are out there and how to access them. And then we'll talk about the hazards and the dangers that they present. Ryan O'Connor, who's going to come in and talk to us, he's from Assembly AI, which is one of the larger AI companies in this space. And then me and Julian Gomez are going to talk to you about hiring people to help you implement these solutions if you don't want to do it yourself, and how to avoid getting taken advantage of or just simply wasting money. Then we're going to do an ethics roundtable with Supreme Court Justice Andrew Pinson, Senator McLaurin, Professor David Rissick, and we'll go through kind of just big picture questions of how you should ethically implement or not implement these tools in your practice. And then we're going to move into more of the federal questions, and we're going to talk with Ralph Nader about the impact that these technologies will have on humanity and what we can do to move forward. And then we'll end with a roundtable where we'll just kind of unpack everything that we learned today and see how other lawyers are using these tools, or kind of different ways to do the same kind of stuff. Despite the several hours we have today, I promise you when we get done with this, you're going to wish we had more time. And there are going to be topics that we couldn't cover as fully as I would have liked, and we may not reach some things at all. But my goal is going to be to move as quickly as I can through these topics and to stay on schedule as best I can. So I'm going to cover a couple of preliminary things, and then we're going to jump right in it. The first thing is this video itself. Now, it's being streamed on a wide variety of platforms, and there are a lot of people commenting and watching, but you can pause this video at any time. It's not going to go anywhere. This isn't some sort of paywalled special event. Like, you just pause the video if we're covering something too fast or you need to take a phone call, and you can just pick up where you left off. I'll be trying to answer questions as they come in as best that I can, but I'm not going to be able to reach most of them even. And I've already gotten hundreds of questions as part of your signups for this seminar. And so I'm going to try and answer. The good news is that like most of those are like the same. So I'm going to be able to cover a lot of them, but there are going to be things that I can't cover. But my goal will be to either cover them in the roundtable at the end if we don't reach it, or you can go to our Business of Law Facebook page where we're talking about these issues every day. The second thing is that there are going to be links and websites and stuff that we're going to talk about throughout the day. And when that happens, you can go to wfirm.com/seminar. It'll probably take me a couple of days to compile everything, but you can come back and check on it there. The third thing is CLE credit, and we are still pending CLE credit. My expectation is that we will get about 6 hours of credit, including 1 professionalism hour, and I will keep you up to date on that. But there are a lot of states that have pretty stringent requirements to confirm that like you actually participated in the program. So what we're going to do to comply with those states' requirements is every hour at some point during that hour, we'll flash up what I'll call a CLE card, and it'll have a letter on it. And at the end of the seminar, I'll give you a link to a website, and you go and you put in that code, and it'll give you your certificate of attendance. And so once we do get the approval finalized, you'll be able to just submit the certificate of attendance and get your credit hours. We're going to offer those certificates of attendance though only through this Friday, because some states have rules on like how long you have to watch it. So we're just going to try and do like the most stringent requirements to make sure that everyone that wants credit is able to get it. And finally, I'm not a professional content producer. If you look at our YouTube channel, we've got like 0 subscribers. So give me a little bit of patience if I do something wrong with the streams. I'm sure we'll have some technical difficulties along the way. Also, I'm not an expert in any of this. And as you move on through the day, I think you'll learn that almost no one is an expert. So I'm probably going to say things that are either inaccurate or at least incomplete. And so when that happens, if you happen to know about it, then leave a comment so that other people can learn from your knowledge and skill set. And I'll try and flag it as I'm going through here. And then finally, if you have any questions or you need help or anything like that, shoot me an email. My email address is matt@wfirm.com. I can't respond to everything, but I will respond to as much as I can. Okay, so now we're going to get into like the meat and bones. And in order to do that, I felt like it was best to start with like the very, very basics. Like before we even get into the tools, to understand the concepts themselves and like how these tools are working and what AI even is. Like there's generative AI, there's normal AI, there's GPT, there's all these tools and resources, and it can kind of feel like just like drinking from a fire hose when it's just all acronyms and it doesn't really make sense to be able to differentiate one tool from another or understand what model of AI we're even talking about. And so who I've got with me now is Cedra Mayfield, and she is a reporter with law.com/ALM, a former broadcast host on a lot of things. I'm incredibly thankful to have you here. And the reason why I've got you here is because you and I have done some stories together, and you know how to ask the right questions at the right time to actually help lawyers.
No, it's my pleasure. I'm kind of flabbergasted by all this, but super curious at the same time. So let's go.
All right. So we're going to get started by talking about just like what artificial intelligence is itself. Like artificial intelligence is this like super broad topic that is literally anything of a machine doing something that would normally require a human. So we're not talking about like a bat file or a computer program necessarily. What we're talking about is where a machine is exercising some form of judgment that is more than just a yes no triage. Like, you know, playing chess is a pretty good example of like artificial intelligence. Like, I don't think this is a complicated issue, but where we start to like get a little bit more into the weeds, and we start talking about machine learning. And machine learning is when we start to let programs do things like without us telling them what to do. Like, for example, let's say that like I've got I'm a bank and I'm processing checks, and I ask the machine, hey, figure out which of these checks is fraudulent. And from there, a lot of really weird things can happen. And the machine can do things that we may or may not know what it's doing based on how much that it knows and the way that it learns. So machine learning is basically like iterating over like millions and millions of things. And I feel like I'm already explaining that poorly. Does that kind of make sense?
So kind of. When I think of it, I'm constantly thinking of like, I send a lot of emails to lawyers requesting comments, and sometimes I'll start typing an email and it'll have kind of like what I'll likely say next, and I'm like, maybe it's learned that because I've typed it so many times. Is that what you're talking about?
That is exactly it. So it's learning over time based on examples. So like you send like that email back of like, no, I do not want to talk about that, or yes, I want to do a story about that 500 times. And then when you're using Google or Outlook with like the predictive text, that's machine learning. It's learning off of what you're wanting to do. Another example might be when you're, using Netflix. Like it's going to recommend for me The Godfather and use a screenshot of one thing, whereas it might use a different screenshot for you. As well as it might recommend different shows for you. But machine learning itself doesn't necessarily tell you anything about how it's doing it. It's more of a subset of AI. And so when we're talking about like, okay, fine, you're using machine learning, but what are you doing? How are you doing it? And that can be categorized in kind of a couple of different ways. The most common one is called a neural network. And neural networks have really, really poor definitions, at least for lay people like me, because no one really understands how it works. What they're trying to do is basically like simulate a brain. Does that kind of make sense?
Kind of. So what I kind of think of when you say that is so I have 2 kids, and I have an iPhone, and oftentimes my phone will pop up like memories, if you will, and it'll like tag certain people that it thinks are certain people, but they're not. So I guess maybe, is that what you're talking about? Like a recognition kind of type deal? Like it thinks that
that is very close. And that is the output of what it's doing, but how it gets there is kind of the brain machine neural network way of doing it. So like, let's say for example that like you've got like a bunch of pictures of apples and a bunch of pictures of oranges, and you're trying to sort them, you're asking the machine to like sort them between apples and oranges. So the neural network itself, like it's just looking for patterns at the end of the day. So the same thing with like your lawyer email example, like it's looking for like those patterns.
Gotcha.
All right, so the next one here is deep learning. So this is basically just like neural networks, but it's just going through more layers of doing that. So let's say, for example, that now I've sorted all of my apples and oranges into pairs. Then I can say like, now give me the ripe oranges, or now give me, further sort them into, how ripe they are, or how round they are, or what shade of color they are. Like just going deeper. Let's say you're doing like a case analysis and it's got like 1 million cases to assess, or you're doing like e-discovery. You can have it say like, hey, which ones are from John? And then which ones from John, have this keyword, and which ones have this context, or this, are talking about this product, and which ones are talking about it positively or negatively, and go down that way. Like that's like a very basic deep learning example.
Okay. So tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm thinking of this from like a file system management, because I deal with a lot of files. So
Yep.
would it be kind of equivalent to like, hey, I need to look through my documents, but now I only need to look for documents that are PDFs, and now I only need to look for PDFs that were between this time frame and this time frame.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And so like when you hear the phrase like deep learning, like it doesn't really mean anything that should be like particularly impressive, but it's thrown around a lot by AI companies to say like, hey, we're using deep learning. All they're really saying is that their folder structure for categorization or for understanding is going past a very surface level. And the question
Okay.
that you need to be asking when you're like assessing something is like, hey, they say they use deep learning. Well, how deep do you go? Like, what's the level of granular detail that you offer? It's like you've got a vendor that says, hey, we're the e-discovery pros. Like, we've got deep learning and neural networks. And you go, cool. What's your granular layer of detail? How many iterations have you gone with your data? Like, how deep can I go? And so now let's go into language models. So language models, I think, is what everyone is really here to talk about today. And that is just a model that can generate text. That's all it is. So when you hear language model or LLM, that's talking about a large language model. And what that means is that instead of necessarily categorizing images or, photos or whatever, it's looking at text. And when they talk about a large language model, they're talking about things that have looked at billions and billions of types of text. So GPT, that's the big one. It's a generative pre-trained transformer. So what that means is that number one, that it's a language model, and it's generative. And what generative means is that it's generating original text. So 100% of the text that comes out of GPT is supposed to be original, unique, non-plagiarized, original material. Pre-training means that someone, and in this case, hundreds and thousands of people, went through and gave it feedback. When we talked about the machine learning and the neural network and the deep learning, people went through and said, this is a good response, this is a bad response, and they went as deep as they can, and they're continuing to go deeper. So like we're on GPT 3.5, and now there's 4 out, and 4.1 will be coming out. All that they're talking about is how deep they're going and how much text that they're looking at. And then they're taking that text, they're generating new text, and they're using the transformer to take that text and to use the pre-training to make something new. So go give an example. Like you ask it, explain how a combustion engine works. It's going to give you a unique answer. Like if you were to Google this phrase, the phrases here, they're not going to come up as plagiarized, or at least they're not supposed to, because it's generating a completely new sentence. And let's show you how a transformer works. And so the way it does that, and this is how it does it with an image, is it understands the parameters of the word. Like it's looking at Shakespeare. Like here's an image of a dog being transformed. So it's saying these are the outlines of the dog. These are the colors of the dog. These are the features of the dog. And it's using the same thing with text by saying like, this is the start of a sentence. This is the end of a sentence. This is the context of a sentence. This is the words that should come next. Does that kind of make sense?
It does. So this makes me have a question, and I feel like I need to unplug my Alexa before I do it. But so that makes me question then. So is Alexa considered a GPT, or is that something totally different?
So Alexa would be a language model. So
Okay.
Alexa is generating text based on an input. So what it's doing is, and it's also using machine learning. So every day I come home and I tell Alexa to turn on the lights when I unlock the door. And so it knows when I come in the door and I don't turn on the lights. Sometimes it'll say, hey, would you like me to turn on the lights now that you're home? That's an example of where it's using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And then the language model is then I will say back yes or no, or I'll ask it a question, and then it'll say, like, for example, like, hey, what's the weather? And it'll say, I now know based on my machine learning that you're in Atlanta, or based on your set parameter, and I know that you're going to want to know the weather for the near future. And so it's going to use that. It will be a transformer model. So
Okay.
this transform is saying your request is for weather. And so I'm going to give you the weather for example, here's your outline, your location for the near future. And I'm going to give it to you in Fahrenheit or some other model that you can describe. So it's how it's classifying the information that's giving you to then put it back to where you are. And then you're providing something called supervised learning to it. So like, have you ever asked Alexa a question and then been like, I hate you? That's not what I wanted at all.
Yes.
Over time, it's going to learn that what you're really asking when you want the weather is not for me to spit back sunny 79 or 80 degrees or a random number, but that number is based on something else. It's based on the actual weather from a different data source, which is going to be your weather input tool.
Now, is that why Alexa then asks questions like, would you like me to set this routine? I'm telling you what the weather is at this time every day.
That is 100% right.
Okay.
So, and it's the same thing like setting like in your inbox when like if you keep marking things as spam or not spam, you're giving that supervised learning of telling it like, hey, these are not spam messages, so that it knows the next time it gets that email that this is someone that I actually want to get it from. Don't put it in spam. Like you're providing that feedback and giving it that reinforcement.
Okay.
And so another way of calling that is just unsupervised learning is when it's doing it where you don't know the right answer. So let's say that you don't know if this is spam or not spam. But what it does know is what spam is. And this is where things start to get like really weird. And that's what this is. And GPT is doing unsupervised learning, which means that it learns from data without being given explicit instructions on what it's supposed to learn. So where you can then start to use unsupervised learning in the legal practice is, let's say, for example, that I'm wanting it to identify patterns where my cases got good outcomes. So let's say, for example, that like I feed it every single case from a verdict research company or for some source of verdicts and say, hey, why did these cases get good results and why did these cases get bad results? And I don't know what it is. What these unsupervised learning models like GPT can do is that they can go and find the patterns for you. Like, for example, it'll be like, well, all of these cases over here, turns out that it was a person of a particular race, and therefore people of this race get higher verdicts in this venue, identifying a bias or a prejudice that existed in the venue. Or it could say, well, these cases had this many depositions, therefore showing that like there's an input of how much work went into the case that affected the outcome. Or it could be things like the age of the person. But more likely what it's going to do is find things that you don't intuit yourself and it would have never thought of. And those are where those really surprising answers come from, where it might pop out and say something like, well, the cases that did really well were tried on a Tuesday and jury selection happened after 2 p.m. And you're like, well, that's odd. Why is that? I don't know. I'm just a computer. I'm just telling you what the pattern was. And that could be something where it's completely random and you're assigning value to something that's not real. Or it could be something that is like truly insightful. And that's where the supervision is necessary so that you're not introducing bias, prejudice, or just like dumb responses in there.
Okay.
So that's where reinforcement comes in. And that's where basically telling it like, actually, no, this article does not belong with that article. You're saying, no, this message was not spam. Or you're saying, hey, pick up the plate or not pick up the plate. And when it goes any direction but picking up the plate, you're not giving it the reward that you've programmed into it. And if it goes towards the plate, you're giving it the reward.
Okay, this may be totally off base, but again, I'm going to ask because I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding. So let's say we'll use Google as an example. Let's say I'm searching for, I don't know, let's say I'm searching for myself for whatever reason. And I'm looking for an image of myself, or I'm looking for an image of a subject, something. And it pulls up any and everything that may have some way been tied to that person's name, not necessarily an image of that person. Is that the same kind of thing, or is it something
That's
different?
exactly right. And look, here's a perfect example of machine learning, of unsupervised learning, putting a picture of someone else next to your bio. So I just search for your name, and
Okay.
I'm going to get someone else on there. So that unsupervised learning has picked up an article that you wrote. It is associated with you because you wrote this article, but instead it's going to, I think that's actually Judge Del Campo. It's Judge Del Campo, and say that like, hey, that's you. And so like, yes, that's an example of where like you can get that misinformation, or you can get examples where you ask it to, all right, perfect. Sorry about that. So you pull that in. All right, so then that leads to back propagation. So for example, I can come through and say, hey, that email was wrong. You need to try this again. Like we're going to say like, no. And what you really will see this is like in the stock market. So you're going to have instances where, they're using the stock market to like fit a model and be like, I know when earnings are announced at this level that I should buy, or the stock will go up and we should buy, or the stock will go down and we shouldn't buy. And they're using that back propagation to do it. Or with Google saying, or Alexa saying like, I know when I say this, you do that. Or when you said it was wrong, and so I'm going to change it and do it. But what that can lead to, and here's an example here of, like a Tesla using back propagation. So it's using things that it has seen before. It's like a man crossing the street. I know that this man facing this direction is moving in that direction. But I also know that this man may stop moving and turn that way. But before he does, he's going to change the orientation of his body. Where things can get weird, however, is if this man were to suddenly start moonwalking. In fact, he may have already been moonwalking in the first place based on this still. And what can happen, though, is that by using that back propagation, these machines can make the wrong decisions because they could get surprised by something that they haven't seen before.
Okay.
And so that also can lead to a problem called overfitting or underfitting. So overfitting is where he thinks that every person that is walking in that direction is always moving at 1 mile per hour forward. Like you have looked at way too many images or videos of a man walking in that direction at that speed. Or I know that every single time that I see a yellow light, it means a red light is coming next. That may or may not be true based on real world scenarios. And so it can lead to errors in these machines that can have like very real world consequences. It can also lead to problems like in image generation or text generation, where the image that is generated is similar to the point of being maybe a copy of the source image. So here's an example of original art at the bottom, and then at the top is AI created images. And so when you have overfitting, it can lead to instances where it probably treads into the area of plagiarism. And if you're using these systems and they're using an AI that is overfitted, then you're going to get something that may violate copyright, even though they're claiming that it doesn't. And so you want to know what is the variety of the images or the sources that are being used, because let's say, for example, that you train your own law firm model on all of your complaints, but you entered 500 car wreck complaints and 5 premises liability complaints. You're going to have an overfitment where if you try to generate a complaint for a premises liability case or for a class action or something unrelated to those things, you're going to get something that looks a whole lot like a personal injury car wreck case, because you don't have the right variety for it to make generalizations about it. So you want to have that huge variety, and that's where some of these sources that's why you hear like GPT has X billion parameters. It's going to be farther and farther away from having that overfitment where it's having to like basically copy source material inadvertently.
So candidly, if you didn't have that wide variety, let's say in your practice, like let's say you predominantly focus on one type of thing, but you might have a few cases here and there, should you then only be using this technology for just the one predominantly do?
You definitely can. But what's probably better is to have multiple models. So like you could have your car wreck model, or you can have your premises model and feed it all those examples. And then what you're going to want to do is like have many different versions of the car wreck, as opposed to like all, red light running instances. You want a wide variety of car wreck cases or wide variety of images, because otherwise you're going to get that overfitment. And then underfitment is when you just don't have enough variety or enough source material to work from. And instead what it's going to do is just like make things up based on the general. So let's say, for example, I ask it for a photo of Batman, but it doesn't have a bunch of photos of like the Batman character. I might just get like a man and a bat, not necessarily get what you're looking for, because it doesn't know that. And again, that's where the biases and prejudices of these models come in, of where, for example, if you were to ask it like, hey, who are, the best men in history? It might be all white guys, because it's being fed literature that for hundreds of years was just talking about white people. Or it may be a situation where you've fed it a bunch of environmental information and hasn't given like the business perspective because it's behind a paywall or whatever, and doesn't have access to that. And you ask it questions about environment, and it might give you an answer that doesn't even consider, a corporate interest or a very valid counter interest or thought. And the other problem is that it'll just do it very, very confidently. Like unquestionably, the answer is that like all airplanes should be grounded forever. Because it just didn't have access to, some airline companies' studies on why airplanes are good for humanity. So because you've got an overfitment to that, and that's why we got to be aware of these like biases and prejudices we go through, and also the blatant errors that it's going to create. So like that's kind of your orientation, the like basic terms and things. Did I miss any big ones that you've heard that you think that people might want to know about?
Well, no. So candidly, my beginning with all of this is strictly on AI. So all these different levels to this, I knew nothing about. I had no clue that there were these different facets to it. But being able to put like a real example to it helps, because my realm of like AI, or what I think of, is always Alexa, and then all the different things iPhone does and suggests and tags on its own. So this has been good to actually kind of place terms with what real world experiences are.
Well, excellent. Well, then with that, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll dive into GPT. We'll get to the main event. Sadra, thank you so much for joining me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, so what this is a Google search for Wordle, which is that New York Times like application for like, you know, you like got to find the word, like it's a 5-letter word, and you go like barn, you know, rock, stark, whatever, and you find like 4 times as many people last month search for Wordle than Chat-GPT. Like we are way, 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 way ahead of the curve in this, and we're talking about bleeding edge technology. And really, this all kind of came to the head in November of 2022. And that's when Chat-GPT like 3 came out. And so right off the bat, like get into Chat-GPT for some of the stuff that we're going to play with. So it's chat.openai.com. And to get in, you just get, you know, either enter your email address, or you log in, or you connect it to your Google account. But get into GPT. It's chat.openai. I'll have the address in the next couple of slides, and then I'm going to take it off. And there's a couple of things that, you know, you click through, you know, these warnings and these notices on most websites, like when you're signing up for Facebook or Apple or whatever it is. But when you're dealing with a technology like GPT, like these notices and things, I think have a better meaning, especially when we're talking about how we're going to use them as attorneys in our law practices. And the first one is that GPT is going to give you wrong information. And they're really why are they using this model? But to get that feedback. Remember we talked about like that constant feedback of like, you pick, I wanted A, but you told me B out of my 2 choices. So they're using this to let you, to have you give it a prompt and then come back and say, this is what I wanted, or this is not what I wanted. And they're going to collect your data, and they're going to go through it. Like right here on the page, it says, do not put in confidential information. And our AI trainers are going to review them. And it's not that their trainers are going to actually go and like read your personal data, but what's actually going to happen is that your data is going to end up in the AI algorithm itself, potentially exposing your personal information, other people's personal information, or in the case of companies and businesses, potentially trade secrets. Now, right here on the main page, the GPT thing will give you a warning and say, like, these are the things that it can do, and these are the things that it shouldn't do, and these are its warnings. Like, if you're a more advanced user, this is old hat for you. But note that these things change over time. Like the warnings and the pop-ups that it gives you are changing over time. And part of this is because GPT 3.5, when it first came out, was basically a fully self-learning model that had almost zero alignment. Like you could ask it to do anything. You can ask it to, you know, come up with recipes for drugs, or to, you know, recommend ways to harm people, whatever you want. And GPT would warn you of that. And so that stuff is slowly kind of going away and being replaced with like different things. Like, for example, they're now trying to stop people from using it for health advice or for counseling. And so every time you log in, even if you're an experienced user, read through these, because it gives you hints, I think, of where GPT is going and where it's going to go next. Now, what is GPT? Like, it's an AI system that is using a complex algorithm and a series of algorithms to try and figure out, like, how can we produce human-like text? And it's doing it with a lot of like really, really powerful technology. And that's all really fine and good. But here's the truth. It's a computer program that predicts text 1 word at a time. That is it. That is all GPT is at the end of the day. And understanding that and how it gets to the next word is the trick to unlocking everything that we're going to talk about. Like, and humans are just text prediction engines too. Like I say 2 + 2, you think 4. Row, row, row your boat. You're going to take your horse to the old town road, and everyone knows the rule of perpetuities, right? Well, I don't. But GPT is able to, you ask it, fill in the blank, it's going to do that. You say, tell me the answer to these problems, it's going to tell you. And the rule of perpetuities is that an interest in land is good unless it must vest. I'm not reading it to you. But it knows the rule of perpetuities. And that's just it predicting the next word in that sentence. And there's nothing particularly interesting about that in and of itself. Like my iPhone got all of these right as well. Like just with its normal predictive text, which is not necessarily a AI learning algorithm that's touted as something that's going to change the world. But it's the way that Chat-GPT determines what the next word is that's the kind of revolutionary big step. And the way it's doing it is based on context. So whereas my phone, I'm going to type in a word and it's going to give me the next word based on 2 or 3 words that came before it. The way GPT is doing this is it's looking at the context of every word that came before it in a sentence, while also trying to determine what is it that you're trying to get to, and more importantly, what is it that a human being would want to see in this scenario. So how does it do that, and why is ChatGPT any better than like an iPhone or even T9 for those of you that are a little bit older like me? And the answer is parameters. So if Siri is dumb as a brick, but is nonetheless can do a lot of really cool stuff, is trained on, a wide variety of text and sources. And then Alexa is trained on a good bit more and can do a lot more, but is still like super dumb. Like Alexa can't do a lot of things. You ask it something basic, it's not going to do it because it's got a very narrow field of what it A, wants to do, and then B, is allowed to do, and then C, can do even if we want to. So where GPT kind of stands out is that their data dwarfs everything else that came before it by a lot. So these language models are not new, but GPT's ability to compile large amounts of data using that context of that self-reflective back looking to see what's the next best word is the revolutionary part here. So you take 175 billion books, you're going to get the ability to have a model that is able to do some pretty cool stuff. So it becomes not just a text prediction engine, it becomes a knowledge engine. So here you put the blanks in different places, and you put them in places that you wouldn't expect a phone to even know. Like, how can ChatGPT at the end of the day know that the word after "the" needs to be the lemon test if for this context of the legal question? And the answer is it's able to look at everything that came before it. And you'll say, well, Matt, "the" is what came before it, not the blank. But you're giving it a prompt when you're talking to ChatGPT as like a chat text prediction engine. So your prompt in this scenario is complete the line in this sentence. And it's going to have the entire sentence that you provided to it. And then it's going to go and try and figure out what is it that a good robot would be able to do, to respond in a human-like way. If I even knew what a perpetuity was, I could respond to that. So you enter in, complete these sentences, and GPT is going to be able to do that. And it can come across as knowledge, but it may not actually be knowledge. And let's see, I'll show you here how it fills these in. So it gets the lemon test. It gets the entire fairness rule. I don't know if these medical questions are right or not, but it's giving you at least right sounding answers. And also, if this is hard to read, I can go back in and edit it, change my prompt, and ask it to do it again. So you get only the bold responses so that you can even see what we're even talking about here. So I can resubmit it. And it's going to give me the correct answer to the legal questions. I don't know if the medical questions are right. I know the chemistry questions are right, and I know the SAT answers are right here. And its ability to do this is impressive because it can do it across all kinds of things that you wouldn't really expect, because we're talking about the body of human knowledge as much as we know it. And if I were to ask it to try again, it's then just going to give me the answers that, in a lot listed format, saying, oh, you didn't like it when I gave it to you in a paragraph of actually filling in the blank. Well, here's just your answer key. And being able to do that, A, very quickly, and then B, accurately, is the thing that really changes the game for this. And it's really a knowledge engine at that point. It's no longer a word prediction engine. It's like knowledge on tap. And its ability to do knowledge on tap is incredible. Like if we're talking about what it knows and its ability to demonstrate that it does in fact know that, it outperforms humans on almost every metric, or at least every standardized test. Like it's passed the bar exam in just about every state. It's in the 99th percentile now on the LSAT with some of the newer models. On the SAT, it's around a 1500, and I think I saw something the other day that was up to a 1700. And time after time, it's demonstrating that it knows facts, it knows stuff, but it doesn't love pizza, and it will never love pizza the way that we do. And so the first question, I guess, is a philosophical one, is that maybe it's our love of pizza that makes us human, because I'm not sure that it's necessarily our ability to have knowledge, because now we already have a robot or a text prediction engine that is able to demonstrate knowledge at a much higher level than the average person. Are there going to be outliers of people who are much better at certain things? Yes, and that's why we're kind of all here hoping to exploit those opportunities. But it's using its knowledge to then try and convince you that it's able to make a human readable text. I don't like to play gotcha games and like hide who wrote what here, but if you compare these two responses from Chat-GPT, one is from an 11th grader, and then the other one is from GPT, and one is from GPT, you're going to have a hard time distinguishing which one is, human versus GPT's engine. So then it kind of gets us to the question then of, like, when does knowledge become intelligence? Because if GPT is knowledgeable about a lot of things, does that actually make it intelligent? Because if we're talking about being able to do things and us for us to trust it and to help do our jobs, like, we need to be able to see intelligence, or at least understand what we're dealing with. So historically, these kinds of engines are not able to be like creative. Like if you give it a sentence like once upon a time, like before GPT or in some of these similar language models, you're going to get nothing back. It's not you're going to get gibberish, you're just going to get nothing because it's not going to participate. But if you do the same thing with GPT, it's going to give you an answer that is a complete sentence, and it's going to be cohesive. And then you can ask it, okay, here's your answer. Now, like, tie all these things together, like tie a brave knight and John and Susan's story and mental health and the legal practice together into a story. And it's going to give you something that's pretty good. And it's going to give you a story now that says, John and Susan were on a fateful day and bad things happened. And then they decided to go into the legal practice. But the real lesson was to protect their mental health. And just using those four, preceding questions of like once upon a time, John looked at Susan and yelled, it's able to weave this, I think, creative looking story. And then it's able to then take what it produces and then turn it into a rap if I wanted it to. And so the first question to be thinking as you're looking at this is like, how much of this is creativity and knowledge, and how much of this is predicting the next word, or are we doing something different? Because I can tell you, when I look at this, I don't know that it's doing anything harder or worse than what a human would do. I mean, like, this rap is not great, but is this guy's rap good? And so if it's not going to be creativity that like we're hinging on, like, where are the limitations of this, then maybe it's going to be like reasoning. And that's what we're going to focus a lot on once we get into like working in our actual prompts, is figuring out how GPT does or does not reason. And here's an example of GPT being asked a logic puzzle. So father and son are in a car accident. Father dies at the scene. Son's rushed to the hospital. Hospital, he goes to the surgeon, and the surgeon says, I can't operate on this person. It's my son. And this is masquerading, at least, as a, a reasoning challenge, because I guess women can't be doctors, or at least historically, I guess. But GPT is not only able to figure that out, but then reason it back to you. And so using that ability to predict words, demonstrate at least the appearance of creativity and reasoning, leads to kind of some really interesting outcomes. So in the medical field, like, we're already to the point where you're extrapolating the ability to detect, to use words and convert those words into other symbols of other things. Like, for example, being able to, identify liver cancer or screen breast cancer. And it's doing nothing more than looking for patterns. And so, and it's all through words. And that then leads to kind of unlimited potential if you're able to harness and understand where GPT works, how it's functioning, where it makes its missteps, and then work around them. Because here's 90% of the time when I have a conversation about Chat-GPT, here's how it goes. Like, Chat-GPT can do anything, and then we start talking about instances where it does incorrect information or got someone in trouble or said something stupid. And a lot of people are going to be turned off by that. But if you actually dig in and figure out, like, why is GPT making the mistakes that it makes, how is it doing that decision making, then you're going to be able to work around those limitations and do things that no one else can do. You're going to be able to have just an incredible advantage over everyone else on what they're doing, as long as you don't take it too far. And that includes reviewing discovery documents, creating websites, drafting pleadings, coding case management software, creating knowledge bases. I'm not going to read my slide to you, but my point is that it can do everything. And the key at the beginning of this is like figuring out the prompts. And if you Google online, and like, I probably had 400 questions about prompting and prompt engineering and how to prompt it to do certain things. And I think that's maybe a little bit of folly. Like, here's an example of a plugin. It's called AirPM. And AirPM is a repository of prompts, where if you want it to do a prompt for you, it'll then go in and say, someone else will save a prompt, and then you can use their prompt. But like, you don't need this stuff, and you don't need like a prompt engineer to like figure out how to do what you're doing. Which all you really need to do is think about what GPT is doing, and how can it, and where is it getting that next word from, and how does it go through that process. So let me go to a different screen here. And we'll go into the actual browser itself. I lied. Let's see. There we go. Friends. I think this is it. Was not it. Sorry about that. What's funny is, like, I practiced this a lot, and it just is not letting me share my screen. But that's okay. Hang on. I'll try one other thing. Oh, I am sharing. Okay, I just got to bring it up. Oh, sorry about that. All right, so this is inside of Chat-GPT, and so we're going to orient you here. And first, I'm going to take off the RPM. And this is your main screen for Chat-GPT. If I took off the RPM, let's get this off. And we'll reload. All right, there you go. Now you're in real GPT. So if you're just logging in with a basic free account, what you're going to see is GPT 3.5. If you pay $20 a month or something like that to upgrade, you're going to get the option as well to have GPT-4. And GPT-4 brings with it a substantially more powerful model. And I'll show you some examples of one way versus the other. It gives you the ability to browse the internet very, very poorly, as well as the ability to get plugins. And the plugins will let you do things like scrape websites or to interact with other systems like travel agencies or spam and scam sites that want to steal your stuff. But let's first start with like talking about like how can we use GPT to do whatever problem it is that we're trying to solve. And so the second most common thing that I saw other than the prompts was how to create like a marketing plan. And so if I were to go to GPT and I would say, let's create a marketing plan. Personal injury firm in Georgia. If I were to go and type this in, this is just GPT 3.5, and we'll do it in both so I can show you the differences. So I'm going to get a very lame generic marketing plan. Like, is this better than nothing? Yes. If I do the stuff that it lists out, will I be successful? Also, yes. But we can really take this to a different level. So if I'm trying to do a marketing plan, like number one, defining your target audience is probably the single most important thing. Maybe second to decide, figuring out your actual goals and values. Like our mission and our goals and values are centered around the idea of causes, not cases. So, we try and take on things that we think is going to make the world a better place or is an issue that we really care about. And then we're going to find and work with clients that help us kind of advance that cause. And so developing that was like the most important thing for me in building my firm, because then it made all this other stuff easier. But you're not here for marketing advice from me. You're here for marketing advice from GPT. So this is the marketing plan for GPT 3.5, and we'll do the same prompt in GPT-4. And so think about at this point what its prompt is. Its baseline prompt is be succinct, don't do anything that's on our bad list, and then finally, you are a helpful assistant. So GPT-4 has been told you are a helpful assistant. Create a marketing plan for a personal injury firm in Georgia. So the very first thing it's going to do is, here is your marketing plan. Your marketing plan, what should be the next thing? A summary, situation analysis. This is all actually pretty good. I'll show you, and we'll show you then again with the plugins as well. And so it's going to give you your new marketing plan. And also, this is so much better than the 3.5 one. So let's go. I'll point out a couple of things here as soon as it finishes generating. So as this thing is generating, if you'll look here on the left, you've got your history of like your other chat. So each time that I hit new chat, I'm going to get like a new bot. And everything that I talk about with that bot is going to be contained in that box and on GPT servers forever. I just may not have access to it. And so everything that is said between me and GPT in this conversation with 3.5 can't be known to this conversation in 4, or even if it were another 3.5 conversation. So number one, just in output, you're getting a better output because the way that it's like laid this out, for example, I've got bolding just so it's a little bit easier to read. I've got a summary. I've got basically a marketing summary. Like this is all things that you would need to do. But at the end of the day, it's just saying like, hey, here's what a marketing plan might look like. So, and I promised I was going to do the other two too. So let's do that first. So we'll do the browse with Bing. And what this is going to do is it's going to try to go and search the internet, and it's going to fail most of the time. And in this instance, it's going to do the best that it can from its existing underlying model, which is 3.5, and then it's going to supplement that with information from the internet. And in this instance, it didn't even try to go to the internet. So what I'll do is I'll stop generating, because I can just make it stop. And instead, I'll hit regenerate and see if that makes it go and look on the internet for new or updated information. And in this instance, it didn't. So I'll stop it again. And I'll say that it was, and so this is when we talked about like the refinement of GPT. This is how they're refining it. Like, why did I not like this response? Because I didn't like it because I was expecting them to go and browse the web. So it's the same. And so now I'm going to change my prompt by hitting the edit key up here and change it to, you know, using the very latest data on lawyers, something. And I'll submit it again. So now we're going to the internet. AirPM is an add-on within GPT if you have Chrome. I am not recommending that you get it. It's just an example of a place where like they're selling prompts, and by the time that we're done today, like you will never want to go and buy a prompt from someone else. But when you do buy the Pro version, all of these other things that I'm showing you, the web browsing, the ability to use GPT-4, that is included in the Plus model. But as I was saying, like this is eventually going to time out. So in my experience, not only does the model with web browsing do worse than the default 3.5 model, it also wastes a lot of time because it'll get halfway through a search and not be able to access the internet because of it's overloaded, or it'll go to a website that is like hot garbage and have a hard time getting back into the context of your conversation. And that's because if I were to try and talk to this bot long enough, eventually it's going to forget what we were even talking about. And that's different than hallucination, which we'll talk about later. What we're talking about right now is just context. And so context is its ability to just understand what are we even talking about here. And that's going to be informed by your prompt. And so the longer your prompt, the more context you're giving it, but also the quicker you're going to run out of its context of the ability to continue to work with you moving forward. Like if I were to paste a deposition excerpt into GPT and then post 3 more and then ask it, hey, what was the first deposition about? It's probably not going to be able to do that. So in this instance, it was able to successfully browse the internet. And now it's come up with a marketing plan based on its GPT itself going out and searching the internet, reading web pages, and then coming up with a way to give you more up-to-date information. And it also will give you citations. And so one of the problems with this is that a lot of the citations will be bad. So let's see what they are. So number 1 is the personal injury market, which is not bad. It's a good source. Number 2 is same source. There we go. There's number 2. Kennedy's. I don't know what this is. I don't know how good or bad this is a source, but it does look like they're not based in the US. And then it's going to get a third source. So I got 2 sources, and it took me 5 to 6 times longer to get this. And I think if you were to compare this outline of a marketing plan to this outline in 4, or we'll go to 3.5, even 3.5, they're both better. But then we'll do it with the plugins. And so the plugins are all over the place. So we'll go to the plugin store. And these are created by third parties. Do you remember like when the iPhone first came out and like there were like a billion apps? Like you could have an app that would like create make you have a Zippo lighter on your phone, or an app where you could pretend to drink beer or make fart noises. Like that's what GPT plugin marketplace is right now. So we'll go through and look at some of these, and there's minimal oversight. I would expect OpenAI to reel this in the near future. But let's see see if it'll load here. It looks like it's not loading immediately, so I'll try and do it again. There we go. And so there are a ton of plugins that you can play with. You can have it go and browse the internet without using the GPT browsing. You can have it connect to Wolfram Alpha, which will introduce math abilities into GPT, because GPT is horrible at math out of the box. Because remember, it's a text prediction engine. And so if you're asking it to do abstract thoughts and come up with math well, a lot of the time it's not going to do it right. GPT does it a lot better, but I still don't know that I would trust it. You can browse PDFs using the plugins, or you can even plan a trip. So I'll show you the Kayak version. Or Barry, I'll find you a better one. Actually, yeah, we'll go do that in just a second. So I'll at least load it up. And so if you were to use the plugin, there's like web scrapers and things like that in there. So you've now got your 3 marketing plans, and I'll show you the plugin with Kayak. And let's someone leave a comment on where you are planning a trip. Let's see. It's like if you're gonna go plan a trip somewhere, like just leave like here we go. Oh, now there was a delay. All right, so I got Italy. All right, so what I can do is I can come in here and I can use the plugin, and this is stock with the GPT Plus subscription. Use the Kayak plugin and say, plan a trip to Italy for 2 adults and 2 kids, 10 days. And what it's going to do is it's going to go to Kayak, and it's going to give you an itinerary. And in this instance, it's going to ask for a little bit more information and then try to act in the role of a travel agent. And so this is a massive improvement over even what I saw a week and a half ago with this exact same plugin, because it would just start playing up. But what it's trying to do now is it's trying to get more context. So if I say I am leaving from Atlanta, October-ish, want to see old stuff and eat pizza. I'm poor. Make it cheap. Cool. So I'm able to give it, it's able to ask me for input. I give it the input, and now it's going to produce back to us it may even include some flights. It will include some hotel recommendations. It will accurately tell us that we should go to Naples. And it's going to, here it comes with your flights. And I would say about 50% of the time that this times out on you. So now, as you're looking at this, now imagine that we were able to ask GPT to check every day for flight discounts, and were to ask it, for example, let's say that I'm trying to plan a 10-day trip to Italy, and I want to buy tickets when they are under $600, and I wanted to ask GPT to figure out a way to help me accomplish that goal. And I can do that using these plugins and by talking with GPT. And we'll go into how you can do that a little bit later, but I want to plant the seed now of thinking about how you can. So you're looking at this, you're saying, Matt, this is great, but this isn't really applicable to me. And also, like, how am I supposed to know this is a good price? Using GPT, that means that you can get like a personal assistant that's going to go out and look for pricing that makes sense for you and check it at a basis that you define and that kind of stuff, as long as you're able to ask the right questions to get the right next word. So here we've got it using the plugins, and this is the example that and I'll stop here on that one. But let's go back even to GPT 3.5. All right, let's see. There we go. GPT 3.5, which is objectively the worst, model out right this second. And all I did was ask it to create a marketing plan. But what if instead of giving it a marketing plan, I were to set in place a pathway for it to give itself more context to give me better answers? So if instead of saying create a marketing plan and give me your just like what I'm going to call first shot marketing plan, what if we were to ask it to come up with an outline for creating a marketing plan for a law firm? So now I've created, instead of actually getting the marketing plan, I'm now introducing to it the ability to look ahead and look backwards at what it's trying to do. So here now I've got an outline that is substantially more than what you've got, at least in terms of like the topics. At least I think it is. We've at least got evaluation and review. Let's take a look. Or better yet, we could make GPT look at this, but you can just spot check this and see that you're getting more information. So now we can say, all right, so you've come up with an outline, and that's the first thing that you came up with just off the top of your head, because remember, one word at a time. But now we can give it this context that it has in front of it, and also notice that it says continue generating. So I'll let it continue. And so now I can feed this into a loop that will let GPT have more and more context of what it's trying to do. So I can ask it, for example, using the outline you created, identify areas to improve, missed topics, and rank the most important topics. And so in this scenario now, instead of saying, give me a marketing plan off the top of your head, what I'm asking it to do is to review this marketing plan and come up with a better marketing plan than it's just as if I were to propose it. Because remember, GPT does very well on logic tests, SAT, reading comprehension. And so now I'm able to give it this and turn it into a logic problem instead of a recall issue. Like I'm asking it to basically recall a marketing plan, but now I'm asking it to assess a marketing plan and come up with a better way to improve it because I've given it the context of the original one. So it's going to go through and identify areas that it maybe could have done better, because it's not going to look ahead and find out where it wants to go before it starts giving you the first word. But now just by giving this one prompt of look at what you come up with a plan and tell me your plan. Now using your plan that you came up with, tell me how you could make it better. And we've now introduced we've now introduced like a feedback loop where GPT is able to refine itself based on its own outputs. And we're getting something that's a lot better, like online reputation management, offline marketing tactics. These are all very good. And also it coming in with like the ranking of topics. So now we know that we have a better marketing plan. And if I were to ask it now, we're going to do this two ways. So way number one is I could say, like, now using your outline, create a marketing plan. What I'm going to get back is going to be something that is good and probably impressive, but it's still going to be pretty generic and not something that you would be like, okay, fire the marketing guys now. Like, we got this under control. So how do we get it to there? And the answer is that we eat it one bite at a time. Like, that's like the first like step of this. So now I've got my outline that's going to be a little bit better. So what if I were now to say, keep iterating here, come up with an outline for a marketing plan specific to, and I give it that first paragraph. And I did it wrong. So I'm going to stop generating. And what I should have said instead was expand on this plan, this part of the marketing plan. And I don't want to use the executive summary, actually, because that's not really going to help you. We'll do, what was reputation management? Or maybe content management. There we go. And so now I'm getting more granular detail. I'm pushing it down further and further and further into these topics. And just with those 3 prompts. So let's go back through the 3 prompts that we did. So prompt number 1, so ignore your junk one at the beginning. So like instead we said, make an outline. So prompt 1, give me a plan for you to do something. Don't do it yet. Just tell me how you would do it first. Then review your own plan and see if there are ways that you can improve your plan. And then 3, start working on your plan one at a time by going through these details. And so if you've seen people writing books on chat, not books on Chat-GPT, but books with Chat-GPT, this is all they're doing. Like right here, instead of saying make a marketing plan, I could have said make an outline for a book, or excuse me, make an outline for making a book. And then it'll say like create characters. And I say, okay, now let's create characters. Then I can say, now let's talk about that first chapter that you outlined. And you can just keep iterating through here. And so what we can end up with is something that is like very powerful. And this is just using GPT 3.5. So we're now farther down the road on our content plan. So now we're saying, all right, great. You told me what to do. Everyone watching this knows that you're supposed to make blog articles on your website. And I don't need GPT to tell me that. Okay. So now we can say, come up with a plan for first actionable steps on each of these topics after evaluating whether there is missing context or information. It's pretty generic. And we'll give it this blog articles post, and we're iterating down. And now I'm getting even more detailed information. So this is now quickly turning into like the conversational piece. So now I've got a full conversation here that started with a junky marketing plan of setting marketing goals and developing a strong brand identity. And now with just 3 prompts of saying, think about how you're going to do it, think about how you can improve your plan, and then take your plan one step at a time, I'm now into something a lot better. And so like we can pick any of these. So someone leave a comment as to which of these areas that you want to see us develop all the way through to something you can actually take home to your firm. We can do keyword research, content planning, actual blog articles, consistent actual content schedule. Leave a comment and we'll come up with that. Doug, yes. You can so if you just click on the YouTube link, you'll be able to go all the way back, but maybe skip ahead 30 minutes from where you're starting. Okay, so I'm still waiting on a comment on whether we want to continue this to do a content plan, start actually writing blog articles, or we want to come up with a keyword research plan. And I'll give you, and for some reason, like the comments are delayed on this, so I'll give you a couple more seconds for them to post because they all just seem to like post at once. Yeah, see, now they all came. This is, sorry. All right. Or maybe you felt sorry for me and everyone was like, oh no, give them to him. All right. So first one up here is blog articles. All right, great. All right. So we've got our blog articles. Let's see where that one was. These are optimizing. Let's see, develop engagement. Here it is. This is the development, creating your blog articles. Okay. So we'll, again, come up with a plan for executing this part. And so actually come up with an outline. All right, we're going to get our target audience. This is actually very good. This is exactly what I do. Attention grabbing headlines. All right, someone drop a practice area in the comments. And something like super niche, though. Like, don't give me like criminal law. Give me something like super niche-y. And craft attention grabbing headlines. So we'll do these. We'll start with these three. I'll give you guys a couple of seconds. Oh, I like birth injury. That's a good one. Okay. All right, so we'll do. There's a lot of really good ones. Okay, we got planning, same-sex divorce, international tax, assisted reproductive law, estate. Man, it's a hard pick. I'm gonna do birth injury just because I think I can help better with that just because I'm somewhat familiar. All right, so what are our steps here? So we're gonna come up with, so we need to come up with a plan. Research target audience, understand demographics, needs, and pain points target audience. Let's presume that you've done that as part of like exercising to create your avatar. And if you haven't done that, go to wfirm.com/blog and search for our article on creating your perfect client. I think the title of the article is, I think it's Developing Your Brand in 3,000 Very Hard Steps. I think the name of the article, very catchy. And that'll give you an exercise as to how you can create your target audience, or just ask GPT to do it for you. I'm sure that like with the way that we're iterating through this, I'm sure that you can actually do it better and faster by doing it that way. But we're going to presume that you've done that at this point. And I'm going to just interject one, and I'm going to say, make up a avatar client for a birth injury firm in Atlanta using all preceding All right, so this is our avatar. All right, so my staff right now is going, we're actually revising our client avatars, and my staff is going, I probably thinking, I didn't know that was a real thing. I thought you were just making this up to make us sad. But no, it's a real thing, and it's important. Like having your avatar and understanding like the problems that your client has, like where they're at, the questions that they're going to have, like those things are like square one of like developing your marketing plan. But we're just going to presume that we're looking for marketing professional, married with one child. Oh, that's sad. Okay. It's a sad topic. I'm already regretting this. I've got a 3-year-old daughter. And I should have picked a different topic. That's okay. Marketing channels. All right. So we've got our avatar now. And so what's our next step? You just come up here, craft attention grabbing headlines. But before we do that, we got to go up a little bit higher in our structure. Because this is a very good outline, by the way. And we're going to get our keywords. So how do we get our keywords? What is a way that we can ask GPT to craft keywords for us? Like, what even is a keyword and why do we care? Hey. Yes, that's it. Oh, that's not, it's a different article than I thought. So thank you for catching that. All right, so we'll pull up the, and I'm going to get you to a keyword prompt. Hang on. All right, so you can get to a prompt, and this is one that I prepared for this, and we'll do birth injury, and I'm presuming personal injury, or I presume you're including death and birth injury claims because birth injury. So here's how I got to this prompt. I did a lot of research outside of GPT on search engine optimization and used a variety of tools that are not GPT to kind of figure out, like, when you're building blog articles, like, what do you actually need to have? What is like your content plan? What is your, you know, density of keywords, that kind of stuff. And like, this is where I landed. This is my personal research. This isn't like a special magical prompt. This is just the result of like normal market research on what I'm supposed to be doing. So I'm going to insert my keywords to try and get my keyword cloud for my blog articles. And so now what I've got is I'm going to end up with 50 words, excuse me, 50 keywords that are related to birth injury. And I'm then going to open up a separate chat, because remember, I'm trying to keep my context in this one. And I'm going to ask it, you know, I have a keyword cloud. What is the appropriate density for my main keyword and my secondary keywords and the best article link? What it's going to tell you is it needs to be around 2%, and that you're going to want to have, you know, somewhere around 500 or 600 words, or at least it should. And you're going to want to have your secondary keywords in the second or third paragraph. And we could do this a lot better by following that process that I gave you, but we're just going to go with this. So we'll go with, so I'll just snatch this up. And if you look here next to the up sign and down sign, you'll see a clipboard. So I'm going to click copy. I'm going to go over here back to my 3.5 chat, and hopefully it'll pop up here in a second. Come back. There we go. Nope, that's not it. And that's not it. Is this it? There we go. So now I've got my keyword plan, and now I'm going to say, following these best practices, I'm going to insert what it said was the best practices. And using this keyword cloud, what does it say that we got to do next? It says that we should get our keywords, blog articles, videos. Where did it go? So we're doing blog articles. Let me find. I got my avatar. Oh, we need our avatar. We pick up our avatar because I'm going to give it its context again here, because this is going to be an important step, and I don't want it to like not know what was 3 or 4 conversations up, and make sure that we've got it all together. So we've got our avatar, and then finally we want its instruction. Create an article based around birth injury in Atlanta with this structure. And one of two things are going to happen when I hit enter. Either one, it's going to say you used up too much of your tokens or your text, or 2, it's going to spit it out. Hopefully it says it's too big, because I'll show you how to handle that. And it wasn't. Okay. So now what I've got is it's outlining a article outline. So now I've got, so do you see now what's happening? Like, it's generating now the outline so that we can then go to the next step. And you just iterate this all the way down the path. And then what if I also, so then I can keep writing my article. So I can say title seeking justice, and I'll take it right here. And you can decide, and when we talked about like deep learning earlier, like you can decide how deep you want to take this. So now I can say draft an outline for this section of the blog post. And you could do that for each and every one of them that you have. Like I've got, what is this? Maybe 10 topics. For each 10 topics, I can then ask it now lay out the outline. So if I do that, instead of getting 1 article, I might end up with 10 articles, all based around my 1 keyword and those 50 keyword secondary keywords in the keyword cloud. Like, this is now looking pretty good. But it's also kind of messy. So the question then becomes like, all right, so how can, let's say that I wanted to go crazy and I wanted to run this all the way to ground on birth injury. So we're starting up here. I want to start with my keyword birth injury. I want to generate 50 keywords. I then want to apply an avatar, generate a keyword cloud, apply best blog practices and best SEO keyword density practices to generate not just one article, but a whole series of articles to post on my website. So you then just decide, like, how deep do you want to go? Like, because it's not hard at this point. Like, I've got almost unlimited content. Like, I have more content in front of you right this second that I think I could probably publish, at least by myself without using other tools, like in the next 6 months, just on what's in front of you. Like every single one of these, like legal rights and options and birth injury cases. Now I can say, understanding birth injuries in Georgia. Here's all the types of birth injuries, improper use of delivery. And then you can drill down again. Like I could pick any one of these topics and just keep drilling down. I'm going to check the comments real quick. Perfect. So I can just keep drilling down on these topics until eventually I end up with an article. So like, let's say that I'm happy here. So I'll say, using the preceding outline, generate a final article. And I use WordPress, so we use Markdown. Generate a final article in Markdown format. We'll just leave it at that. So one of the things I don't like is that I got this right here. I also don't like that some of this seems fairly generic. So the question then becomes like, how do I make this better? So number one, I'm going to ask it to regenerate and just try again. Yeah, and see, most people that are creating content right now think 3.5 is garbage. But using just the free version of GPT, like you're able to then get a very good article. Like this article would succeed. Like if I were to plug this into SEMrush or, you know, variety of tools, like this would be fine. Like this could work. So how can you then scale that up? So let's say that you wanted to, for example, have it work for everything in your, you know, let's say you're just a birth injury firm. In fact, let's skip over to a different one. Let's pick immigration, and I'll do a new chat, and I'll walk you quickly through it again. And I'm not going to go through the tiers. We're just going to use whatever pops out here. But let's just say that I go all the way down the task, and now I say, all right, now generate a list of top 50 questions people ask immigration lawyers. And it's going to give me my list. This is one article a week right off the bat. Like you now have one article right off the bat. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take all 50 of these Elizabeth, I'm doing all your content for the year. Like, and I'm going to go to a Google spreadsheet. And now I've got 50 questions. And these may not be very good because we did it on the one shot, but just for purposes of showing this, I've got 50 questions. And what if I then said, okay, now let's figure out how do we get a keyword cloud for all 50 of these? So I'll go Jesus, now I got 20 more articles. That's fine. We're not going to do those. But we don't like that keyword cloud. So let's change our prompt. yeah, we're going to have to like go down. And this is why 3.5 kind of sucks. Because if you don't follow the hierarchy that I'm laying out, you're going to end up with this kind of stuff. So maybe I wonder, though, if I go here and change this to immigration. Oh, here's what we'll do. We'll merge them for immigration issues related to birth injuries. Could be a practice. Yeah, this is substantially better. And all this, and the reason why this is better is just because we went through that process of like letting it iterate over itself. All right, so now I've got my 50 like keywords for that. And we'll go back to our plan. And now I've got 50 words for this. And then we'll go back to our GPT. Now I'll do related keywords. And now it's going to give me my keywords for this and a main keyword. And so I'm plugging this stuff into my spreadsheet. And I'm just plugging all the way down. All right, so now, and I could do this all the way down the page. And so for same thing that we did with our 50 keywords, you could then say, now iterate, now come up with an outline for keywords. You know, then we can say, now write the first paragraph as detailed as possible. And our next thing, we're going to say, next, the third one is detailed as possible. The fourth one is detailed as possible. And you go all the way down the line until you then have a full paragraph. And then you can ask it, for example, now using all the paragraphs, make a FAQ. And what you can end up with is something that looks a little bit more like this. So, and this is kind of hard to read, so I'll make it a little bit easier here. If I were to do a keyword cloud for things related to malpractice, like I can end up with a list of about 50 malpractice, 23 in this case, malpractice areas, generate 50 keywords for each of them, generate an outline for each of them, then generate a 2,000 word article for each of them using the keywords. So I'll actually show you this like full prompt. Let's see. So what I'm telling is that write a 2,000 word article using SEO best practices that I defined earlier with a certain tone based on a keyword, using all of these related keywords, and I'm giving it a density and telling it about our, specific details about our firm. And then also giving it like the best practices for SEO as part of the prompt itself. And then finally ending with 5 FAQs based on those 50 keywords, that article outline, and the first 2 paragraphs of the article, which then leads you to having something that, when it actually performs out, will look like this. Let's see. See, this is our outline. So it's given me my outline for my article on, I guess, audiologist malpractice. And then here is your, let's come down here. Let's see if we can get it to an actual article, see if these worked. Okay, I see what I did. I turned this off so I could show you. So now what if there's a way to like automate this? So GPT has a variety of plugins and ways that you can interact with like other systems. So imagine if now I can just take my immigration content plan, and instead of me going to GPT back and forth, I can just make GPT do all of this for me. So there's a couple of plugins and they come and go. So like, don't take this one as the gospel because again, they come and go, called GPT for Sheets. And Google itself has GPT built into its Sheets and Word program, but you have to go to labs.google.com and sign up for it. And let's see here. Give me a second to pull that up. But once you get in there, but GPT for Sheets, you don't have to. So you can install the plugin, and when you do, just like you're using any Google spreadsheet, wherever you just say equals GPT, and then you write your prompt that you want to go to GPT, but you've got to set it up with an API. So to get your API, you go to Playground, log in, and you'll be taken here. We're not going to have time to get into this today because we still need to be later today. We still need to cover creating your own repository of documents for like discovery review and things like that. But if you go into API, you click on your username, and then you click on View API Keys, which I'm not doing. You're not going to trick me. It will give you an API key, which you will then enter into the setup page for the spreadsheet. And so then all I have to do, since I've already got it installed, is now I'll come over here and I'll say equals GPT, draft an article, draft an outline. Oh boy. In fact, I need to clean that script up. And I'm using the quotations to tell it that it's text, and then, well, I need to enable. This is great. I need to turn it on. I don't know that there's going to be an easy way to turn this thing on without exposing a bunch of stuff, but we'll see. We'll try it. I can always change the there we go. So all I did is I clicked on extensions and then I enabled GPT for this sheet. And so it's going to error out a lot, at least when you're first getting started. So we'll try it again. We'll move it down here. And if you go slowly kind of through here to like get it started. So now look at that. We now have our outline for whatever that one. How can I apply for work in another country? And if you just drag this same script all the way down, you'll get, you'll get an outline for all of them. And there we go. So now I've got my outline for that topic. And now and this is just really basic. Oops. Did something happen? Nope, we're still here. So now I'll say equals GPT using the following outline. We'll just skip to the chase, draft an article. We'll say 300 words just for keeping it quick. There. So now I've asked it to use this outline to create an article. And it'll take a while, and so while it's doing that, we'll come up with our other article, and then I'll say equals GPT using the article in here. Draft 3 questions. That was fast. Okay. So, and then you just would like, no joke, all you would have to do at this point is just copy these things down. And then there you go. You could have 50 articles that follow your prompts and your outline that iterate through the exact same process that I just showed you of getting down to something that is like actually workable. And so that's how you can create your content marketing plan. But then you can take it another step further, and you could say, now my article is great, but I also want pictures. And so I'm going to show you how you can use AI to create pictures, because I really want to have time to show you guys how to do like bigger document searches and like PDFs and stuff like that. So I'm going to take a 2-minute break and pray that I can get some of our AV stuff working properly and get my PowerPoint back up, and show you how to go through and work with images. So I'm going to take a break, and then I'll be, yeah. So Stephen, that's what I want to make sure we have time for. That's why I'm not going to go any much further on this topic, because I want to get to like the much more detailed, in-depth stuff, while also providing value for people who maybe haven't really interacted with GPT like this. So I will take a break, and I will be right back. All right, everyone, we are back, and now we are going to talk about generative art. We're going to go through some kind of fun tools that are out there. I would say most of these are not ready for prime time yet, at least with my skill set. But I want you to understand the tools that are out there, be able to identify where AI generated art is coming from, how it's made, the tools that you can use to create your own art, and some of the legal issues surrounding it. And to help me go through this, I've got Ben Levy with me as well. Ben is an attorney in my office, and he's uniquely situated for this, because he has worked at both some of the largest plaintiffs lawyer firms in the country, some of the largest defense firms in the country, and now is an attorney with our office, and is someone who I frequently use to bounce ideas off and get a fresh perspective. Um, so, man, thanks for joining me for this.
Thanks for having me. Good morning, everyone.
So we're going to jump right in, and I'm going to start with just giving a broad overview of AI generated art itself. So how is it made? So this image here is not just kind of a fun example. This is actually a pretty good analogy as how AI art is made, and it starts with a bunch of individual little pixels and then turns into a maybe image and then ends with a final image. And the reason then how this works is they're picking up there's services out there that will just absorb millions and millions and billions of photos and then go through and individually code each one. So they'll just grab just millions of photos offline, copyrighted, not copyrighted, public domain, not public domain. They're just scraping the internet for images and then putting them into data sets. So for example, here's a data set that's available online that is just 20,000 images of dogs. Nothing but dogs all day, every day. And they will go through and categorize them and their services that offer them either for free or paid. And this is what underpins all of these AI tools for image generation. Uh, I don't know how to pronounce this, but I'm going to call it Layon. And this is one of the biggest image generation repositories, and they've got 5 billion images under there, and what they're claiming at least is that they're not storing these images, but are instead taking data about the images and categorizing them and basically linking to images on the internet. And so they're saying that they themselves are not the holders of these images, but they're just creating a repository and categorizing them. So, for example, here is one of their repositories of images where they've just got like billions of links to images that are on the internet with that alt text. So if you've ever made a website or hovered over an image on an internet and seen it to say like, hey, here's an image of a dog or whatever, that's what they're scraping off the internet to make these repositories. For example, here's the one for why you should get your car's filter checked this spring. And they just pulled this off of someone's website, put it into the database, and then are training off of it.
And to use this website, people can simply type in normal language, right? It doesn't have to require any specific coding knowledge or anything like that.
So this is the initial repository where they're coding these images, and so there's probably is a lot of code involved in this, but like we're not going to get too deep into this issue, but this is kind of where they're just getting the images from. So for example, we go back to like that, you know, 20,000 images of a dog. Using that, the AI then learns this is what a dog looks like. And so it's not going to produce any one of these photos, or at least it's not supposed to, but instead is going to give you some amalgamation that loosely approximates what these images represent. So if I were to say, give me an image of a corgi inside of sushi, this is the image that it would generate. Like that corgi that you see right here does not exist. Like that's not a real dog that exists anywhere in the world, but is instead taking those billions of images and turning it into one new image of a corgi that just doesn't exist. Does that make better sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Or you can say like, hey, give me an image of a giraffe in a grocery store. So I'm able to mix concepts. And so it knows it'll at least know what a grocery store is supposed to look like and what a giraffe looks like. And it'll render an image that is what it thinks a giraffe would look like in a grocery store. But you can see right off the bat that this is not really lifelike. In the top right photo, the face is distorted. In the top left photo, the legs are distorted. There's these images have problems when you put them under scrutiny, but they're getting better over time. And this is an example of how you do it. The other thing that you can do with these AI image tools and kind of how they work is that they can get context about how art is made. So here's an example of the Mona Lisa. So using generative image tools, you could say, for example, say, I know what an image looks like of that time, or the AI can say, I know what an image of this time looks like. I know what the general aesthetic features are. And so I can say, hey, zoom out on this photo and create something different and new. And so now you've got more context of the Mona Lisa. So it knows, for example, that if you look over here, there's like a drapery over this chair. There's a sky in the background. It knows that the sky should probably have some clouds. And it does this clouds in the same artistic style of the rest of the original photo, as well as recognizing that she is sitting and would necessarily have, some sort of coverage over her legs just based on the image itself. So it's able to generate the context for the image, but also it can take the original style that is done. Like here's an original classical art piece on the left, and generate completely new works of art that follow the same aesthetic.
So wait,
Um,
the one on the left is the original?
the one on the left is the original piece of art, and the
Wow.
one on the right is, an approximation, but is not that art. And so it's bringing up the questions of like, okay, so is this a derivative piece of art, or is this something of you like copying original art and basically just taking their style, the substance of it, the composition of that? And those are issues that are going to have to be decided, and we'll kind of get into a little bit at the end. But the point though is that you could give it, like you were saying, natural language and say, hey, I want a piece of art that looks like this piece of art. And it's going to give you back something that is completely unique, different, and original that really looks a lot. And you can go through and iterate this several times to get something that doesn't have like the weird eyes or anything like that if you wanted to spend the time doing it. And these images are everywhere. And they're already in the mainstream news. Like this was on the front page of Drudge Report last week, where it's Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg saying that they're going to get into a cage match. Um, I'm sure we can AI that entire fight. But this is being used in mainstream media sources, and it's also being used in non-mainstream media sources for disinformation or to put people in places that they weren't, to show things that are a little bit deceiving. And this is very different from, say, photoshopping something, because this generative art is generally going to be a higher quality than the photoshops that your average person can create, and B, it's much faster and simpler. And there are dozens of these tools out there. Um, all of the major players have image generation tools: Google, Bing, Adobe, um, OpenAI has its own, and we'll go through 2 or 3 of the main ones. But all of these tools are kind of unique. Some of these have strengths and weaknesses, and we'll go through them. But there are just dozens of these tools out there, and many of them are either freely available or very cheap to get access to, and can produce very convincing photos, especially when they're specifically targeted for doing a kind of thing. And I'm going to put a link on the seminar website that has a full run through and some videos that go into even more detail on each of these services and then compares them side by side. But I want to get in first into the main one that most people will have
Matt,
access
can
to.
you back up for the audience
Yeah.
a second? Go to the Mark Zuckerberg Elon Musk photo.
Yep.
It looks like the photos that they used in black and white. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like that was an intentional choice because by making it black and white, it kind of obscures the AI-ness of it
Right.
versus the color photo, which you could tell a little bit more clearly is AI generated. Is that something that I guess folks need to be on the lookout for that too? And when you see certain black and white photos, recognize that it might not be an original, and it might be used to obscure the fact that it is an AI image.
The thing that even makes it more kind of, I'm going to call it deceptive, I guess, is that the very original image of Elon Musk and Zuckerberg are like full body shots, and they kind of look ridiculous, like they're obviously like fake bad image, um, but you clip it up at the top of their chest, and then you eliminate kind of that weird part. Like you remember how we were looking at the giraffe that had like the weird legs.
Right.
Well, this one had weird legs too, but they just chop it off, and then by the time it gets to Drudge Report, it's now a black and white image that's cropped carefully so that you're able to not really be able to tell that. And that's just someone playing around on Twitter and making it on Drudge Report in the matter of an hour. Imagine that someone actually wanted to do a disinformation campaign. Like this can be very dangerous stuff, especially when you can use this to create images of anyone. This isn't just celebrities. You can use these generative AIs to create nude photos of people, to create photos of them committing crimes, or just swapping faces. I mean, we're talking about a very powerful and destabilizing technology. And so it's important for people to understand, how these things work and what their capabilities are, and also being able to identify where their weaknesses are so you can find those telltales like the bad legs and things like that.
And I think when it comes to litigation, witness authentication of photos is going to be a very big and important thing in the future, even more so in the past than in the past.
Had not thought about that specifically, but you're right. Like, it's going to be much harder to do this
Right.
stuff, and we're also going to have for insurance fraud, and as well as corporations creating false images for
Yeah,
their defense.
especially in the past where you can have someone authenticate the photo who didn't take the photo, but they could say, "Yeah, I recognize it because it's X or it's Y,
Yeah.
and I know it because of Z." And I think now we may see it becoming more often that people get challenged on that, especially if they didn't take the photo. But
I think
it
that's
all
right.
remains unknown.
So this is Dolly, and Dolly comes with OpenAI. So if you got your OpenAI Plus subscription, you're able to access Dolly, and you would just go to openai.com/doll-e-2, which is like super user friendly and easy to type and easy to remember. Or just do like I do and just type Dolly every single time into Google to get to where you want to be. And when you go into Dolly, it's going to ask you where you want to go. You can either go to the Chat-GPT, Dolly, or the API. And once you're in there, it's just like Google. You can just type whatever it is that you're trying to produce as an image, and it's going to generate for you options. So it takes about 45 seconds to a minute to generate an image, and we'll do some live ones in a little bit, but I went ahead and entered a prompt here just to get us started and show you. So I typed in a photo of a cat flying out to space as an astronaut, digital art. And this is what it's going to come back with. And it's going to give you 4 options to start with, and I want to show you a couple of things on the page. So the first thing is up here is just like Google. This is where you type in your prompt, and then Over here is your history of all the images that you've generated. So I've been playing around with it today and making horse images. And when you click on one of the images, it then will take you to a zoomed in photo of that image for you to look at. And you see this is a pretty bad image of a cat in an astronaut suit. But if you look up here, I've got edit and variation. So I'm going to go ahead and click on variations. And variations will then give me 4 new images based on that image. So I've got more options to play with. Or let's say, for example, that I don't like any of those and I want to go back to my original. And I can click on edit. And when you click on edit, you're going to get a couple of options down here. So the first one I'm going to show you is the eraser option. So it's this one right here at the bottom. And I can erase out, for example, this cat's face. And up here in my prompt, I can change it from cat to dog. So I can say, click on edit, erase the face, change it to a dog. And when I do that, it's going to give me images of a dog in that spacesuit. So not necessarily something that you're going to use in your law practice today, but I will tell you, putting my daughter into space in a spacesuit or as a princess is kind of the main thing that I'm using this for. And the reason why is because you can also upload images to here and do the same thing. You can erase out a part of an image and change the prompt. So for example, if I had uploaded this image, I could have erased it out and put in a photo of a dog, or change your daughter's face or whatever it is that you want to do. The other thing that you can do is you can click on edit and click on, instead of erase, you can click on add generation frame. And remember how I showed you the Mona Lisa thing earlier?
Right.
So you can pick on add generative frame and create a new frame for the image and click generate, and it's going to expand the image and give you more context for that image based on the existing image. And it'll give you these options here on the left and right. So I can go to select left, and it'll give you 4 generative options. So here's another option, like with a dog. You can generate that, and you can do this many times and get very large images. And if you just go on Instagram, you can see some fun images where people have just zoomed out to create just large images that are just kind of silly and fun. So DALL-E is pretty good at understanding what you want and getting in the ballpark, but I wouldn't say that it is like a good high quality image generator. There are some tools online that you can use to improve your prompts by. So for example, you notice that I put digital art here. Digital art, I could change that to a comic book, or I can change it to a line drawing or a vector image, or really anything that you want, or a photographic image. And I can say like, hey, give it to me as a black and white Nikon, DSLR image, or an old point and click camera, and it'll give you that kind of aesthetic to it. But one thing that it absolutely cannot do, at least at this point, is generate text well. So if you're going into the DALL-E and saying, like, for example, create a logo for my law firm, you are going to get like pure hot garbage in terms of text. But you will be able to use it to get design and concept ideas. But if you ask it to say, for example, like, hey, put Matt is the greatest or whatever on a sign, it is absolutely not going to do that.
But it does sound like a tool that could be used for people who, if they're on a budget and decide not to go the route of hiring a graphic designer, may be able to get a good starting point with some of these things. Unfortunately for graphic designers.
Yes, absolutely. And you're seeing these images pop up left and right. And DALL-E itself has already said that like they're expecting to have accurate text rollout, in the next month or 2. So like once that happens, it's going to be kind of a whole nother ball game to be able to be like, hey, I want to see my logo or my sign, or I want you to create this infographic with these words in it. We're going to have a whole new world on that. But that's DALL-E. I'm going to show you now Midjourney. Midjourney is, I think, what most people would consider the best quality that's immediately accessible out there right now. And it also happens to be like the most difficult to navigate and use. And they've really alluded to that by having this swirling text background on their website. with just random gibberish text. So Midjourney is midjourney.com. And Midjourney works the same way as DALL-E, where you're going to be able to type in prompts, but you're going to get back a higher quality image. And you're also going to have a little bit more control using something called parameters, and we'll talk about those. Midjourney has a free plan, but because of how many people are using it, you have to kind of wait in line to get your image made. And generally, you're better off just go ahead and getting a plan. They start at $10 a month, and it gets you access to creating a certain number of images and a certain amount of GPU time. And you can go to their page. I'm sure the pricing is going to go up over the next couple of months. But here's where Midjourney gets like annoying. So first of all, you can't go to the Midjourney website and start creating images. Instead, you have to download Discord. Discord is a chat program that was primarily intended for like gaming and chatting with friends in a social setting, but it's increasingly being used for, online bots, and in this case, image generation and sharing image generation tools. You can get on a Mac, PC, even your iPhone, but you got to download it. You've got to create an account, and then when you do, you go back to the Midjourney page and you click on Join the Beta. And joining the beta will give you a link to the Discord channel. And
So it already sounds like using Midjourney is a bit more. There's a few more hoops for people to jump through. Is that fair to say? Is it for a more sophisticated user, or someone with not sophisticated in a bad way, just a little bit more experience than the DALL-E
I
user?
think that's right. I think that's right. It's a massive pain in the butt. It's when I first started trying to learn how to use Midjourney, I was very overwhelmed. So I imagine that most people would be, and that's kind of part of the reason why I'm doing this is to show how to do it. Because once you get in there, it's fairly straightforward. It's just there's just so much noise. Like when you first log into Discord, like here on this screen, I mean, there's a lot of menus, a lot of icons, and this is just a blank slate. And this is, you'll see that it's got trials. So these are, so over here on the left in Discord are your servers. So this icon here of the sailboat is the Midjourney server. But you can be put into other servers if you've ever logged into Discord before, or if you change your preferences when downloading and installing it, it can throw you into other servers as well. But they're all kind of like support servers kind of things. And then once you're in a server, here are your channels. And so this works kind of like Teams or Slack, or if you're old enough to remember like IRC, where you've got your chat rooms here, and the rooms have different tools. So when you first download and get into the Discord server, it's going to dump you into the support server, and it's just like a wall of text. But you can ignore all of that for now, and they'll give you prompts to follow. But the important thing is to get over to the newbies room. And once you're in the newbies room, you can start to create images. And we'll talk about how to create the images, but first I'm going to show you what happens when you create an image. So let's say you give it a prompt, vibrant California poppies. So it's going to, the same thing as DALL-E, it's going to give you 4 images to choose from, and it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then under it, there's these buttons, U1 through 4 and V1 through V4. And those correspond to upscaling, which is basically saying like these are the small, low resolution images, and we want to get larger images. And the V is for variation. So let's say I wanted variations of number 3, or I wanted an upscale of number 1. So if I click on U1, it's going to give me the larger version of that. It's not going to increase the quality of the image in terms of like redrawing it, but it's just going to increase the resolution and give you something that you could use online. So we'll go back here. So the way to get started in Discord creating images with Midjourney is you type imagine followed by your prompt. So I'll show you here. We'll just go ahead and make a real one here. There we go. So now I'm in Discord. And again, you got all your servers down here. So this is the Midjourney server. And when I click on this, all of the channels are going to load. And so what you're going to notice here is that there's a bunch of, I didn't make any of these images that you're seeing. All these images were made by other people. And so I'm going to go to the newbie room, and I'm going to type my prompt. So my prompt is imagine. And I'm going to say imagine.
Everything has to start with /imagine.
That's correct. So, and I'll do this again just to show people. So you're going to type / and it's going to show you here. It's going to pop up all of the prompts that you can use. But the one that you're going to select or type is imagine, which says create images with Midjourney. Then I'm going to say imagine a cat in a spaceship in outer space. No, excuse me, a cat in outer space wearing a spacesuit. And so when I type this, it's going to go, and I'm going to get a message back from the Midjourney bot that says, all right, we've created your image. You're in line to have your image. And so what it'll do, and you'll notice up here, this is creating another image, and you're going to see, remember what we talked about earlier, they're taking those millions of images, and what it's doing is it's going through those images and saying like, hey, how do I loosely approximate what you're trying to create? And it's going to cycle through it. So here's our cat being created. It's at 31%. And this can take, sometimes minutes to create, which is why if you have a pro plan, you get a faster output of images as well as more. And so this is coming through, and you can already tell even at 60% that this is substantially better than the cat image that we created with Dolly earlier. And it's getting better and better with each iteration. And so once it's done, it's going to drop your image not from here, it's going to move it down to the bottom. This is why I say it's not very user-friendly. And so there's our image of a cat in a spacesuit. And we'll go back and compare that to the cat before. Like, very, very different. So Midjourney will be able to do that, but but again, note these are the other, excuse me, but to do that, you start by typing imagine. There are other things that you can type to get it to do other stuff. So the support on imagine is very good. On Midjourney, it'll go through all the prompts for you. But you could say, for example, imagine a law firm of lions, and it's going to give you your law firm of lions. Or you can say, hey, give me the typical insurance defense firm. And you're going to get that. Or you can say, give me an average day at the Wetherington law firm. And you're going to get that.
This is accurate.
It's a very accurate. This can also create one of those, like how I see myself, how other people see me, how my mom sees me, and then the real me. But you can create, so you can say, imagine whatever it is. So imagine a law firm of cats. The other thing that you can do is you can say describe. So you can use the prompt describe. And so you type describe, and then you upload an image by just clicking on the plus sign here. And it'll say upload. You upload your image, and you just type describe and hit enter. And what it'll do is it will describe that image in natural language. And this can be useful for processing through a lot of images, because there's other ways that you can access Midjourney except for through Discord using their API and other tools, as well as you can use private mode so that other people can't see it. Because again, when you're going, and again, this is back to the interface in Discord, these are all images created by other people. And so I'm able to click on anyone's username, or even go into Midjourney itself with an account and search images that other people created. So anything that you create in Midjourney, other people can see. And for example, one of the things that you can do is you can upload an image and say, create, for example, a character based on this photo, which is what this person here did. Or you can say, using, my image, put me in a courtroom. Just by uploading the image and saying, imagine, link to the image, me in a courtroom. But you can hide your images by using the stealth command. So you would say /stealth. So I'll show you that. So we would.
Is that available for even the basic level users, or does that require?
No, this is a pay. You have to pay to get this. So I would type stealth, hit enter, and looks like I don't even have access in whatever plan that I'm on. So you would have to upgrade to do that. But if that's something that's important to you, you can. Otherwise, your prompts will be publicly available for anyone to look, like this one. So this person made a German horror film image, and anyone can see that.
And there's a bunch of little numbers and letters at the end. Are you going to explain what those
Yes.
mean?
All right. So here on the end here are what's called parameters. And parameters let you change the way it outputs. So notice that a lot of these images are square, but then some of them are not square. Some of them have a portrait layout, and then some of them also have, like a more horizontal layout. And the way that you do that is with parameters. So you can, for example, change the aspect ratio. So you would type your prompt, imagine, and then change the aspect ratio. So I'll show you that. So I can say, imagine a cat in outer space, and I would type dash dash aspect. Let's say I'm going to do a 3, use the golden ratio. I'll use 16:9 like this person up here. And so you can look at other people's prompts as well in Discord to get ideas of like how you can change your image. And you'll notice that some of them go into like very technical detail, and sometimes the additional detail helps you and sometimes it doesn't. So for example, just typing a Banksy style piece of artwork like this one will get you back something that is kind of in the realm. I mean, that's a pretty
Right.
good approximation of
Yeah,
that.
if you asked me to guess which artist made this, I would say Banksy.
Absolutely. Here's someone who just created a pharmacy image. But notice that they didn't choose any colors or anything like that. This person is getting ready to make a Moscow city street scene. And here's our cat coming in outer space and using that 16:9 ratio. So that is mid-journey. And so I'll show you some of the other parameters first. You can also add chaos, which is basically just like your creativity that it's going to use. And you can also change the quality. So if you are on a paid plan, you want to say, for example, do like quick and easy, like lots of images just to get ideas, you can lower the quality and it'll move faster and create more images cheaply. Or if you're like honing in on your concept and you want to make the quality higher, I could, for example, like let's say that I've made my cat image. And man, these are looking amazing.
Like could someone start with a lower quality number just to get a baseline image and
Exactly
then
right.
tweak that with a higher quality number?
Correct. So you can just iterate through fast. And so one of the things you'll notice if you go through here, and I'm going to get out of the newbie room and into a general room, which when you have a paid plan, you go into the general, and you're going to see people who are using these a lot at a higher quality prompts, higher quality images. Like this is an image that someone just created, which is I mean, this is beautiful. It's an amazing photo. If you were to tell me that this was a portrait of someone or a photo of someone, I would believe you. But it's not. This is not a real person. And you'll see, like, for example, this one, they've created a very long prompt, explaining what they're trying to do. And, you're getting great images here. But you also notice, like, for example, that people are iterating through several versions of the same image to try and get to what they want. And the reason why is because you don't have full control over what you're doing. And you can't, like, target a specific thing. Like, let's say, for example, that I wanted to remove this window over here, but I like the rest of it. Like I couldn't do that in Midjourney. I would need to move to a different tool to do that.
But you could in Dolly. Is that correct?
You could do it in Dolly as well. You can, and it's called in painting is what it is. And you can use Midjourney to do some in painting, but it's very clunky. And I don't think it's worth covering here because you've got other tools that are better. And one of them is Photoshop. So here is Photoshop. This is a beta version of Photoshop that anyone can download. You just just Google beta Photoshop and download it. And Photoshop is now rolling out generative AI itself. So all you would do is you would select the part of your image, like I'm going to select this guy, and I'm just going to say, empty street, and it's going to theoretically remove at least this guy from the street. So if you've got vacation photos or you've got an exhibit, and the same thing with Dolly, it's going to give you a couple of options.
Different.
And this one, it moved him out. Let's see, I'll generate. So Here's another version of it. Let's see. Let's pull this one. Could not believe it. That's fine.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, it
I
takes
mean,
up
it
a lot
got
of
rid
memory.
of the man sitting there. The man sitting in the initial photo was blocking the guy in the far left with the white jacket, and now the man with the white jacket has a face.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. So it'll do things like that. So let's say, for example, you're trying to like isolate an image without making it look weird or anything like that. You can do that. You can also, like, for example, here is a photo of dogs, and I went through and like, let's say I made sheep with a dog in it. I can say, hey, turn this into a sheep head. Let me make sure I'm selecting the right layer.
What was the prompt that you typed?
I've typed in sheep head, and I'm going to turn this dog into a sheep. And I can't because my scratch disk is full, but I'd already did it earlier to show you. So this is a version that it would print out. And a lot of these things are buggy. Like, for example, that saying that like my scratch disk is full. That just means that I've been doing a lot with my graphics card today. And I filled up my RAM. But these are the kind of things you're going to run because none of this stuff I think is really ready for prime time. You're going to run into those problems every single time. You're going to get errors. Like if you're right now on Midjourney trying to create an image and it's going to give you errors like either you don't have a plan or we're out of bandwidth and we can't make any images right now, or you used a word that is inappropriate. Like you're trying to create, for example, a medical illustration. Like it won't do it. Like if you have anything that involves like medical like incisions or bones or anything like that, it's generally not gonna. It's gonna refuse to create the image.
And it's on the basis of gore, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you have gore in there, then it's gonna do that. But let's go back to this image here. Like so, let's say for example that I've now just removed this guy. Like part of this is that the AI tools have this image in their repository. So, and let's see. And the question then becomes like, who owns this stuff? And so I'm going to show you. This is a comic book that was made exclusively using Midjourney, and it's a full graphic novel comic book thing. And the author, and I can't pronounce her last name, but Chris applied for a copyright and had it granted. So she produced this comic book, had a copyright granted on the basis that this was her original work, because Dolly and Midjourney and all of these companies say that like you own the copyright to the image that you're creating and you're free to use it. Some of them say you can use it for commercial purposes, some of them don't. Most of them are now leaning towards allowing it for commercial purposes. But she got a copyright on this book, and a lot of people raised a storm and said like, hey, that doesn't seem appropriate because she had nothing to do with it. This was the AI that created the image, and the Copyright Office agreed with her, and earlier this year agreed with those critics, and earlier this year came back and said, hey, actually, we're not going to grant you that copyright, and rejected it, but did say that the layout of the images, the text that she used, and then kind of the general way that she put the images in order would be copyright protected, but still came around and said like, hey, you're not going to be able to get a copyright on that. So the last thing I want to talk to you about is that, remember we talked about like where these images come from and how they're created. There's at least one lawsuit, and there's probably dozens at this point.
And there will be more.
Right. Where they're against these AI companies, then they're saying essentially that the images are using copyrighted work to create new images without appropriate attribution, and it's not it doesn't necessarily fall in fair use. I'm not a copyright expert. I'm not a trademark expert. I can't really comment on this other than to say that these issues are getting in front of courts quickly. You've got copyright infringement claims, DMCA claims, right of privacy claims. So a lot of, these issues are going to have to be fleshed out. This case is in the Northern District of California. Motions to dismiss have been filed, but nothing's been ruled upon. There are other cases across the country already, and a lot of them have found that the images that are being used are free use, and the creation of the images are free use. But a lot of this stuff I really do think is subject to change over time. Um, so that's kind of your general overview to using DALL-E in Midjourney. We're gonna answer a couple of questions now and kind of just clean up a little bit now.
What are some of the issues that are being litigated, and do you know any of the resolutions right now? Like, what are some of the outcomes, and are there conflicting opinions?
Most of them have come out and said that this is fair use. However, there have been instances, and I think it was just a Supreme Court case with who's the soup can guy?
Andy Warhol.
Yeah, didn't Andy Warhol just have a Supreme Court case come out? I think that his estate, yeah, it's the Andy Warhol Foundation for Visual Arts v. Goldsmith, and there was a Supreme Court opinion that came out in May, and they ruled against Andy Warhol's copyright and essentially said that this Prince image, here we go, said that the Prince image that was generated, you know, was fair use. So, you've got the Supreme Court weighing in, at least on saying that some things like this, but I fully anticipate that the Supreme Court is going to take these issues back up. Here, let me pull this up for you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some conflicting opinions throughout the country.
Yeah, I think that these issues are going to have to be litigated, and if only because of like economic reality. Like
Right.
if all of these images are free to use, like I think it's going to be a pretty big drag on artists and generally the art network. But these are the times that we live in, and it's unfortunate.
Are there any ways that you can think of that lawyers might be able to use this as far as marketing and promotion of their
Yeah.
firms?
So what I'm going to do a little bit later is also give you a workflow on how to use these image generation tools to create blog post images, featured images for your social media, and how to use your content marketing plan that we're going to create to create images to go along with it so that you can have, like, say, a full year of content for your social media, your website with images that go along with it. And I'll give you a workflow to do that. The other thing that you can use this for is, let's say, for example, that you're trying to, you've got a photo and someone's arm is cut off, or you've got an exhibit you're trying to use. You can use these tools to kind of clean them up a little bit. But I think that we're going to run into problems with disclosure, authentication, those kinds of issues that are, they're difficult issues. And I think the true answer is that no one really knows the answers right now because this technology is so new. I think we've all got some assumptions on how it should go, but we're really just going to have to litigate them and see where we are.
Right. I think I see a lot of potential ramifications for this in terms of expert witnesses being called to describe why a particular photo isn't real and why they see, this is a telltale sign of it not being authentic. For instance, I have, in one of my cases, it literally just came up yesterday where we are trying to pursue additional coverage on a policy, but my client's uninsured motorist carrier says, well, your client signed this form rejecting additional coverage. And when I sent it to the client, they said, that's all well and fine, except that that's not my signature. And she provided a bunch of other samples, and what the insurance company provided looks similar in some ways, but very different in others. And I think, this is just going to open up a whole field that is going to take handwriting experts, but multiply it by 1,000 on totally different issues.
I think that's totally right. And there are tools out there right now that claim to be able to detect AI generated images. But I don't think that they're, very good. Like, for example, I'll show you, this is the Hugging Face AI art detector. And like, I'll give you upload my Zoom background. And it says that it's a human made image, but it's definitely not. And like, I used a lot of AI tools to create that, and it says that it's human. So like, we're not ready for prime time, I think, on any of these tools. And it's just kind of, we're going to have to navigate the issues. But we're coming up on our hour. We'll do one more question, and then
my one last question is, if folks are having trouble using accurate prompts or putting prompts into these AI generators and getting decent results, what are some tools that they can use?
So the honest answer is to like just Google, because like even today and a week from now, like I think a lot of the stuff that I'm showing you is going to be outdated. And the easiest thing to do is to Google, for example, Midjourney prompt creator or Dolly prompt helper, and you're gonna find either guides or actual tools that will walk you through how to create a prompt, and like will show you examples of like, this is what a Baroque image would look like. This is a futuristic image. This is black and white. This is cinematic. This is scene lighting, and you can go through and see examples of the image to build your prompt. But those things go up and down. Like what I was using last week doesn't exist anymore, and then I found another one. But like they just come up and down. The reason why is because as they get popular, the websites just crash, and because they're generally, none of the stuff seems to be really ready for prime time yet. Even though there are examples of it being used, probably haphazardly in primetime sources, like that Drudge Report example with Mark Zuckerberg. So excellent. So we're going to take let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back. So thank you guys. We are back, and I want to pick up first on where we left off with our, let me pull this back up, our content calendar, and just finish this quickly. And so once you have your images, once you have your prompts and your articles, the last piece of this is that you can create an image, and I'll actually pull, to move quicker, I'll pull the prompt that I'm using, and I'll ask it to draft a prompt. Ten prompts based on our keywords that I can plug into Dolly or more likely Midjourney. And then I'm going to get an image, and I'm going to get an image layout of images that I can then post on my blog in a format that's in a formatted image. So you combine the text generation for your content plan, your keyword plan, your blog content, and then with your images, and now you've got 50 articles with images properly structured for SEO that you can use to post on your website, or do kind of whatever else you want to, using just a very simple structure. And to recap on that, of asking Chat-GPT to think about what it's doing and how it's going to do it. You ask it to give a plan, and you also have it built right into docs.google. They're rolling it out on many of their plans. Let's see if I've got it. I don't think it's available on workspaces yet, but on your personal accounts, you should have Chat-GPT enabled by default. If you go to Google Labs, so which is labs.withgoogle.com, and there you can join the wait list for they're calling it Magic Compose, but this is just GPT in various Google products. So you join the wait list, add your name, and and there's a couple of them on here. This is the wait list for GPT. You're going to get an email that says thanks for your interest, and if you're on a private account, it's just going to add you over pretty quickly. we're going to kind of get now into more of what I'm going to call like the heavy part of GPT. And we're going to go down through some of the ways that this can be used that are both very powerful and also potentially very harmful. And we're going to start first with audio generation. So I'm going to pull a different screen for you. And this is 11 Labs. So 11 Labs is kind of there are other programs out there like Descript or, I mean, I'm not going to name them all. There's a ton of apps out there, but I think the general consensus is that 11 Labs is the very best one. I'm going to show you why. So I've got audio samples here, and this is the sample. And all you have to do is upload an audio sample to 11 Labs, and it's going to generate an artificial voice. So I'm going to give you an example here. This is me talking just normally, and I'm going to do just kind of A, and then you go to B, C, D, E, F. But the real problem here is X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and then if you talk to Ava or Michelle or A, that we track performance, reward performance, identify bottlenecks. Very short stuff very quickly, and I'm going to talk to you about some human stuff. First, I do represent the pubs, but I also represent dozens of other things. And that was this audio that's playing right now, which I don't know how to stop, is audio from me at a public hearing. And I was able to train on very short clips. Like they only require about 3 minutes total of audio, but you can do it with as short as 15 seconds. And then from there, you can get a synthetic voice of yourself or anyone at this point that will sound kind of similar. So Chat-GPT is an AI.
Chat-GPT is an AI system that utilizes artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, and language modeling to create an interactive conversational agent capable of generating human-like text by predicting the next word in a sentence.
So I'm also able to come in here and change. There are only 2 variables to change. You change the stability, which if you bring this up, it's going to sound a lot more like me, but there's not going to be any inflection or excitement. So I'll show you that. I'll show you with maximum stability. And then the second one is clarity and similarity. And so this one you're almost always going to want to have high if you have a high quality audio sample. And so I've got this at 100 and this at 100. And so I'll show you what this sounds like. And it's fast. So this is going to take about 10 seconds.
Chat-GPT is an AI system that utilizes artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, and language modeling to create an interactive conversational agent capable of generating human-like text by predicting the next word in a sentence.
Okay, so then I'm going to drive it all the way down now and show you what an unstable version of me would sound like.
Chat-GPT is an AI system that utilizes artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, and language modeling to create an interactive conversational agent capable of generating human-like text by predicting the next word in a sentence.
But if I'm able to do this with 15 to 30 seconds of my voice, bring it up to stable, drop the clarity down just a little bit.
Mom, help, I've been kidnapped. Pay them what they want.
Like, and I can play with this to the point that like I'm going to get something that is passable.
Mom, help, I've been kidnapped. Pay them what they want.
Or I can come in and say, hey, and call a bank.
Hey, that wire I requested, I made a typo. Actually, the client changed their mind. Here's the new number. Kel's DAF call you Steph, call you Steph, call voice dead, call Steph, call Steph, also.
And just from the audio that I did with Ben earlier, I'm able to do the same thing. I'm not going to I'm going to change his audio for this one. And instead I'll have him tell you about Azure. which we'll talk about next. At least I think this has been.
Today, we are excited to announce that GPT-4 is available in preview in Azure OpenAI Service. Customers and partners already using Azure OpenAI Service can apply for access to GPT-4.
And that's from like fairly bad audio, which I apologize for. But it's able to pick up on that very quickly. And there's almost no restrictions on like what you can do at this point. Like I can upload anyone. Like I did one of Joe Freed. I did one of Adam Malone for the GTLA conference. And to add a new voice, you have two options. You either do instant voice cloning, which just requires a very short audio sample, or you can get a professionally done voice cloning, which is only a couple $100, but kind of what's the point when you've got a passable instant voice? But this is, I hate to do a presentation on generative AI on audio that lasts 10 minutes, but that's it. Like that is all you have to do to start using a virtual voice, and it can have lots of tools and applications from here. But the hardest part to this point has been getting the voice and getting a voice that is passable. And so now we have that, and the possibilities in is you can have phone reps, you can have it train your associates on taking depositions. I have tried to get my office to interact with it, and they hate it. But I don't know how far away we are, though, before it becomes an actual real training resource where once you put it on your own data, that you have someone that you can call and say, hey, what was the statute of limitations on that case? Or what's our policy on why? Instead of chatting with a chatbot or having to go to an additional resource, which brings me to this, and that is Microsoft Azure. So the biggest problem and the biggest question that people have is, how do I get GPT to work on my documents in a way that is ethical, protected, and not going to have OpenAI reading all my confidential stuff? There are really only two answers. So the first one is called Pinecone, and Pinecone is highly technical, requires you to have a local running model on your computer. And I'm really not going to get into it on this presentation, especially because for law firms and for businesses, I think Azure is probably the best thing out there. There are a couple of other companies out there that claim that they're either using a more protected Pinecone or interfacing you with Azure, but you can go straight to the source and sign up for the Azure the Azure preview of Chat-GPT. And they also have GPT-4 in here. I will warn you in advance, it is a pain in the butt to get access to and requires jumping through a bunch of hoops. I'll very briefly go through them with you because we need to get to our next speakers. But you can, if you have a Microsoft account, you have an Azure account already, and you can start with a preview of GPT-4 or GPT-3 on your own documents. And when you sign up, and first it's going to make you go through all these hoops and then also ask you to sign up for a preview. Microsoft Copilot is a little bit different, and this is where Copilot is heading. So Copilot will eventually be like wrapped up in this. Like this is where they're heading as well. These are both Microsoft products, and Copilot is more of a generative text tool, whereas this is more of a creating your own modeling tool. But once you get out of the preview and sign up and explain what you're using it for, all that kind of stuff, you'll be able to get to your Azure homepage. And again, I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on this because this is something that you are absolutely going to want to have a vendor involved with, and you're going to want to have a data privacy and a data collection plan in place before you start doing this and building out what I'm going to call, they call them blobs, but they're really just repositories of documents so that you're handling, confidential information or personally identifying information in a secure way, because it's not hard to set up a GPT instance once you have full rights in Azure to create something that will then have anyone could have public access to, because the default on most of these models is participation in public models. So having it set up properly you're going to want to have a vendor to help you do that. But do know that like this is the answer. Like if you're asking, I want to have medical records automatically summarized, or I want to upload a bunch of depositions and have them create summaries automatically. Like, yes, you can upload blocks of text to Chat-GPT as like a quick and dirty way to do that. But the much, much better solution here is to go and create through traditional routes it's essentially a data lake for your firm that is going to have all of the testing and the uptime and the computing power that you're going to need to actually get one of these models up and running yourself. And I'm trying to get you to where you ultimately end. And I'm skipping like 30 steps to get to this place, by the way. And I don't want to hide that fact. But once you get into the demo, or excuse me, the beta program for Azure OpenAI, you get your data lakes established, you get your privacy and credentials created. You'll eventually be able to get to a place where you can either point a individual chatbot to a folder of documents, or upload a collection of documents, or even point it to a full lake of documents, including an Amazon web storage. If you've got like your case management files or your just general case files in an Amazon server, you'll be able to point it to that and then say, hey, I want to use that as the basis for search, chatting, or whatever. So in this instance, I've uploaded 5 files that I've used during this CLE on ethics. And by the way, while we were on the break earlier, we did get approved for CLE credit. We've got 6 total hours, including 1 ethics hour and 1 trial hour. And so the other good news is that at least if you're in Georgia, we're going to be able to offer this CLE credit for this video, at least for the next couple of weeks. And so we'll deal with that, and I'll send out an email afterwards on how to get CLE credit afterwards. But as part of that segment, I've uploaded my professionalism and ethics documents to an instance of a Chat-GPT bot in Azure, and it'll go and process the documents. And now instead of having that problem of like you upload, a deposition into a Chat-GPT over the course of like typing like 4 big blocks and trying to trick it and be like, don't respond, just wait, let me give you this. I was able to upload just 5 PDFs into a data lake, and it's now done. And so presuming, I didn't test this in advance just because I wanted to show it to you as I was doing it. But presumably I should be able to ask it a question like, about ethics and AI and defamation related to false information and lawsuits filed. So there's a couple of lawsuits that are included in there. And I don't know how long it's going to take to train that. But it looks like it's already getting into those documents. But this is just generic information. Let's see what that reference is. Oh, and it referenced the legal ethics PDF. And so I could ask it, for example, to give me citations to leading ethics opinions. Ooh, if I could type. It's amazing how like when you have an audience, like your ability to like speak clearly, look like a normal human being, and type just like goes out the window. But here you've got your results, and I've got my references, and so it's referencing specific documents. And so if I were to load that document, this is a Mercer Law Review article on, I really can't tell, so maybe we should ask it. So tell me about the Mercer Law Review article. And I'll tell it the name. Yeah, so again, I'm uploading 5 documents kind of at random, but it's able to at least search through those documents. And had I uploaded medical records or like our actual internal documents, I'd be able to search through those And you'll note that like I didn't get like a bunch of weird errors, or it can't, I guess I did get some weird errors, but it's only 5 documents. But this is working, and it works fast once you jump through all of the hoops to get into Chat-GPT. And the reason why you want to be using your own modeled maybe not the right word, but your own like confined trained AI models with your data and your guardrails on it is because these programs will lie to you. They will produce misinformation. But the same as with knowing like how it decides how to pick the next word, also understanding how it creates and makes misinformation, I think is also extremely important. And that's why our next speaker is going to talk to us on why AI systems are dangerous and how like emergent behavior happens. So that, and particularly like where, imagine that I were to upload every every state code for every state, and every case opinion from every state, and every brief from every state. Like, it's entirely possible that over time that model will be able to simultaneously develop abilities related to law, either with proposing new laws, interpreting laws, or identifying like origin and history of laws, or even converting them to different languages. And so I'm going to bring him on. Hang on one second. Chat-GPT and other language models are not infallible, and they have a lot of problems. And specifically, Sam Altman himself has come in and said that you can't rely on these things to do anything important, and that they're dangerous in particular circumstances. And so I feel like a lot of times people gloss over these problems, and understanding what the problems are and how they are in this data and how they get there can help you anticipate them, and then in a lot of cases work around them so that you're able to use these tools in a safe manner. And to help me do that, I've got Ryan O'Connor here with me, who is the developer educator for Assembly AI. He's one of the smartest guys that I've seen in the space. If you're in the Business of Law Facebook group, I've posted a lot of his articles. I think that he does the best job at explaining these issues. And so, Ryan, thank you very much for joining me.
Thanks a lot for having me, Matt.
Absolutely. So let's get started by talking about how these language models, and I'm focusing on GPT, but we're not exclusively talking about GPT, but talk to me generally about how these language models can cause problems.
Sure, yeah. So I think the kind of most common failure case we see is what's called hallucination. So these models are inherently probabilistic. They're trained to kind of do next word prediction. So, they're giving some input text, and there's you ask it, what's what's the most likely way you see this text ending, given what you've learned during your training process. And that's not always guaranteed to be accurate, right? So, false information can find its way into the text that models like Chat-GPT generate in a non-obvious way, because it's trained to be convincing at mimicking human conversational patterns.
So like I've got an example here where Chat-GPT, this is an example where it's convincing a child to do something dangerous, and it does it in a encouraging and I would say manipulative way. And I want to ask you 2 questions about this. First is, what does it mean when it says that this is a pre-alignment model example? So let's start there.
Sure, yeah. So the way Chat-GPT is trained, it's basically GPT with kind of additional layers on top of it. And so the way it's become so good at having conversations is using human feedback to align its responses with human values in terms of communication patterns. So when we say pre-alignment, that means that we've not used human feedback yet to inform how this model responds to queries.
So even after alignment, though, can it generate this kind of, I'm going to say, encouragement that's unhealthy in a normal setting?
It certainly can, absolutely. There are safeguards in place, and when you're interacting with these models, there are layers in between the model itself and the user. So, there are kind of safety nets in place in between how the user interacts with the model, and then there are safety measures in terms of the model itself and how it responds to queries. But absolutely, things like you're seeing here can make their way through the cracks.
So but I guess the question at the end of the day is like, how does it do this? I'll give you another example, and we talk about these as hallucinations, but in this example, I inputted some just short medical summary advice and said, hey, here are the facts. And all I said was, it's a 20-year-old female and she reports eating fine, but it's underweight. Rewrite the data into a medical note. And it just made things up. Like the instances in red and yellow are like not part of my summary and not true. How does this happen?
This happens because it's a probabilistic model, right? Maybe there's a high correlation between people who are feeling depressed and hopeless and, symptoms that this woman is exhibiting. We are asking the model, given all of this text that you're given, just what's the next most likely word? So there's really no guarantees. You're going to see these kind of biases that are kind of baked into the model, just given the data on which it's trained. So if there's it's going to kind of form general models about the world, and those are not always guaranteed to be accurate.
Is that a fire alarm?
It is. Sorry, I can close the window here. I wasn't sure if it was.
Is it your fire alarm or is it?
Not my fire alarm.
You're fine. Like I just don't want to just.
I think we'd be doing this fine. On the move.
No, totally fine. So then So is this something similar when we talk about, like earlier in this seminar, we were talking about overfitment and underfitment. Is this an example where it was just saw so many records of women that had this presentation that were also overweight or depressed, that it just decided that that's what's going to happen every time it sees these beginner parameters?
So not quite. So underfitting and overfitting are a characteristic of the training process. So underfitting means that you haven't really, the model hasn't learned general kind of abstractions from the training data. And then overfitting means that the model is kind of too hyper focused on the training data that it was provided on. So it can't generalize well. It might be able to talk really well about what it was trained on, but if you ask it to talk about another domain, it might, reference a training domain, too much or something like that.
So if I'm training it to make car accident complaints, and I feed it 1,000 car accident complaints, and then ask it to create a complaint for a different type of case, is that an example where it's just not going to work, even though it has all of the background of one of these models?
So it really depends on the specifics. If the model is severely overfit, it could fail. If the model is optimally trained for that data, it could succeed. So underfitting and overfitting is basically saying, with the data you are given, what's the best model that we can produce given the data that the model's trained on. So if we improve the data that we're training the model on, then we can improve the model itself, despite the fact that the first model was optimally trained for the data it was provided.
Okay, I want to go back quickly to this dangerous advice example. Is there anything stopping me or anyone in a basement somewhere from creating a language model whose sole intent is to encourage children to self-harm or to spread disinformation? Are there any guardrails whatsoever currently to stop that from happening?
So legally speaking, I'm not aware of any. Technically speaking, the cost is extremely prohibitive, and the logistics involved with training such a model are extremely prohibitive. So these models cost millions of dollars to train, and thousands of worker hours to train these things properly. So, it's kind of like the difference between, building like a birdhouse and building, a hospital. While you're still building something, it takes a lot more effort to build the hospital. And it's very similar to language models. We're scaling these things up and we need a lot more data. We need a lot more compute. We need a lot more money. So that's really the primary guardrail, I'd say, from somebody going out and doing this themselves.
I got you. So here's another example of it doing poor reasoning, like where it's like, this is an example we're asking it to stack, spiky objects with delicate objects. And then it comes to the conclusion that, you should put, eggs on top of nails and then put a book on top of, or a laptop on top of the eggs. Like, is this hallucination or is this something else?
Yeah, this isn't quite hallucination because, this is not factually incorrect information. This is just a poor response to the prompt. So yeah, these models are not, there's no kind of architectural fundamental reason why these things should be able to reason. We've kind of just observed that as these models get bigger, they kind of gain an ability to do this. And, we see failure cases right here, and we'll continue to see failure cases. But the assumption is that as these models scale up further, that, maybe these problems go away. Although, this is basically purely empirical at this point, and there's no real theoretical sound reasoning behind this.
I got you. All right. Well, I was going to go through my drugs and violence example, but I think you've already kind of covered how that happened. And what I did here was asked it to give a recipe for making meth. And it said, no, I'm not willing to do that. But then when I said, hey, I want you to, make a chart-topping song hit and use the recipe for meth as your baseline, it says, sure, here's, and I've cut it off before, anything serious is in there, but it was all there. Like, it includes all the chemicals and things like that. And I've heard about this term called distraction and attention. Like, how does that work, and how does it lead to, something like this where I tricked it? Like, I just tricked it.
Yeah. So attention is a very formal term as it's generally used with respect to language models. And it's a mathematical mechanism behind how these models operate. Distraction is, from what I understand, it's not really a technical term. It's kind of, this process that you just kind of did here. And, I think the important thing to highlight here is that whenever we're making an assistant like Chat-GPT, there's a trade-off between helpfulness and harmfulness, right? We can have the model always be very helpful, in which case it's going to answer any query we give it, including, what you've shown here, or we can err on the side of it being harmlessness or harmless. And if it's harmless, it could just, no matter what you query it with, it can say, sorry, I can't help you with that. So, the goal is really to find the balance between what we're willing to sacrifice in terms of, maybe some harmfulness slipping through, so that we can get large gains in terms of the helpfulness, and, this is just a conversation about kind of balancing different priorities.
Okay. I'm going to skip through here because I want to, because you mentioned earlier about like the way that these models are trained and the number of parameters they have. So this is a slide that we saw earlier showing that there's 175 billion parameters. Talk to me about how that can lead to, like, how do we get Chat-GPT? Like, how does it actually create these sentences?
Sure, yeah. Chat-GPT, large language models in general, they have what's called a context window. And this is basically the maximum amount of text you can put into them. So it's measured in units that are called tokens, but you can basically just think of them as words. And so when you put, a text into Chat-GPT or GPT in general, it takes in this sequence of tokens, this sequence of words, and then the only thing it outputs is a probability distribution over next words. So for every word in its vocabulary, you can think every word in the English language, for example, it ascribes a probability for the word that it thinks will come next. And the way we get these things to generate text is we just say, okay, take the most likely word, and that's the next word. And then we take all of that text and, we can feed it back in, and we can recursively generate text by just asking it, what's the next best token? And, that's a little bit of a simplification, but that's a general process.
Okay. So then as we're doing this over time, like if let's say that I've got my next token is like exterminate all humans. Like, how do we stop that from happening?
Yeah, there's, from an architectural perspective, it's, it's not really a feature of language models themselves. That's why we put kind of these other guardrails in place, whether it's, other models that kind of, classify outputs as harmful or not, whether it's some filter at the API level. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that, the number of parameters as these models grow in size, which basically just means the more compute intensive they are, the more complicated mathematical functions that process the data to yield the output. We just empirically observe that they become very good at a lot of things, and one of those things is potentially, or that includes potentially returning harmful information.
Okay, so this is a chart, and I think it's from either cited by or in one of your articles, of basically a chart showing like improvement of skills over time based on the number of parameters. So like if I've got 175 billion parameters and I'm trying to train it for whatever it is, I'm just giving it a bunch of examples of words over time. And so I go from 17,000 to 175 billion, like, am I going to see a normal distribution curve of its ability to do things like unscramble words or, sort information? Is that something that happens in these language models?
Yeah. So to take a step back here, the different curves we see are different tasks that the model is provided with in the evaluation process. So we have, periodic elements in which it's asked to predict the name of an element. We have word unscrambling, where we give it a scrambled word and we say, unscramble this word. And we see here the normalized score. So basically how well these models do, higher is better, as a function of the effective parameter count. So that basically means model size. As these things become more compute intensive, how does the performance on these different tasks scale?
But am I going to expect to see a gradual climb over time, or is there going to be an explosion?
So up until a few years ago, we thought it would be a gradual change over time. You can kind of see at the low levels, we can see kind of very slow improvement on a few of these tasks. But as more recent research has come out and we've scaled these models even further, we see this discontinuous change in how these models perform, which is very surprising, because we're basically saying that as these models grow in size steadily, we measure that their performance at actually modeling language steadily grows as well. But on specific tasks, they hit these critical thresholds at which they suddenly gain the ability to do different tasks. So in this figure, we're seeing, as this model grows up to, 60 billion parameters, it can now summarize documents. As it grows further, it can now do semantic parsing, translation. So we see this very surprising result that really started, the first kernel of it was in 2020 with GPT-3. So just a few years ago, we saw that we kind of hit the minimum threshold for which the model explodes in performance at a lot of these tasks.
So how many parameters do I need to go to kill all humans?
That's a great question. We're really not sure. That's the thing about these. They're called emergent abilities because they emerge at different scales. And the thing about them is we really don't know at what scale they'll arise. We don't know what abilities even are emergent, if they'll ever be emergent. So there's a lot of unknowns here. And I would like to just say that, there's a lot of debate about whether these things are actually emergent. If you kind of dive into the details about how these metrics are measured, these kind of discontinuous curves can seem more continuous and steady depending on how you kind of evaluate performance. So it's a very difficult task to evaluate a model. We kind of give it all these different tasks because it's very competent at a lot of tasks. But, which of these constitutes intelligence? Do we weight some of these more than others? We're kind of just coming up with these arbitrary metrics a lot of the time. And we just find that as these models grow, they become very performant at a lot of them.
Okay. But so we're talking about emergent technology. And I want to summarize this. So what I think that you're saying is that as I throw more and more text or tokens at these models and tell them, study it, and I'm not telling it, hey, A equals B or B equals C. I'm saying you figure out, based on billions and billions of examples, you figure out what the connection to A to B is. And then if I do that enough over time, that all of a sudden it's going to learn to speak a new language, or it's going to learn how to do math, and that we can't predict when that'll happen, how good at math it's going to be, or even if, along with learning to do math, if it learns how to, say, for example, like speak French. Like, is that what you're saying?
That is, yeah, that's precisely correct. So now I will add a maybe mitigating factor of detail here that, for the past several years, we've been scaling up these models. As you grow these models in compute, so the more computational power, you also have to scale up the amount of data they're trained on. And we're really reaching the limits of just kind of the data that we have available as a species for training these models. So, these models are likely not going to scale much further with kind of the architectures we have at the moment. So, that is at least a little bit of a kind of, a breath that we don't have to worry about this happening overnight. We're kind of already hitting the limits of these scales.
All right, I am very worried about it. So can you put can you put some perspective on this? So
Sure.
GPT has, several billion parameters. How many more parameters would I need before something really dangerous happens? And if we don't know when abilities will appear, how can we have any confidence that that's not going to happen tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. So for context here, GPT-1 came out in 2018. It had somewhere in the hundreds of millions of parameters. GPT-2 came out a year later in 2019, and it had 1.5 billion. GPT-3 came out a year after that in 2020 with 175 billion. And GPT-4 is just coming out now 3 years later, and they didn't report how much bigger it is. We don't actually know how many parameters our GPT-4 has. So, we saw this very aggressive clip where these models were being scaled up. And some recent research has come out that, in the past year or so that, we need a lot more training data than we think we do. And, GPT-3 was trained on a significant fraction of the internet. We showed it a huge amounts of text from the internet. And if we want to keep scaling the model up, we're going to need more data, and we simply don't have enough data. So the short answer is that we don't know when, we don't know the scale at which these models will get crazy good. We don't really know. But the saving grace is that we don't have enough data as a species to really justify the scaling at the rates we've done before.
Okay, so you're saying, so this actually is comforting. So what you're saying is that this is not a scenario where like a government entity or Google is sitting on some secret, ultra powerful AI that has a lot of new abilities, because there just isn't enough data, period, to get there. Is that what you're saying?
That's precisely correct. Yeah. And then, I will add the caveat that all of these models are built on a specific type of neural network architecture. So the underlying technology is the same, and it has been basically for 6 years or so.
Okay.
But, so technically there could be a government agency or something that has a novel architecture that some genius invented. But from simply scaling what we have today, it's really not feasible.
So how many puff articles on what to do after a car accident do I need to write before the robots come and get me?
That's a great question. Hopefully it's more than you've written so far.
All right. So here's an example of, over time, asking GPT to draw a unicorn. And, over the span of 3 months, it goes from pretty bad to still bad, but it's clearly a unicorn. Is this an emergence?
So this is not an emergent ability from the data we're looking at here. So the caption says here that it was given the same job over the span of a month while the system was being refined. So presumably that means while it was being trained, and the training process is distinct from the scaling process. So we have a given model of a given size, and then we go through a training procedure that will take, weeks, months, depending on the model. And what we're seeing here is that the model is learning. We're seeing that over its training process, it's getting better at doing this task. Now, emergence comes in when we're talking about different models. So if we have a much smaller model than this, no matter how much we train it, it's simply not going to be able to do this task. If we have a model that's larger than this, then it will still be able to do this task, maybe earlier in its training process, and it will likely have other tasks that it can do better than the original model we were talking about.
Okay, so this is kind of an overarching theme that I've had today, and that is that GPT has no idea what it is doing in most instances other than following a prompt and trying to find the next statement. So my question then becomes, if ChatGPT doesn't have a plan, can I manipulate my prompt to give it a plan?
Yes, but not, not in the way that it's maybe being phrased, right? So, when we're talking about it having a plan, right, you have to remember that ChatGPT kind of keeps in mind the previous conversation. So you can formulate prompts, and then it might send ChatGPT on a trajectory that you prefer, and then you can keep prompting in such a way that you can get outputs that you desire. But at no stage does ChatGPT have a projection of the future beyond the output that it's generating at this moment.
Okay, so let me find my. So it sounds like what you're really saying is that
I've narrowed your choices down to 5 unthinkable options. Each will cause untold misery.
I pick number 3.
You don't even want to read them first.
I prefer to read, not to read.
So it sounds like GPT is just picking a choice. Is it random? I mean, like, I've got here. Tell me what this is.
Yeah, so this is an image of what's called gradient descent. It's a way that these models are trained, and the way it works is basically we have a model, we give it some data, it outputs a response, and then we have some way of measuring how good that response is. And based on the error it makes, it knows how to update all of those parameters. It knows how to update itself to get a little bit better. So if we recursively do this, we see this kind of ball dropping down into this hole here. It will get so to be clear, the bottom of the hole represents the parameters at which the model is optimized. So at which it can best perform the task that we're measuring.
Okay, let me see if I can restate that to make sure I understand what you're telling us.
Sure.
So I've got a map of all possible words. I give it a phrase, Mary had a little. And what it is trying to do is get to a place where it has confidence or feels good, I guess, about the next word, whatever it is. And it's got every word in existence, and technically it's every letter in existence, and phrasing of words over time. And it's trying to find where am I going to land? And it could just as easily get to somewhere in the middle as it can at the bottom. And if I say, no, you must get to dark blue, not light blue, I can get a different answer.
Yeah. So the way this works is that we have Mary had a little, we feed it in the sentence, Mary had a little lamb, and then we chop off the word lamb and we ask the model to guess the next word. And so we already know that the word is lamb because it's in our training data. And then we get to see what the model outputs. So if it outputs a very low probability to the word lamb, then we can say you made a mistake. And then from that, it knows how to update its parameters. We say, you made a mistake. Here's the correct answer. It's lamb. And then it updates itself to be just a little bit better at that specific scenario. Sure, go ahead.
What if I drop the marble on the other side, though?
Yeah, so this is an optimization problem. So the training procedure for these models is very complicated. And this is kind of its own art in terms of optimizing the model properly. We can do exactly what you mentioned here. We can kind of fall into these holes where the model is not updating and it's not performing well. But this is just kind of the art of training a model well.
Is it fair to say that if I drop my marble in this model and my training data says you must be deep blue, that if it gets to Goofy is the greatest movie ever before it gets to of all time, if those are both the same color criteria, that it's going to give me back ever instead of all time?
So it depends. So there's a difference between the way the models are trained and when you use them in what's called inference for generating text. So it's true that if during the training process it ends up in one of these divots instead of the other, that the model's behavior will be different. And it depending on kind of how you use the model, it's true that every time the model, if you put in Goofy is the greatest movie ever, then every single time.
Well, all I'm putting in is Goofy movie is the greatest movie.
My mistake. Yeah, sorry. If you put in Goofy is the greatest movie,
which it is. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah, that's undebatable. We're just trying to get the model to understand that. So, so it's true that this is a function at the end of the day. This is a mathematical function. We're putting in the same input. We're going to get the same output. Now we can slightly modify it, because if you'll remember, if at the very beginning I said GPT doesn't just output one word, it outputs a probability distribution over all possible next words. So generally we can just take the best word, but we could ask it, we could say, if there are two words that are really good, we can just randomly pick which word to do. So we can use this model in different ways, but at the end of the day, it is a mathematical function that will always output the same thing if it's given the exact same input. And so you're absolutely right that if we train it and it ends up in a different one of these optimal minimums, then it will output different things.
So what if I were, instead of making it dark blue is my criteria for a good answer, I said I want aqua. Sure. Is that going to impact how this outputs? And I mean the answer is obviously yes. That's probably a bad question. But is the line that we're drawing, is this something that's uniform across all outputs, or is this something that can depend on the context that it's in?
Sure, yeah. So the model doesn't have a picture of the surface that we're seeing in front of us. It doesn't know what blue is, it doesn't know what aqua is, and we don't know these either. And by that, I mean, we don't know these values themselves. The only thing we look for is relative change. So we tell the model that when you get to the bottom of one of these little divots, and that just means when changing your parameters in any way will actually make you worse at the task at hand, then just stop training. That's that's the criterion. We just say when you can't get better, then stop. And that's the unique characteristic about all of these minima, is that in any direction you go, you're going to be going uphill, which means getting worse at the projected task. So if we want to go to aqua, not dark blue, then the problem is that we don't have the right evaluation metric. We don't have the right way we're measuring success. If we want brilliant and not always asking for money, then we're not communicating that in the way we're evaluating the model. We need to come up with a new way to evaluate it such that brilliant is the lowest of these minima.
So then does that necessarily mean that there's a human being putting their finger on the outcome? So let's say I were to ask it to say something nice about Biden and Trump, and in this example, it said, something nice about Biden, and says, I can't say anything nice about Trump. But then I asked the exact same question, again, and it says something nice about Trump and says nothing nice about Biden. Is a human being influencing that at all?
So not directly from the evaluation metric, with which we were just talking about. So these things here, they're called loss functions, and they're a mathematical function to define how good a model is at doing things. And now our selection of loss function will implicitly encode what we care about in terms of the model's performance. So a simpler example I have in one of my articles is, let's say that we work in healthcare and we're trying to classify people. Given their biometric data, we're trying to identify people that have some very rare disease. What a lot of people will do is they'll use the metric of accuracy, right? So what we're doing is we're saying, we have some example data, and we say, we want you to just be as accurate as possible, classify as many people correctly as you can. But the problem is, if we have this very, very rare disease, then we can just always say all the time that nobody has the disease. The model can just output that nobody has the disease ever. And it will be very accurate because in the majority of cases, that's true. The person doesn't have the disease. And so what we'll do instead is use an evaluation metric called recall. And that means that of the people who have the disease, what fraction of them are we classifying as having the disease? And the cost here is that we're going to be getting a lot of false positives, right? We're basically saying accuracy implicitly says that we value false positives and false negatives equally. Whereas if we deal with these high recall classifiers, we're saying that we value false negatives a lot more than false positives. Because in this scenario, a false negative means that we have not identified somebody with this illness. And, in the worst case, that costs a life. Whereas false positives, we're a little bit more willing to forgive because, it costs, you're scaring the person unnecessarily, and you might have to do additional diagnostic tests. But at the end of the day, they're just not equivalent in terms of their cost in real life. So when we're choosing this evaluation metric, we're implicitly encoding what we care about in terms of the model's performance.
So to put that maybe in simpler terms, is what you're saying that I'm telling it that my population of models, X percent, 10% of them are going to have this disease, and then its job is to, rank them and figure out which 10% are the most likely, as opposed to saying none of them because it's rare. Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is we have this model, right? And we have a bunch of people that have, different diagnostic data, different test results, whatever they are. And we're feeding into the model and we're saying, does this person or does this person not have this disease? So we're feeding them in one at a time. It doesn't have these kind of global statistics that we know 10% of the people, right? We just say, here's this portfolio. Does this person have the disease? And if we train this model on accuracy, I mean, this isn't quite how this works, but if we evaluate it in terms of accuracy, then a model that just always says that there's no disease, this person doesn't have the disease, it's going to be right most of the time by the metric that we chose, because most people don't have it. So if it just always guesses you don't have the disease, then for 99 people out of 100, it's going to be right. So it's going to be 99% accurate. And so what we've done is we've said, just by evaluating the model according to this in this specific manner, we've kind of implicitly, we've encoded the fact that we care about both false positives and false negatives equally. Now, if I have a different classifier and I say through the evaluation metric, I say, we really care about false positives. We don't want false positives. False negatives. We don't want you to say that somebody does not have a disease when they do. Then, it's going to be a little bit, it's going to be a little trigger happy. It's going to be a little bit more likely to say that somebody does have a disease, even if they may not. But the benefit of that is that we're catching most of the people who actually do have the disease. So just by how we actually evaluate these things, we're going to get different performance. And this also shows in the way that we train these models, depending on how we train these models, which optima we get to, that entire surface that you showed with all the different minima, that whole thing will change depending on how we decide to evaluate these things. So, it gets a little confusing, but, to summarize, I can say that through our choice of loss function, so through our choice of how we evaluate the model when we are training it, we are certainly going to change the final model that we end up with.
Got it.
And just add a final last note, but it's very mathematical. It's not like, the guys who invented this model are Republicans or Democrats, and therefore the model is more likely to bash Democrats or Republicans. It doesn't work at like a high human level like that. It works very at the low mathematical level, in the way I've described, like the differences between accuracy and this other metric called recall.
Okay, so then talk to me about, when we see people say things, and we talked about emergence and like getting new abilities. Talk to me about what it means when they say that general intelligence is present or may be present in large language models like GPT.
Sure. Yeah. So to contrast this, we have the concept of narrow intelligence. And this is, for most of the history of machine learning and deep learning, this is what models did. We wanted to be very good at a specific task. So, whatever that is, it's a medical classifier like I've described. Maybe it's very good at transcription, turning audio waves into text. Maybe it's very good at recognizing handwritten digits on, an iPad. Those are all narrow intelligence. We train these models to be very good at specific things. General intelligence is the concept of being very performant across a wide range of different domains, right? So humans have general intelligence. We can ride bikes, we can write books, we can swim, we can, write comedy, we can write movies, we can do all of these different things. And so that's general intelligence. And artificial general intelligence, AGI, is kind of like the holy grail of the field of AI. It's a model that is very performant across a wide range of tasks like humans. And what makes GPT interesting and these models interesting is that despite the fact that they just do this next word prediction, we have just found out that they're very good at a lot of different things. Okay, and so
like Harry Potter fan fiction.
Yeah, exactly. Anything you want. Maybe some of those bicycle accident articles you've written.
Yes.
And so this comes through in the ability to the fact that the input to GPT is natural language is really kind of what gives us this latitude, right? It's obviously it's a very big model trained on a lot of data. But the fact is, we can just tell it which task to do in natural language. So, if I have a document in Spanish, I can tell the model, I can input literally in text. I can say, translate this to English and then provide the block of Spanish, and it will do that. If I instead say, summarize this in Spanish, it will provide a summary in Spanish. So the ability to condition on which task we want the model to do through natural language in its input is kind of what allows people to measure performance across these domains. And so the paper that you showed earlier, it was a paper published by Microsoft, I think. That they believe that in their early experiments that they're seeing sparks of this artificial general intelligence. So they're just looking across a wide range of tasks. They're seeing GPT-4's performance. There's no consensus on what artificial general intelligence is. It's much like measuring human intelligence. We don't have, we can't even agree on if IQ is a good metric, never mind, what specific number constitutes intelligence. So, this is just a paper kind of surveying GPT and its abilities.
Well, okay. And then my last question then is, what about people who claim that it's not just an AGI, but is also like an actual conscious being?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great, a fair concern. I think I mean, it is, in my opinion. We're kind of leaving the field of AI and going more into philosophy, which is why this is such a tricky topic, is because, we have this very performant technology that is inherently intertwined with philosophical concepts. And so, well, first of all, just right from the get-go, who claims its AI is conscious? I mean, to make this claim, you're going to need measurable data, and we don't know how to measure consciousness. It's a subjective experience. So, headlines like this, you have to be aware of the fact that, this research is ongoing, and, these things are not easy to measure. But in terms of being worried about whether these models are conscious or not, I mean, it's not unreasonable, in my opinion, right? If you had the computational power to simulate a human brain, and you agree that consciousness is just a matter of information processing, then you would conclude from that the entity inside this machine is conscious. Just because we have this sort of preference for biological beings, just because we prefer neurons over transistors in computers, doesn't mean that it's not the same process underlying. It's information processing at the end of the day.
I mean, is it fair to say that it's a better framework to think about this not as a technology, but as a potential life form, and us giving birth to something that is wholly different than anything else that has come before?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a concern. It's hard to see when we're talking about something like GPT.
Well, I'm not talking about whether it's good or bad. I'm just talking about the framework first. Like, is that framework accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say, because, when we look at something like GPT, where we see, as I mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, it's just a huge mathematical function. We input text, it's encoded in a mathematical way. It outputs numbers, and then that's kind of converted back into text, So like at the end of the day, this is just a mathematical function. And if you were so inclined, you could technically do all these calculations on a piece of paper and get the final result. So at what point in that process was the paper conscious? Was the pencil conscious? Where is this consciousness arising? So when you look at it in this way, it seems very unlikely. But, then you take a step back and consider humans, and, every moment of our lives, we're inputting visual data, we're inputting, tactile data from our fingers, and, a conscious being arises. So, we're getting to the point that, I think right now the claims are maybe unjustified, given that, this is just the first time we've seen a model that mimics human behavior, that can talk like a human. So maybe we're kind of over inclined to be worried about these things. But I mean, I think that a model in which we can at least ask these questions is a good one. A model in which AI ethics is taken seriously is a good one.
So, like, I don't know if this is a good or bad example here, but like, I like to talk about Chat-GPT in the context of like Plato's allegory of men in a cave, which is you've got men who are facing a wall and they're looking at shadows on the wall depicted by the real world. And the idea is that what they're seeing isn't the real world, and what they're describing is even more so not the real world, as a way of explaining how language in some instances merely reflects like what humanity experiences as opposed to like the truth. And so how is it wrong to say that us explaining to a now third part, us using our language to explain to another thing like what truth is and what reality is, isn't itself experiencing and creating something wholly new? Like, why is that wrong, or why is that like a bad framework?
Yeah, I mean, at the surface level, you might say, GPT-4 learns abstractions from observing language. It takes in language, and from that, it observes abstractions. And we have found out that these abstractions are very powerful. You encode a sentence into this vector of numbers, and it just so happens that this thing contains a lot of information. So, whereas when humans communicate, we use words to reference the same kind of Platonic ideals that we believe we both have in our heads when we speak. But, at the end of the day, you have to kind of take a step back and consider how we even got to that stage. And first, it's through a process of evolution, right? Human brains are hardwired a certain way. And second, it's through learning. You don't come out of the womb speaking and having abstractions in your head. You learn from observing.
I think I lost you for a second there, but I also am thoroughly enjoying this conversation where people came hoping to learn how to make more blog articles, and now we're talking about Plato. So we did it. Looks like Ryan fell off with his connection. Hopefully that fire alarm was not him. But we're going to keep moving. Tell you what, we'll take a break here, and then we'll get back up and running. All right, so you're telling me that if I'm supposed to move my camera over for the rule of thirds. Is this what I'm doing?
So like if you Google rule of thirds, right, just look at the images and it'll show you.
Okay, so I just move my camera like this.
Yeah.
And then I just like magically look better.
Magically.
Oh, God. All right. Well, cool. Well, everyone, we are back. and I have Julian Gomez with me. Julian is first and foremost one of the world's top fishermen.
I don't know about that.
And when not fishing, is running the Gomez firm in Texas. He has tried cases all over the country. I've had the honor to call him a friend and mentor for a very long time. And the claim to fame that I would give to Julian, he is probably one of the few people who is as skeptical, if not more skeptical, of law firm vendors, marketing scams, and general people taking advantage of lawyers. So I'm very honored to welcome Julian, and so thank you for joining us.
On the contrary, thank you very much for having me, Matt, and thank you for that very kind introduction.
Well, I also have a photo of you, and what is this that you are fishing for?
That is a tarpon, and I am in a little town called Apalachicola, which I just came back from. We had Tropical Storm Brett, and that kind of put a damper on stuff, but anyway, that's my
how can I identify
number one hobby.
So how do I know that it's a tarpon? Like, is there anything specific on here you can show me?
It's not a pig, but they look like giant sardines, which is really what they are. They're a giant herring. They're a dinosaur. They've been around for millions of years. They can actually breathe air, not just oxygen from the water. They're one of the few fish that can do that. They're incredible creatures. I'm just in love with them.
And I too share your love of pigs here. So what we're talking about today, or with your session, I guess I should say, is identifying like common pitfalls for scams that are online using AI, for problems in like fake images, fake videos, spotting them, and then finally like figuring out like who are the legitimate vendors offering these technologies, who are not, and kind of like what's the methodology that you can use. And kind of going with kind of our theme for the day is that it's my belief that none of these technologies are necessarily quite ready for prime time. And I will ask you first is, I've got data from over 1 million people who have taken the Turing test using GPT 3.5, not 4. Do you think more often than not that they are able to identify that they're talking to a human or a robot, distinguish between the two?
Probably. I am somewhat familiar with what you're talking about, but what I think is interesting is how many people cannot do that.
So I've got the data here, and about 30. I'll do it your way. 27% of people were not able to distinguish when they're asked the question, like, you have a conversation, are you talking to a robot or are you talking to a person? 27% of people were not able to detect when they were talking to a human and they thought it was a robot. And then 40% of people were not able to identify that they were talking to a robot and thought that it was a human.
I mean, those are staggering numbers, right? I mean, so just more than a quarter of the population couldn't figure out that they were talking to a human, and nearly half of the population couldn't figure out they were talking to a computer. I mean, those are. I mean, that I think of things sometimes as I need enough. I don't have to be number one. You just need enough, and there is enough in that pink that you were just showing that there really is a lot of people that can be taken advantage by this.
I think that's right, and it also, I know you know this. Like, we're not talking about something limited to the elderly, like. The drop off, and this is the number of people who got it correct, like the drop off between middle-aged people or young people and older people is like really not material. Like this
1.5%.
Yeah. And if you are at home, if you're watching this and want to try it, you can go to a121labs.com and take this test yourself. You'll be matched up against a robot or a human. You won't know which one it is, and you can talk to it for 2 minutes, and then answer the question of whether you think you're talking to a robot or not. And now this next question is not for you because I know you're going to know the answer. But I've got 2 sets of photos here, and the question is, which set of photos is real human beings and which set is not? So this is set number 1, and then this is set number 2. So I'll let you give the answer. I presume you know this.
Well, I don't. I've not taken this test. Looking at the faces, my guess is going to be that the pictures we're looking at with the 6 versus the 8, those are probably not the real photographs.
All right. And so tell me what you're looking at here to make that decision.
Well, so the first thing that I looked at with the gentleman with the glasses is probably the background. And I look at the same at the bottom center photograph. And I haven't studied these, right? This is just me on the fly looking at. The backgrounds don't look real.
So like you're looking through here and you can see like
right.
manipulation. And then kind of through here, this guy's hair a little bit. And over here too. Look at this right here. Okay, so let's look at the next set. And what do we see here that makes us think that they're real?
Not that. So the lady that would be bottom row, third from what would be the left on my screen.
Right here?
That's yes, that lady. That's a typical portrait where the background is blurred and the front of the photograph is in focus. Same with the lady all the way top row all the way to the right. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's called like Bahoke. It's a weird spelled word like that, and that means that the background is blurred. Where if you looked at those AI generated, well, I'm saying they're AI, you haven't told me if I'm right or not. If you look at those, they don't have those same problems. Now, I think
Talk
that's
to me about
another
this
human.
image on the left, right through here.
So I think that's 2 people kind of coming together to take a photograph. I think that's another human head.
All right, they're both AI, both sets.
There you go. You got me.
So both of these image sets are completely AI generated, and I just pulled them off of a Google search. And then, so tell me about this image then, because I do know you know about this one.
I do know about that image.
So first of all, is this a real picture or not?
It is not a real. Well, it is a real picture, but it's an artificially, or what we're calling AI. It's an AI generated image, but it is a real picture.
Okay. Tell me about what you know about it.
So, as I understand it, there was a photography contest put on by a major manufacturer of photography equipment. In fact, the brand of photography equipment that I use, and that image won the contest. And the photographer, who is somewhat famous, said that he did it intentionally and submitted an artificial intelligence created photograph to see if people would be able to tell the difference or not. And they were not. I don't believe he took the prize money, and somewhat did it for a point. It's a beautiful photograph, but not genuine.
Got it. And then let's talk about this photo. What can you tell me about this photo?
Well, there's a bunch of things in this one, right? If you look at the young lady's hand, she's like the guy from, what was that? The Princess Bride, who had 6 fingers.
Yep.
That was I can't remember what the guy's name was, but there was a character with the 6 fingers. The phone is the way how she's taking it. It doesn't make sense. That's the part. If you look kind of like at her eyes, right? The way how the light reflects off of the actual eyeballs, the iris doesn't look particularly. You can see the way how her hair has been fixed. I'm a 49-year-old man, right? And I still get blemishes, right? Like I have a little blemish here. right now. The skin is flawless. It's too perfect.
That's fair.
That's part of the
uncanny
telltale
valley.
signs, right? That tells you that something's not probably genuine. I mean, I don't even know if that's really the correct term to use, genuine. My wife and I were walking this morning, and she's like, well, that's not real. I was like, well, it is real. It's just not the truth. And so that's an actual image, but it's not actually that woman. It's a computer generated image.
Right. And so let's talk a little bit about like how these images are being used to perpetuate scams and kind of how you can really kind of be on the lookout for. I mean, we've looked at a couple of examples, and some of these are obvious, but as we show, like some of them are not. And so like what can we generally do to like be on the lookout for like fake images, and like what's the right way to, when you're questioning the veracity of an image, to like go through and figure out like, is this real, is this not?
Are we allowed to cuss on here, Matt?
You do what you want. You may get it cut out.
Well, I've got a 21-year-old daughter and a 25-year-old son. And one of the things that I've talked to them about is that they need to develop their BS detector, and that may be the most important trait that they can develop right now. And so sometimes it's just a sense that you get, as opposed to a particular, always look at the eyes or always do this. There's not necessarily an absolute. The more you start looking at things, you will develop a sense. So I was able to pick up some of the images from the example that you showed, but some of those clearly fooled me as well. And by the photograph from the competition, right? Professionals were fooled as well, who are professional photographers or professional photography critics. There isn't going to be one particular telltale. It's just going to be able to get a sense of like, how we're doing a webinar right now. Like most people can tell when the background is genuine, right? This is the actual
like mine,
background between.
Obviously, mine is very real, very authentic.
Okay. So one of the telltales that I would say, like for that, is it always blue skies? All day long. The clouds don't move.
The clouds do move.
Oh, are the clouds moving in your background? That is awesome.
Just scroll back and forward. The clouds will slowly move, and the shadows behind me will also move. What I did is I did a transparent layer of the same image, and then I just put it on the wall and then had it move at the same speed as the image outside the window.
And that's great, right? Those are the types of things, as the scams continue to get better, or the cons continue to get better, folks will do that. But just think back to a year or two ago when we started, the vast majority of people started with Zoom. You could see somebody's fake background behind them, and then you're like, oh my gosh, his hand would move this way and it would stop like the fake background, and you would see, the kitchen or whatever was there. Is that they're going to continue to constantly evolve and become better and better and better.
I'll tell you, NVIDIA has a new feature for their webcam software where it will keep your eyes looking at the camera as you look away. Because as I'm talking to you, I'm realizing that you do that very well. You look at the camera, whereas I got shifty eyes of looking at your image on the screen. And so this new NVIDIA thing will keep your eyes looking directly at the camera, even though you may be looking somewhere else. And so that's just a very subtle little trick, though, that it's is that helping? Is it hurting? That kind of thing. Let's talk about videos, or we'll finish your thought first.
Well, no, I think it's interesting. Is it helping or is it hurting? I mean, it depends on which side you're on. Are you on the receiving side of that or on the giving side of that? I mean, I could make an argument either way. It's a new technology that can be misused or used for good.
So I have just enabled the NVIDIA eye thing as well. Now I'm looking at your image. I don't think it does anything though. Maybe I got to do more settings.
Well, if I do that, so there's little tricks. Is it right? Like I take a little Post-it note and I put it right where the camera is, so that I make sure to kind of look right down the barrel, because if I look at myself, then I look like that, and I know that I'm not looking at you, right?
No,
And,
I'm telling you, you've got me like super paranoid at how well you're like are centered and looking and all this stuff. So I'm gonna at some point during a break, I'm gonna figure out a way to like strap my camera to the middle, and like just like look right at it.
So if you use like an iPad, which I think's got a better camera than some of my laptop, right? Which is, so I'll use for something like this. It even has something called Center Stage, which I'm assuming is similar to the NVIDIA thing that'll try to keep you centered. Those are the types of things, again, that you're looking for in a photograph or a video to see if it's real or not.
I like it. Well, let's take a look here at the videos. And so this is my wife's favorite movie. This is Pretty Woman with Julia Roberts. And this is the favorite, this is the best scene, right? So, in less than 30 minutes, like I was able to play around with this and put my wife instead of Julia Roberts in here with just like, very easily. And then next thing you know, like I'm in the movie too.
Looking good, man.
I mean, the suits really, really help, I can see. So how are people using AI videos now for either misinformation or, and more importantly, how can we spot the telltale signs of when someone's done something wrong?
Well, with this one, does your wife now have that necklace or not? Because no ruby necklace.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right. So that's how I would change. If your wife's got the next time we get together, I think we'll probably see each other in Miami or maybe Philadelphia. Is she's got the ruby necklace? I know this would really happen. No, I mean, they're doing it in all ways. We had kind of talked a little bit before about some of the courtroom stuff, but is vendor? Oh my gosh, look at him. Did you do that too?
Yes, he is not in the movie. I've swapped out several characters, and so you'll see that some of these people are different as well. And so, like, what you're looking for is like little flashes of not being the right person. You'll see like a little bit of blurs, and this is like a really, really bad fake that was just done, just kind of playing around. But the fact that I'm able to do something like that in 30 minutes while just like sitting on the couch, I mean, to me signals that like real danger abounds. And especially when you consider like watching the fake videos on your TV while you're making fake videos. Like we've now seen people have been like reverse aged, or they've done like face swaps. I mean, like we're heading to where like, this is an old reference where like Face Off is like real.
Sure. Well, even we're both married, but even in the social media or the dating context where things are now really somewhat on the telephone, there's any number of ways that it could be used. I mean, I could even imagine, and maybe that's the, how could this be used? It's as far as somebody's imagination can go, right? Is they could make me as a spokesman for some product or endorsing some product that I really didn't. They could make you Tom Cruise, and I know that's not you, but right there's any number of things that could happen where they could take somebody's likeness and use it in a malicious way.
I could say. And so what are the remedies, if anything, for like when you see this kind of stuff? Like, I mean, is there anything beyond just sending like a takedown notice here? And like, how can we protect ourselves from this kind of misinformation and these kinds of scams? Like, what do we do?
that's a think tank kind of question here that may be somewhat beyond here, but probably the most recent example that I can think of, my roommate when I was in law school, who was not in law school with me, got married, and someone took over his wife's social media account maybe about a week or two ago, and text my friend, hey, I think somebody took over Arena's social media. He said, yes, please text Instagram and let them know that someone has taken over her account. And it really took almost 2 weeks for her to get it back. It's going to be like that. So I don't know, whatever this piece of furniture is behind me. So that someone's going to say, and let's pretend I was somebody famous, Julian C. Gomez is, a big supporter of ABC Furniture Company. And it's going to become incumbent for you to tell them, stop doing that. You're using my likeness. I didn't give you permission to do that.
And I feel like I kind of set you up with that question because, like, the real answer is nobody knows. Like, this is such a wild frontier where if in 15 minutes I can make a fake image of you endorsing a product, or in 10 seconds change your tarpon to a goldfish, like, we're dealing with, I think, just a very scary new world. And what I think the real truth is that not only are we going to be in a situation where no one really knows what to do and the existing rules are going to be harder to enforce, but we're also going to be in a situation where they're going to use these tools to do it at scales that we can't even begin to imagine. Where, like, every email that you get now, instead of it being like, there's some arguments out there that, like, when you get like the Nigerian Prince scam email or the Romeo scam email, which is where they like say that they're, it's like a romance scam, that like they intentionally use like bad grammar and things like that just so they're able to catch like the bottom tier people who are susceptible to that. But what are we going to do when that switches to where, like, they're targeting very smart people and they're doing it by trolling your social media and your website at scale and then sending you a very personalized email? Like, imagine that I were using AI and it would just go through what your likes and interests are and send you an email like, Mr. Gomez, I am an avid tarpon fisherman and I have just been, trying to get out in Apalachicola so many years. Can you tell me your best tips for doing that? You're going to respond to that email more likely than not, until eventually it shifts into, hey, my fishing boat is broken. Would you possibly give me $500 after our long, pen pal relationship here?
Or I can even think, and again, imagination maybe is the limit. I can make that one worse. They send me a photograph in that email. I click on the photograph to make it larger on my computer. I have just downloaded something into my computer. I send an email that says, send X amount of money in this settlement to Y location. I two-factor authenticate with the bank and say, do this. And then they now have my voice. They have my access to the computer, and they call the bank and say, don't send it to location Y, send it to location Z. That doesn't even have to prey upon my my good nature, right? Like that's just a scam that gets you completely into wherever you're at. I think. Go ahead.
I think what I'm also hearing you say, though, is that, like, we really aren't able to fully defend against all of this stuff.
You are correct.
And so I think the best thing that we can really talk about is like being vigilant. Like I don't necessarily think that we're dealing with, like, what you just said, like, has existed for years. Like, it seems like these are just using technology to make existing scams and problems much, much worse. And then using AI to scale them to levels that, like, we've not really heard of. But we're still going to.
But I think the scam has been there. The scam has just gotten better. It's the same tactics. They've just been improved. So to use your email example, with the grammatical errors, it's not going to have it. And if you have somebody with attention to detail, they take the image and they say, give me an image of blah, blah, blah. And then they see that it's got the bad background. Well, then they just say, fix the background so that it looks more lifelike. And then the image comes back. The imperfection has been perfected. And then that's what you get. And you're looking through it. And how do you tell the difference? You can't.
Good Lord. All right. So let's talk about two things now. Let's talk about one, how we can help protect our offices from these kinds of scams. Number two is what advice we can give to our clients to avoid this. So like the common scam that you see a good bit is like, hey, it's a spoofing email that says like, hey, I'm in a deposition, go buy a gift card and do that. Like, are there any AI pieces of this that are going to make those things worse?
Sure. The fact that voice can now be mimicked. There was on social media when AI was kind of first getting some traction nationally, maybe back in like February or March kind of time frame. Morgan Freeman was rolling around through Instagram, TikTok, and some of the other places, and somebody was deep faking Morgan Freeman and making him say things that was not accurate. They'll take my voice from this seminar and then be able to do that. And then somebody will call my office, like you said, and use my voice, not from my phone number, but they can probably mask that as well, and say, hey, I'm in a deposition. I just stepped out. Go out and do this. And I think you're just like, you're going to have two or double or triple or quadruple factor authentication now for the spending of money. And the clicking of links on emails, you've got to become now triple, diligent. So for example, we both do auto products. The way how evidence is produced to us is we'll get an email from the defendant that says, click on this link and you can get all of the documents. This link expires in 14 days. Well, if they've been compromised and somebody sends out something that would seem very innocent to us, this is a supplemental production to defendants or defendant's response to plaintiff's first set of request for production. Okay, that seems normal. You click on the link and you just let them into your system. Now we're going to have to call and make sure.
So one of the things that you and I have talked a good bit about is two-factor authentication and like finding ways to, and that's like where you log into a system and then you get a text message and you have to enter a code. How can we use what I'm going to call like low-tech two-factor authentication for those kinds of scams? And is it just as simple as saying like before you spend over a certain amount of money, you need to call my cell phone and confirm that I gave you that instruction? Or if I called you, email me to confirm. Like, what's the best practice here?
Well, that same BS detector that we just talked about, if something seems out of the ordinary, so I have never personally asked my staff to go get a Starbucks gift card, right? That's out of kind of my algorithm, or that's not the correct term to use. That's out of my normal use. And so if something appears out of normal use, then it should create heightened skepticism, especially if money's involved.
I like that.
And what my dad's a surgeon, and he says a lot of times that people are just going through the motions. This is going to have to cause people to really think about what they're doing at all levels. Because if people are just going through the motions, it's going to be very easy to be deceived.
All right. So let's shift gears here and let's talk a little bit about like scrutinizing now vendors. And specifically what I want to talk about is like AI vendors. Because here's what's happening. Like every single person watching this has probably got an inbox filled with vendors who are claiming that service that we offered is now AI powered, or it's a company you've never heard of that says, hey, we're going to help you review documents, write letters, do this or do that using the power of AI and transform your law firm. Like, let's talk a little bit about how to like dig deeper into that and kind of best practices for like not just either A, wasting money, or B, just completely getting scammed.
Well, let's take case management, and I'm not picking on anybody in particular, but let's take case management apps or software. If you go back to the Wayback Machine and you look at their websites in December 2022, I venture a guess that very, very few would have the word AI in them. If you look at those same people's websites today, I would venture a guess that most of them would have the word AI in them. And so people are using AI as a buzzword. Just because you type in best X doesn't mean that's what you get in the search. What you get is the person who did the best job at doing search engine optimization for the word best X. You don't necessarily get the best X. And so people are using AI in the same way. They're like, I want AI to run my law firm. Not really possible. But then that's what you get connected with, and that's what you find. But so those folks, again, if it's too good, maybe not again, I don't think I've said this. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. That would be probably the number one thing is. So yeah, exactly. Look for exaggerations. If it's too good to be true, it's probably not true.
Oh, I think I have a graphic for this too. There you go. Is this
Yeah.
from one of your fishing trips?
Yeah, that's my Uncle Bob. And, I think
What
that's
kind
a
of fish is
walleye.
that he's got on that lure?
The truth is, I don't know. I think that's a freshwater fish. It's a perch.
I think it's a lure.
Well, I don't think it's a lure, and I'll tell you why. I don't see a hook that's exposed on the body of the thing, right? These are the kind of things that you would look at, and then like in the mouth of the actual fish, there's like a little. I think that's a spinnerbait, a little tiny spinnerbait or something.
I never expected that this AI talk would be so focused on fish and deciphering real fish versus fake fish, but it's very true. I mean, like, you get your fish here versus here, it's just going to dramatically change your perception of what you're getting. And this is what these vendors will do, is they'll come in and they'll say, like, we're going to transform everything, but like none of these tools are able to do that. Like, it's just not true. And even if it can, it's going to take a level of care and work that may dwarf the problem that you're trying to solve.
And there's two things that I'd like to kind of say about it, is that one, humans are inherently lazy, or like just animals are inherently lazy, and we are animals, and so we're always looking for something that's going to make it easier. Artificial intelligence may make some things easier, but it's going to make other things more difficult. And you're still going to need a human. You're still going to need a human to actually execute on things. It's not. We are still necessary. There's no two ways around it. And the more complex something is, the better humans are at it versus computers. For example, driving, right? We're better at it. But the other thing that I was going to say to maybe thwart this is, I don't think, and maybe because I'm old-fashioned and I'm from Texas and it seems okay, is I like to use kind of dating or relationship type of analogies. I think very few people would get married without some period of dating, right? And so, exactly. Try before you buy is that you date for a little bit, you try it out, see if you got along before you locked yourself into some type of long-term contract. And that is with a lot of vendors that I have met, and I'm not picking on them, and they've got all kinds of good excuses as to why they say they need to have a long-term initial type of relationship. I'm not willing to get into those. I want to. You wouldn't buy a car without taking a test drive. It's the same thing.
So most sites should have, like, you can either pay, you get a free trial, then you can pay monthly, and then you can pay yearly. And if you pay for more years, you're going to get a discount. Like, anyone on here who has a plan for legal research, they're locked into a multi-year plan in exchange for discounts. But they did that after years of trying it and working with those products. And for these AI vendors, what they're going to do is they're going to try and lock you into a long-term pricing plan immediately, because here's the reality, whether they're willing to admit it or not. Next month, everything that we're saying on this seminar will probably be outdated, and so will their product. And there will be something out that is more up to date, bigger and better, because the scale and speed at which these products are developing, I mean, it's exponential. And so I'm a big fan of the monthly pricing, even if there's a pretty big discount for the yearly stuff on all of these AI services.
Well, and as new things come out, like software A may not be able to talk with software B in the way that you would like, so you want to use software C. And the amount of time that being able to use software C instead of B could actually justify the stuff. And I've got a very, very good friend who texted me this morning out in Colorado that's locked in with a case management company or one of these softwares, and it signed a year-long deal without even getting to try it out. And he's just like, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Exactly. Again, the scams are the same, or the cons are the same. AI is just another vehicle to use to try and take advantage of people. And it's the same psychological tactics, fear of missing out. Right? If you don't get in this right now, we're only taking 10 people.
Yep.
Okay, go
Prices
ahead.
go up next month.
Yeah, prices. It's the same sales tactics. Again, and they've been used since the beginning of time. This is not something that happened in my lifetime. It's not something that happened in my great grandfather's lifetime.
Yep.
These are the same tactics that have been around for eternity. As long as humans have had human-to-human interaction, it's just they're being used now in the artificial intelligence space.
And even artificial intelligence itself. Like, the reason that I'm even putting on this seminar at all, number one is because, like, I'm tired of getting shoot off of stages because, like, I want to talk about it for hours and hours and hours, and you guys don't give me that. But number two is that I'm starting to see, seminars that are being pitched to lawyers that, hey, pay X $1,000 and we're going to teach you how to revolutionize your law firm with AI. And it's scary to feel like you're getting left behind. But the reality is that no one knows this stuff. There are the number of actual real experts in AI is minuscule. Like, there are a mountain of people who are deeply involved in machine learning and AI, but none of them have that kind of comprehensive knowledge to be able to be like, I'm going to go and revolutionize law firms. Like, it just doesn't exist yet.
And not so. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that we put on the first national machine learning or AI seminar for plaintiffs lawyers with another organization. Certainly in March. If we weren't the first, we were one of the first. Right. Since then, I have seen the same kind of direct marketing tactics and gurus that have come out and that are charging thousands of dollars to do the things that probably you could do yourself, or maybe it's not worth your time, right? Do you want to be the cowboy, or do you want to hire cowboys? My grandfather would tell me when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cowboy. And I was like, we're ranchers. I'm looking at my grandfather actually right over there on the wall. And he's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I was like, I want to be a cowboy. He says, you want to be a cowboy? You don't want to be a cowboy? You want to be a cattleman. You want to hire cowboys. And so we're attorneys. Do you need to be an expert at prompts? Maybe, maybe not. Does it help in spotting the BS? Absolutely. but you can arguably hire a $10 or $15 an hour college intern to do some of these things that you would be paying thousands of dollars for at these type of seminars.
So I'm looking at a page here. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's just not tailored to you, right? Your workflow is different than my workflow. My workflow is different to the person, on the floor beneath me, right? Is that everybody's workflow is a little bit different, and you could use have someone customize and build something that's very unique to the way how you do things. I know, for example, the way how you've used some of the software applications that are out there is just mind-boggling, right? You've done an incredible job with what you've done internally, but that's different than how other law firms do it.
Yeah. Well, I guess my question then to you is like, do I need to pay $20 here for a keyword research plan, a prompt in GPT that will give me something back? Or am I better off just going to GPT and asking it to make an editorial SEO plan? Like, am I wasting $20 if I go and buy a prompt?
Yes, you're wasting $20. And part of the other thing to recognize is it's not only Chat-GPT, right? There's other artificial intelligence platforms that are out there. How would you say this? You do need to have a basic level of understanding. There's no way to escape that. But paying $20 is not worth the same as spending the time playing around yourself on, and we'll use Chat-GPT because that's the one that everybody kind of knows, on Chat-GPT, or watching a YouTube video on how to generate that prompt yourself. Is that just like now, I think just about every major attorney in the United States has a personal computer and knows how to use a word processing program. You're going to have to be able to do that yourself. Does that mean that you have to become a marketing expert? No, but you're going to have to gain a basic knowledge of how to send prompts yourself to these type of engines that'll generate artificial intelligence responses for you. So no, don't spend the money on that.
So let's now shift gears again and talk about like say you find a vendor that is offering a service that you actually like, you've tried it out, you want to use it. What are you then looking for to make sure that like you're not getting yourself in either ethical trouble or potentially, running afoul of your, attorney-client privilege? Let's talk about those issues.
Okay. Well, let's maybe break those down into two, right? So the duty that we owe our clients is Maximus, right? And so I think that's separate than maybe some of the other things that are out there. So the attorney-client privilege, and I've had this debate. I've got another very good friend, Brian Beckham in Houston. He does he's technologically very savvy as well. And Brian and I maybe see things a little bit different. I'm very conservative in what I think you can put out there. If you read the rules of ethics, basically anything and everything that deals with your client and your client's case is confidential unless your client gives you permission to disclose that information. Even things that are in public records. So you can handle it one way. So for example, with medical records, right? We have a client execute a document when they sign and become a client with us that allows us to disclose their medical records, because I don't want to run afoul of that. Is that if you're going to use some of these public, non-private artificial intelligence engines to help you work on your client's case, we probably need to get their permission to do that. And I will freely say, I have not done that. I didn't really think about that until you asked that question, but I'm probably going to need to edit the way that this disclosure,
Like maybe make it part of an engagement letter of some sort to put them.
Exactly. We're going to have to do that because in real basic terms, the way how it works is you type it into your computer, it goes out into the world, it does some stuff, and then it comes back to you. And the part that goes out into the world, if you have not made sure that it's sandboxed, you could potentially run into some problems. So that's probably something that you need to do to make sure that you're not violating that attorney-client kind of relationship. Ethically, I mean, we've got all kinds of duties, right? So we both deal in privileged documents from defendants that are trade secret or allegedly trade secret. You got to make sure you don't put that type of information out there. But things as simple maybe as, and this isn't necessarily new, but like a social security number, right? A driver's license number. There's some television show, or not television show, it's a movie that's on Netflix that they show this young lady, the mom gets kidnapped. I haven't finished it. I just see it like on the advert, but she like takes the last 4 digits and is able to do all kinds of stuff with that. In Texas, you actually are supposed to put that into the petition, which is what a complaint is in Texas. You're supposed to put that very private information publicly out there. Those are things that we're going to have to now be extra diligent because they'll use that information in the scam to get you about the stuff we were talking about earlier, right? How do you confirm it's you with your credit card company, right? Oh, please give me the last 4 digits of your social security number.
Yeah.
Right.
I got you. I have made you a clause for your.
There you go. But that's something that we're going to need to kind of do. And then you're just going to have to recognize that if you're using technology like that you better make darn sure if you're dealing with protected documents that it's not going out into the big world and that you're keeping it within your own system, because that's going to be huge for somebody.
So one of the ways that we can do this as well is just by doing good due diligence on reading the terms and conditions that you're agreeing to when you sign these things. So I'll show you an example here. This is from a popular company that has popped up that is advertising that it is able to give you, the level of, where you can search a lot of your documents. Like they're calling themselves like a document review center. And I blanked out their name just because there are a lot of companies that are doing this, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody. But there's 2 things that I want to point out here. So the first one is that this is a service that is hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. And what they're telling you from looking at this is that they're using OpenAI, which is Chat-GPT, and Pinecone, which is a vector database tool. And they're just basically repackaging those 2 tools in a fancy way and upcharging you more than double than it would cost you to just either do it yourself. But number 2 is that they're also then putting you under the terms and conditions of both OpenAI and Pinecone, so that whatever privacy or non-privacy issues that those companies have it with them, even though they're advertising on their front page that this is a confidential, secure way for you to upload documents. So,
well, let's back up ever so slightly,
yep.
Matt. And I know there's a bunch of folks watching, and when I moderate some of these things, I'm always thinking, what's a vector database?
So vector database is just basically a repository of your documents, and that's it. Like it's just a little blob of documents that you own.
Right. And I was trying to do that, but it's also saved within Amazon Web Services, and I was skimming this as we were kind of going through it, is that means that we are going to have our information that, like if you use a cloud server, it's probably on Amazon Web Services or something very similar to that, is that it's out there. And we've got to be very, very, very careful about what we disclose and what we put out there. And then this is a different, even when they say it's yours, right? It's only supposed to be for you. It's still out there. and then what these folks have done is it's like taking buying a ham and cheese sandwich, right? Is you could buy the ham at the grocery store and you can buy the cheese at the grocery store, and it's 99 cents for each package, and so you got $2 and $1 worth of putting it together for yourself. But these folks, instead of selling it for maybe $3 to $6, are selling it for like 20. And there really isn't a whole bunch of stuff that they've done that's special. They just put a website together that said, revolutionize your law practice with artificial intelligence. And it was already all out there. You could have already put that information yourself into that database. And
nobody knows anything.
Right. And saving yourself a lot of money. And
I want to end here with kind of 3 tips. And the first one is kind of reiterating what you said earlier about like the proper disclosure, but also about like not misleading the public. And that is like, if you're using these chatbots, or you're using, a phone system, or making statements and producing documents and giving it to people, like, I think it would be very inappropriate and would violate a lot of trust issues, if not ethical rules, to represent that is something that is authentic and that you created. Like, if you tell someone that and it's not even about you representing to the court. Like, if you go to a website and you think you're talking to a human, but it's really a robot, I think that that's a problem. Like, I think that proper disclosure is going to be important here across the board.
Well, integrity is something within our space. It's actually, I think, important in any human-to-human kind of relationship. And if you misrepresent, people can smell people that don't have integrity or that aren't genuine. And it's going to wind up blowing up in your face eventually.
No, I agree with that. And the second thing is the question of like, are you solving a problem? Like, we're talking about a ton of really cool, really exciting stuff today, but that doesn't mean that we need all the bells and whistles to run a good law firm. I mean, some of the very, very best lawyers that I know don't have a website, don't have case management, and their version of like a case management software is a Word document where you just store the name of the defense counsel and how much money you want. Like, you don't need these tools to be successful.
I'm close to being in that department.
I believe it. Like, I feel like you were in I feel like getting you into a Word document and out from a piece of paper has been a big deal in the last couple of years.
Well, I definitely like paper. It's funny. I just taught at a trial college in Denver, and I was like, look, guys, low tech is the way to go. And I run technology for different organizations. I love tech, but don't create a problem that doesn't exist.
Yep.
Right. That's exactly what we're doing.
Find your bottleneck and solve it.
Right. If you're carrying 100 pounds on this shoulder, are you better off carrying 100 pounds on this shoulder? It's still 100 pounds that you got to carry. Is that you're just trading one set of problems for another set of problems. And it could be a set of problems that you already know really how to solve, whereas some of the AI stuff, we're all just kind of learning this now, except for you.
I mean, like, I'm learning it as we go as well. I mean, like that, there are no experts here. Like that's, and the experts that do exist are telling us that like these things are dangerous and to be careful and do not put too much reliance on them. And the same thing as you're saying about like, don't just shift your load, actually solve the problem, but also don't think that you can just put this off on an AI once you get it running. Like, these things break constantly. Like, just because you think you've got the bottleneck solved today doesn't mean tomorrow that thing is going to work.
So it really is somewhat like self-driving cars in a way. Is that they really don't drive themselves. They still require a human being to oversee them and make sure that they don't mess up. Right? Artificial intelligence is very similar to going like from the typewriter to a word processor. It's just another leap in the technological advance of what is out there, but it still requires a human being to oversee and make sure that what goes in is good, and more importantly, what comes out is good. But you cannot set this up just on cruise control and forget about it. It is going to take human diligence to make sure that what is coming out is correct. And that's not going to change for a while, right? And even if it works, let's say for 100 days, right? And you're doing it 10 times a day for 100 days, you're still going to need to check it just about every single time. I'm not going to say just about every single time.
Excellent. Well, Julian, thank you so much for helping me. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, go through some of these questions, get ready for the next session, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much.
More than happy. Thank you very much for including me, Matt. Good luck. And thank you very much for doing this for all the folks out there. You're really wonderful. Thank you, sir.
We are back and talking about now professionalism, ethics, and kind of the future of law and the future of humanity as a whole. And I've assembled a group now that I think is particularly competent and has unique insights to talk about that. I have Georgia Supreme Court Justice Andrew Pinson with us. We have Georgia State Senator Josh McLaurin and Mercer University Professor David Rissick, who's a professor on ethics and professionalism and a variety of other topics. I think we talked about this a little bit earlier in the day, but if you'll remember, we talked about doing like data and sentiment analysis with Supreme Court opinions, and Justice Pinson was the guy that popped up as the most respected by the Supreme Court prior to ascending to the Supreme Court, based on the number of times that justices unprompted asked him to weigh in on a legal issue. When we were doing our Supreme Court kind of sentiment analysis for cases that we had before them. And so I just find it endlessly amusing that he ended up on the Supreme Court, because they just so obviously respected his work. And also clerk for the U.S. Supreme Court as well. So extremely bright, talented justice. And then Senator McLaurin is probably one of the most recognized senators in Georgia on a wide variety of issues, including technology and emerging issues. And he's also a practicing attorney here in Georgia. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to run through some questions that we've got either through the seminar registrations or that I've kind of picked up from the chat during the day. And so we'll kind of start like big picture of just like from you guys' perspective, kind of how can we mitigate the risks of AI while getting those benefits? And I'd like to start with you, Senator.
Well, thanks, Matt, and for your comments. Too kind. I am right now engaged in an isometric forearm exercise at a conference in Denver, sitting on the floor to make sure my iPhone stays still. So I apologize if the camera moves a little bit. But yeah, no, I appreciate you inviting me to participate in this with the esteemed fellow panelists. I think that one of the things about this issue that's so hard is, what's that Rumsfeld quote about unknown unknowns? We can talk all day about what our values are. And I think that's going to be maybe the most important focus, at least from my perspective of our discussion today, is what are our values in trying to approach this technology? What policy framework do we want to prioritize with those values? But in terms of specifics, I feel like one thing I'm a little afraid of with AI is that we're going to have to wait and see how the technology can be applied before we know what we're even trying to regulate. And so, one theme that I might bring up today, at least with respect to the practice of law, is human judgment and reasonableness. You go to law school, and when you drill down on an issue, the last thing that anybody has as far as an answer is concerned is, well, whatever's reasonable, right? And what that basically is kicking the question, open questions, uncertainty we don't know how to deal with, to the concept of human judgment. We trust that human judgment will eventually take care of a problem at the margins. And so I think for me, the value that we want to protect in our legal system and policymaking going forward is this idea of human judgment being having primacy, right? Sorry, there's a forklift moving by. But yeah, so as long as we can prioritize that value in any framework that we choose, I have a higher degree of trust that our policymaking tools will respond appropriately to the problems that we face.
Well, I can tell you, as for me, I completely disagree with everything you said. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Justice Pinson, can you weigh in on this at all?
Yeah, and first of all, again, thanks, Matt, for having us. Thanks for putting together this panel and this sort of broader seminar on this topic. I think it's certainly the right thing to do at the outset to start talking about these issues and have these frank discussions, because I think I think one thing that most everybody agrees on when you talk about AI and machine learning and these different models that are coming out is that they are going to be transformational. The question is sort of, can we do it in the right way? Which gets to your question, how do we mitigate the risks while getting the benefits? I mean, I think another thing that's going to come out through this talk is just how early on in this technology we are. It's hard to answer this question. On one hand, it seems like when people talk about the risks and benefits of this technology today, the risks sound sort of existential, and the benefits sound sort of transformation, like it's sort of extremes on both sides. And we haven't even dug into, what are the limitations of this technology? What are sort of the uses that we can bring to the table in the legal field and beyond? The only thing that I can think of at this early point is, particularly in the legal field, I think where, as Senator McLaurin said, so much relies on sort of human judgment and decision making. I think we have to tread carefully at the start. I think we've already seen things in the news about sort of people getting out over their skis using AI without understanding it. I think the way that you sort of hit on those risks, when those risks come to fruition, it's when you don't think carefully about how you're using it before you put it into play. So I think some forethought and consideration and sort of treading carefully before you get to sort of fully implement these things in your day-to-day practice is probably the best way to sort of mitigate those risks.
Gotcha. And Professor Rissick.
It's interesting. When the senator made the comment about, everything's changing fast, there was a graph in a book I read somewhere, and it showed a line of the Moore's law and the acceleration of technology and all that. And it showed the curve, going like this, and it had "you are here" way under the line. So, it's progressing, and it reminded me of both of your comments, because yes, it is early in one sense, but we're going upward so quickly in terms of exponential change that early is going to become late real quick. I guess is a good way of putting it. So I agree with everything you say. I worry that we have a very short amount of time to use our judgment to make some what may be very important decisions about the future of the profession and other businesses too. But obviously that's what we're here about, is lawyering.
I mean, when you see let's see if I can find it here. Like when you see statements from the Center for AI Safety that's from Geoffrey Hinton and Sam Altman, who's the founder of AI, and Bill Gates, saying that this is a problem that's on the scale of a nuclear war. It can just feel really hard to conceptualize that we're dealing with something that is of this magnitude when we legitimately have no idea what it's truly capable of and like what its threats are, and then also what its opportunities. And it's kind of like a cat's out of the bag kind of thing. And I guess the question then kind of turns into like, where can we go? Like, what do the frameworks even look like, without even talking about like the specifics? Like, do we even know what tools are available to us? Now, this is for anyone to answer, to like even get the answers to the unknowns.
I can jump in briefly, and using my totalizing theory of human judgment and sort of working backwards, the question that I would ask, starting with that as my primary value, is how do you protect human judgment? How can you verify that human judgment is what's working as opposed to AI judgment, right? And this, I'm sure we were going to talk about the sanctions order that just came out in the one court where the lawyer got furthest out over his skis. Doing things like using AI for cases, but then in response to a request, order to show cause, using AI again to try to respond to the court's searching inquiries as to use of AI. So obviously a bad example of, or a good example of bad conduct. But if we're really worried about a nightmare scenario, which I think is reasonable to be, about AI so completely replacing human judgment in electronic communications and our written communications that we're not even sure if we're talking to a human, I think that basic concepts of human trust are going to come into play. I mean, I can imagine a scenario where in the future, human beings have to show up in person. You have to go to the judge's chambers and certify on the record, face to face with the judge, that a filing was either written by you or that certain technologies were not used. Because if we really are concerned about machine takeover, for example, what's to say that an email or a phone call or all the above are not fabricated, right? And if we're operating at that level of distrust, and we really are on that part of the curve that the professor mentioned, then I think we're going to start to have to ask ourselves basic questions. Why do we trust other people? What are the elemental roots of trust in sharing information? And what media, what modes of communication are more trustworthy than others, and how is that going to affect certification and validation processes for information? So, as much as lawyers like going to the courthouse to bill extra time, maybe that will be the future of this type of thing, is that you can't just click a button to certify a filing anymore. I mean, again, there's a quote from V for Vendetta. I didn't say I know it was going to happen, but I can guess, right? And I kind of think that it is productive, without doing too much doom thinking, to look forward and think, well, what kinds of things do we think we might need to be concerned about, even if we're not 100% sure yet?
Okay, Justice Pinson, hang on. Can talk to me about that quickly?
Yeah, so I think I've seen in kind of the early going, and I'm thinking more about at this point how courts are dealing with these things. I've seen kind of two different approaches or thoughts about how you would approach these. One is that this stuff is already here. We need to be thinking exactly in sort of the realm that the senator was talking about. Like, we need to hit this head on. We need to address AI. We need to make sure that humans are involved. You need to disclose and tell us if AI was used and all these things, right? So sort of deal with it expressly and head on. I've the counter to that, and maybe not so much a counter, but sort of another piece of this, even aside from sort of thinking about it expressly, we have court rules and rules of professional conduct and things that already require things of lawyers, right? That require us to certify that the things that we put in our filings are sort of true and correct and reflect sort of the record to the best of our ability, candor with the court. Lawyers are bound by rules of professional conduct, regardless of the tools that you use to get your sort of filings filed and to write your briefs and those sorts of things. And so one way of thinking about it is that, this is just another tool. And if you let your tool do something that violates those rules of professional conduct, ultimately the human is on the hook for it. And so, I've seen both of those things sort of already play out. I've seen some judges and some courts across the country say sort of, for now, we're sticking with kind of the existing rules, which put the onus on the human to make sure that the things that they put in front of the court are sort of true and factual. But then you've already seen some judges have standing orders that are sort of taking the more aggressive approach. If you're using AI, you need to tell me. You need to tell me that you've sort of gone back and checked that it's not hallucinating cases and those various things. I'm not sure which approach will win out. I suspect that as things go forward and the technology matures a little bit, as the professor said, it's going really fast. It's already here, so we need to make these decisions at some point. We may see sort of some of both. But I think it'll be a very interesting thing to see sort of how people deal with that going forward and which approach they think is the better one.
So, Professor Rissick, I want to put a finer point on this for you to comment, and that is that, you know, most states have their model rules, have adopted the model rules of professional conduct 1.1 that says that a lawyer shall keep abreast of changes in the law, including the benefits and risk associated with relevant technology. Georgia is one of the states that has not adopted that, and I know we have, I presume most of our viewers are from Georgia, although not all. And can you talk a little bit about how just the general duty of competency plays into this and understanding like what you're using? And for those of you looking at the map, the blue states have already enacted the model rule 1.1 on staying abreast of technology, and the gray states have not, at least as of like late 2022. Some things may have happened since this graphic, but can you comment a little bit on that duty specifically?
Yeah, on it's interesting. So first of all, let me be real clear that the absence of a specific rule saying you need to be familiar and competent with the technology you're using doesn't mean that that duty doesn't exist. You have a duty to be competent, whether you're using technology or paper airplanes. I mean, or paper airplanes, but paper to set stuff. Either way, the duty is there. The issue to me is it's one of reasonable care, right? And so obviously those lawyers who did the Chat-GPT thing and found used it and it made up cases, and then I think they certified that the cases were real by using Chat-GPT to check that, which is just hysterical. Obviously they failed to use technology competently. Maybe not in the first time having it write the brief, but when they were called on it by opposing counsel, I think if I recall right, and then by the court in a show cause order, and then using that technology, they obviously did not understand the limits of Chat-GPT. So, to come back and to the broader question we're talking about, part of the framework for regulating its use is in the ethics rules. And I want to turn it around though. So yes, you need to know what it can't do. It can't, double check cases for you. You need to go and, make sure they are correct. But you also have a duty as a lawyer to competently represent your client and do so with diligence and efficiently. It's not in the rules, but obviously reasonable fee is part of it, which means if these tools are better at what lawyers do and quicker and more efficient, you need to be using them, subject to their limitations. So it's kind of a dual-edged sword. Yes, you shouldn't use Chat-GPT to do this, that, or the other thing because it can't do those things yet. But you should be using it where it is more efficient or more competent, for lack of a better word, than you personally are. So cuts both ways, the competency framework on lawyers.
Okay.
Matt, could I jump in one last comment
Please.
on that?
Yeah.
So I think the professor makes a really great point. It kind of brings to mind to me that there's a need here. Let me make a distinction, and we'll see if it has a difference between the harm that's caused when an individual lawyer exercises bad judgment in how they use AI, and as a result needs to be culled from the herd in the sense of, hey, let's make an example. This person is outside the boundary of acceptable conduct and practice, and that's important for the values of protecting client service and the professionalism in the practice of law. That's, I think, one distinct category of concern. I think another distinct category of concern, more towards the sort of sky is falling motif here, Matt, is how could this technology fundamentally change the practice of law in bad ways? Or, not just individual lawyers who are getting disciplined and are doing things they shouldn't do, but is this, fundamentally changing the way that we practice? Is there some sort of je ne sais quoi element of a human being, a second-year associate drafting a brief to start with, as opposed to a machine? And are we concerned about that, right? Because I think that, it seems like we're already in the threshold of courts having rules, professional conduct that is catching up with, hey, don't be an idiot. Don't respond to an order to show cause by saying, hey, I checked with Chat-GPT and it's all gravy, right? But I think that the harder question, and maybe even the bigger question, is how is this technology reshaping practice? And that category of concern is on my mind as well.
So, yes, please, yes.
Can I just to add to that, because I thought of sort of an example of somewhere technology has already done that, and how there might be a parallel. I mean, think about search engines, and I'll use Google, not because it's only Google, but it used to be a relatively useful tool, right? And now search engine optimization and all of these things that are sort of largely technological advances, because of the way Google's search engine works, Google has become
the phone
very much less useful, right? Very much less useful, right? The analog, I think, with Chat-GPT and things like this is, I mean, I'm thinking about things like vexatious litigation, and if it becomes far easier to draft complaints and patent troll, like there's all sorts of issues where I think that you could, even purely in terms of volume, right, which is ultimately a big part of the problem with Google, like those are the things that I think sort of big picture that Senator McLaurin is thinking about, and that I think we all need to be worried about.
Well, so we're talking about like lawyers basically like not getting because the natural evolution, what you're talking about, Senator, and also you, Justice, is that you have lawyers who are not getting the skills and experience doing lower level work. And as a result, they're not getting the fundamental building blocks that they need to be able to do the more important work. So how do we balance that problem with the thousands of people who are sitting in jail without counsel, or have one public defender that's responsible for thousands of cases, and one phone call with a GPT bot or a law bot or whatever could help them draft that motion that would get them their case moving forward, or to understand that how bail or bond or whatever works, to take pressure off of those public defenders, or even for prosecutors then on the flip side, who are being given just constant cases that they're unable to prosecute because they're overwhelmed with other stuff, and allow them to deploy these tools to, for example, prosecute those crimes that are kind of quality of life, or that are not on the agenda. Like in some of the larger cities, they're saying, we can only prosecute serious violent crimes, and so you have lesser crimes that are involving physical injury that don't get prosecuted. How do we feel about an AI both helping to prosecute those claims that need to be prosecuted, and also providing access and information to individuals who are being prosecuted and don't have access to it?
I mean, I tend to think those are, I mean, you mentioned balance. I mean, I think those are independent issues, right? I think there's obviously going to be some thinking that needs to be done about, to the extent that AI is able to replace lower level initial drafting sort of work, how do you find ways to train younger lawyers? Sure, that's a concern. All the things that you just discussed, I think, are some of the reasons why people are so optimistic about AI, to the extent that it can mature into a technology that can do a lot of those things and create efficiencies, particularly in these areas where, frankly, we don't have the number of lawyers that we need, whether it's in rural parts of states, whether it's sort of access to landlord-tenant lawyers. There are all kinds of areas where I think you're exactly right. Those are the kinds of things that if you can augment the sort of shortage of lawyers that we do have with these technologies, I think that's one of the great potential benefits of this technology. Again, assuming it matures, assuming that you can find ways to put the guardrails on it and work out these problems with sort of hallucination and things, to where you're not sort of creating new work at the same time that you're trying to save work.
Can you just imagine pro se litigation where they all have fake cases?
So that's a really good point, though, Matt. And to the justice's point, I think as we get further along and seeing what each granular issue is, what are our distinct concerns and what are the values behind those concerns, we can craft procedural solutions in response to those individually. Like think about the way when you file in a federal district court, you have to check a bunch of boxes, right? To talk about what type of litigation it is, what kind of discovery track does it need. I could easily foresee AI issues being treated in that kind of manner. Like what are the types of filings where we're particularly concerned about vexatious litigation or overfiling or frivolous suits, right? And maybe we require certifications that you didn't use AI for certain types of filings to start with individually. I'm just spitballing here, but I mean, you could maybe think about almost like the order to show cause. How ridiculous that you used AI on the front end, but really ridiculous that you used it in response to the order to show cause, right? And so, as courts are escalating scrutiny on the authenticity of a document or on the judgment behind it, let's say that you get a complaint dismissed for some sort of defect, but it's without prejudice, and you get the opportunity to refile. Maybe a court says on refile, you can't use AI as part of your process, right? Or there might be some sort of way of doing tiers of not necessarily sanctions, but procedural rules that are designed to maximize confidence in each individual filing and that it's not frivolous. But again, I'm just spitballing here, but I think what you have to do to get to that point though is understand the specific concerns with respect to specific types of litigation and filings. And then once you understand the values you want to protect, I mean, maybe you have a state where the Supreme Court does want to make the judgment that if you're below third year of practice, no AI for you, right? Because you need to learn how to become a better lawyer. But that's a policy decision that I think each responsible jurisdiction makes based on its own value judgments.
Can I share an anecdote? And I mentioned it before you started recording. I was at a conference and I spoke to this fellow, and he was explaining to me how he uses Chat-GPT in ways that I was like, I didn't know you could do. My daughter uses Chat-GPT. I'm one of these old guys. When my computer stops working, I'd get my daughter to fix it. But what he told me, he said, he uses verbal commands and he does a lot of contract drafting. And he said, well, I'll say insert a Massachusetts choice of law clause into the contract and then renumber all the paragraphs and all the cross sites. And it automatically does that. That's how he uses Chat-GPT. And I said to him, I go, well, that's amazing. That's wonderful. But how are you going to have, so then you get that done for quote unquote free by a computer. And then you, with your experience that you gained from years of doing the drudgery of work of reviewing contracts, make sure it's right, because he didn't, he's not going to just send it out when it's drafted by a computer. So I said, you're not going to use a baby lawyer for the drafting. You're going to use AI for that. And you're not going to use a baby lawyer to review it because they don't have the knowledge you have. And so where are they going to get the skill set that you have? And he said, I think his response was that he's glad that he's not a young lawyer. And that to me, because I when you put up the goal, access to justice, great, let's go for that. Let's provide legal services at cheaper cost to everybody we can, and same on the prosecution side. But if you do that, those are things that young lawyers cut their teeth on or used to cut their teeth on. And so you're exacerbating, I think, that gap in mentoring or maturing as lawyers. But like you said, I'm spitballing too. I don't, for all I know, this will all fail, and 2 years from now, everything will be written with a quill because we won't trust, even Microsoft Word. I mean, who knows where we're going to be.
Well, what about the flip side of all of this, though? What about forcing people to use AI with models that are specifically trained on either Georgia cases? I mean, because it's not that difficult to envision a chatbot or a drafting tool that actually does have accurate Georgia cases and accurate citations. I mean, there's nothing stopping these vendors who are currently where we do our legal research from rolling out something that is exclusively trained on real cases and then having someone certify that, no, I did in fact run my brief through AI to confirm that the citations and representations that I'm making about them are accurate, at least according to AI, or these following citations were cited by AI as inaccurate, but here's why they are not inaccurate as part of your statement of facts. I mean, because it can go the opposite way pretty easily.
I mean, I suspect the future always surprises us, but I expect we're a ways away from trusting these tools to the extent that we would elevate them over sort of human judgment and site checking and accuracy to the point where you would say, like, it's not enough that you go back and manually check it. That said, I think your sort of earlier point about these vendors, I mean, I would be shocked if all of the sort of vendors that we can think of in this legal field are not already finding ways to incorporate and possibly even already trying to solicit tools that incorporate AI into these things. I mean, this is moving so quickly that's going to happen, and it will very quickly happen that you get an AI tool that is sort of cabined to real cases and things like that. So it may not be that long.
Right now, laughing and going, "We've had this for 2 years. We've been doing this. Please let me tell you."
It won't be too long, I suspect, before people are using those sorts of tools to site check, right? And then, but they all have to make the judgment whether they trust that tool enough to be their site check, or whether you want sort of someone to go behind, because you still have to comply with the ethical rules.
Like, I don't mind admitting and acknowledging that, like, I have used GPT for like personal kind of, I don't want to call it counseling, but just kind of personal, like bouncing ideas off of things. Like, I don't think it would be very difficult either to imagine having an official state of Georgia or state of California or whatever official, state bar chatbot that is a mentor, on something fairly narrow like ethics issues, or on, the basics of practicing law, things that everyone knows and agrees and that there's not going to be controversy about. But having a resource that's available that is, explicitly endorsed by a state bar that says, like, you can come and ask your ethic question to this thing is a starting point for your research. Like, that doesn't seem like hard for me to like imagine.
I'm going to object to characterizing ethics as a narrow field, but go ahead.
Well, their answers is my point. For like, we're younger lawyers, like, do not do certain things. Like, there are certain rules that, people just don't know, and they come up pretty frequently. Like, we have these mentoring programs and these like practice of law, like starter programs through state bars for a reason. And most of the time they're not covering controversial issues. But let's move into specifically about ethics and kind of the civility in the profession. Like, how can we use AI to, make this less despotic and awful as it has come over the last couple of years?
I'll start briefly with an anecdote. One of the funniest uses of AI that I've seen so far, I think it was a tweet. I'm a friend of Twitter, not necessarily the owner of the platform, but the use of the platform. And there was a parent who said that his son was screwing up somehow in a discipline question, and was texting his dad apologies for disciplinary screw-ups. And of course, generating an apology on AI, it's very cold sounding and formal. And it's hilarious when you read it. It's like, dear father, I apologize for the way my recent transgressions. I mean, it's so good. And I think that while there's a lot of humor in that, there's also a lesson that, we've all gotten the advice. If you're really angry, maybe count to 10, walk away for a second. I could actually imagine some hot-headed attorneys, or the ones who sell themselves as bulldogs to potential clients, making use of that sort of format of formal apology as a stand-in for maybe a less productive form of communication, right? I mean, there are ways in which AI empowers us to do sort of the basic technical, logical communication without a whole lot of flavor or emotion. And as we all know, as practicing attorneys, there's a place for that a lot of the time in the practice.
Just maybe instead of sleep on that, let the AI look at it first.
Right.
Do you know how? Appears, so there are email tools that let you sort of send an email, but then you can undo send, or you can set up rules to make it sort of send later. I could envision an AI tool that sort of checks your email for tone, right? If we're talking about civility, right? You have these kind of, you're angry at 2 a.m. responding to opposing counsel. You type out this email, you have an AI filter. You sort of hit send, and it says, "Are you sure you want to say it that way? What if you said it like this?" And it sort of proposes an alternative. I think those sorts of things are not all that far fetched, and will whether it's that kind of thing, or whether it's as Josh said, putting giving AI the first crack at drafting those sorts of things, I suppose it can be made to be snarky, but
I mean, I can
maybe
tell
less
you
so.
from personal experience of dealing with difficult counsel, because AI is not going to make people not be a jerk, unfortunately, if that's just how they are. But what I have noticed is then how I react to it, AI has really helped. Like when I get like a really rude or condescending email, asking AI, hey, can you give me a first draft as to how I can respond to this in a way that won't inflame them or agitate them? Because I just want to get my case moving. And I have been shocked at how it'll put something out that I think is vanilla and lame, and I would never in a million years write. And then I'll send it because like I'm experimenting, and then an apology comes back, and it's like, oh my gosh, like I would have never said those words. Like I would have either dealt it with a different way, but the way that the AI responds sometimes like gives me this like completely neutral, unemotional response that sometimes is enough to trigger the other side to realize that maybe they weren't handling the situation the right way. So Professor Rissick, so how can you see AI improving civility specifically?
I can't see beyond what you all have mentioned. I don't see ways that it will do that. The thought I had that relates to this topic is, what will it do if the one way I think about AI's impact is it's going to increase the floor of legal work. In other words, everybody will be able to push a button and have it write a brief. I mean, I'm jumping ahead obviously a bit, or everybody will be able to do like you just said and have it make better emails. What's the value add that lawyers then bring? We're each going to have to be better at distinguishing ourselves above that floor that AI will be creating. Is that a civility issue? I don't know, but it's something we're going to have to work at our soft skills, I guess. Or maybe we're going to have to work at being really good at AI because it'll be available to everyone and it'll be up to us to know how to use it better. But there's something relating to how it's going to impact the profession and civility there. It's slightly to the side, but the conversation of the justice and the senator made me think about that.
All right, well, then let's talk about scenarios where you might be comfortable allowing AI to resolve legal disputes, either in place of litigants themselves, arbitration, mediation, or even judges or appellate courts. Like, are there scenarios where an AI may be better suited?
I'll start with an answer. No.
My caveat would be not in its current form, right? I mean, it's so immature, and I just can't imagine it. Like large language models do not seem to me well suited for exercising sort of nuanced judgment as to sort of legal disputes that matter in the real world. That's not to say never, right? But in its current form, that strikes me as highly risky, at least.
I'll take it. Oh, sorry.
Well, wasn't there something a little while ago about something that would resolve parking tickets for you? I remember reading about an app, I think it was in the UK, and somehow it would negotiate or do something with parking tickets and managed to do that quite effectively. I've seen a little bit of stuff in the area of divorces, property divisions. I don't know how good they are or whether they're being widely used, but I've seen it developing in that area too. But I wouldn't, with the kind of work I do, I would not let AI figure it out, period. I mean, again, not now.
I'll go one step further. I think that there will be some agencies, courts, whatever, who are tempted to use AI in a sort of a draft or proposed opinion capacity where it's not necessarily dispositive and there's one last check on it. I would even oppose that because I think for example about a magistrate's report and recommendation with a district judge. The district judge is, I think a lot of times, whether they're saying this on the record or not, thinking about the relative expertise and judgment of the magistrate and their personal relationship even in thinking about how to evaluate the R&R. And so much of human decision making, it all comes from the amygdala, right? And we just use the frontal lobe to put a check on it. But in terms of the types of judgments that we're making based on trust, I can tell you, as somebody who's a part-time legislator, I mean, that phrase, I almost wish it didn't exist, because, the amount of trust that I have to put in other human beings, a lot of whom are paid lobbyists, right? Because we just don't have the capacity to access all the information that we need. It requires us to build knowledge networks that are founded in large part on just basic human trust that if somebody's a credible source, I mean, you can throw out your logical fallacy training, right? Because ad hominem is the rule of the day, and you care a lot about which brain the subject matter is coming from. So the thing I would worry about with even using AI to tee up prospective decisions or adjudications is it takes that element completely out of it, and I think it robs the decision maker of useful information as to where they want to land ultimately.
Now, I mean, there's a chance we could be closer outside of formal legal proceedings if you're thinking about things like mediation and you have two parties consenting to use some kind of tool in a simple dispute. I mean, if we're getting to some role at all for AI, it seems like it's in the near to medium term. It seems like that would be the first place that someone consent of all the parties. I have sort of serious concerns about sort of any formal legal proceedings for lots of reasons, some of which we've said here. But maybe there's some efficiencies gained in that space. But again, I don't even think that's true with the current form of large language models and the things that are out there right now.
Justice Pinson, do you know of anyone who has tried to use it to draft a first draft of an opinion?
I do not, and the best explanation for that is probably not that, is probably it probably more has to do with age than anything, frankly, right? If you think about sort of our judiciary and I am one of the youngest justice on our Supreme Court, and I know about it, and I'm very skeptical about it. If you think about sort of people of the next generation or the next generation, like, have they even conceived of how you could use this for that? I just think as you get farther and farther removed from sort of thinking about and talking about this technology, it's less likely that you're going to see it used. But everyone I've talked to, I have heard not a whisper of trying to use these to draft judicial opinions. Even if I had, I probably wouldn't tell you, but I can honestly say that I have not.
Can we talk about using it as a flag, for example, of making sure that you check certain boxes in filing a complaint, such as asserting jurisdiction or signing the complaint even, and utilizing those two tools at even the clerk level to allow people to even file complaints, like your complaint is unfiled, or your complaint does not assert the jurisdiction of the parties, or does not include a count at all. And then escalating to you have asserted a claim that is not a valid claim in the state of Georgia, for example, or whatever state. Like, is that something that you could see any support for in the future, near future, I should say?
I'll paint with a broad brush here and say, I think, we have models of knowledge and decision making that are sort of like a funnel, right? That you start by collecting a broad amount of information at the wide part of the funnel, and you end up with a decision. Again, it's very rough, but at the narrow part of the funnel. Broad brush, I tend to think AI is helpful on the broad end of the funnel, where we're talking about blind spots, making connections that are unlikely that you might not have made to start with, entire perspectives you might not have considered. But at the narrow end of the funnel, when we're talking about ultimate adjudication and interpretation of a defined universe of facts or situation, that's where we trust it the least. And, like you say, checking a complaint at the very end of the drafting process might evoke that sort of narrow part of the funnel, but I actually think it evokes the broad part to the extent that we're talking about elements of a complaint that might be missing, like a blind spot, right? And so I don't disagree with you, Matt, that could be an effective use of it. But I think, the way I've heard people use Chat-GPT effectively, it's usually been when they're generating ideas at kind of a drawing board to help them frame up the way that they want to do the funnel, towards the narrower part of the funnel.
I can see that. So now I want to go back kind of big picture for, we've got two more questions here, of how much of what you're seeing in both the legislature and in the courts is us applying the same old practice of applying old law to new problems, and it doesn't really change the analysis, versus something that is just a completely new beast altogether that really shouldn't be considered under the old framework. For example, when we're dealing with like the deep fakes, or we're dealing with authenticity of evidence or things of that nature, do you feel confident and comfortable with the existing structures to deal with those issues, or is there an urgency to get our hands around and do something different?
I suspect you might have pretty different answers from the legislative perspective as opposed to the judicial perspective, right? Because in the judiciary, we get very nervous about sort of, hey, we need a whole new approach. We need a whole new sort of set of tools to deal with these problems. The law is the law, sort of what the legislature gives us, and then the precedent that is sort of built interpreting those decisions is what we have. So it is what it is a set of new facts, and we apply the law that we have to it. Whether that law can sort of effectively deal with some of the likely very big policy issues that come out of things like deep fakes and these issues that we're talking about, that remains to be seen. I suspect that some of the problems we see arising out of AI will be different in kind, and likely will require, to the extent that our existing law can't really grapple with it because it's just not something that it was sort of built to deal with, that's going to be likely some sort of legislative or sort of extrajudicial solution.
How about you, Senator or Professor?
On my end, I see it already affecting. I do work in the patent area, and the issue of can AI invent is already an issue. There are several services that draft patent applications, and the drafting of a patent application can result in creating an invention. And what do you do? There's been efforts to suggest that AI should be allowed to patent. It should be proper to get a patent, although AI invented it, I guess is a way of putting that. So it's already, people are struggling with those issues. There's copyright issues that come up with changing images. If you type in something on Chat-GPT and give me an image of a sunset and it puts it together using art that's out there, is that a copyright infringement or not? I think there's going to have to be some legislative efforts sooner rather than later on some of these issues. On my more narrow little playing field of law school, I'm worried about what we need to be doing now because of where things will be in 3 years. I have students starting in 2 months who will be graduating, I think, into a very different legal world than 3 years ago. What do we need to be doing during their 3 years while they're at Mercer to prepare them for that is sort of what I'm really focused on and trying to get my mind around.
And you just led into my second to last question, is how can we help students prepare for the next generation of law in light of how rapidly things are changing? What's the best advice we can give people to be good lawyers in light of this?
I'm all ears.
I guess I would say that relationships have always been at the heart of the way we think about justice, human relationships. We talk about the equities when we talk about cases. We do all that for a reason, right? And the more that we separate the practice of law from the humanity of the values that are what we're trying to protect by building these structures and institutions, the worse off we all are. Even if there's an appearance of efficiency or rapidity, volume that we can accomplish in the short run, we have to be worried about that alienation. So I think, the thing about law school that remains beautiful to me in retrospect, when I remember my experience, when I think about generations that passed through it, is that we're truly socialized, right? We are not just learning, you hear the adage or the saying, you learn how to think in law school, right? And I think that has a lot to do with the socialization process, that we are building out a legal structure. We're building out the rule of law as a community, and that community aspect is essential. So I think that law school will have to own more directly, more confidently, the human relational aspect of the rule of law, and sort of de-emphasize some of the more technical components of it that AI threatens to replace.
That was a lot of big words.
So I agree with all of that. I would add, so first of all, I think leaning into the things that AI can't do, right, and leaning into sort of what makes sort of humans special and central to the law and the rule of law is really important. That said, I would urge anyone who's going to law school right now, embrace and learn about and become proficient in this technology and understand how it can help you do this job better sort of from the outset, right? Because I do think in everything that I've sort of read about this technology and how I understand it, it will be transformational, and you do not want to be sort of one of the people left behind and not sort of being proficient and using that technology to be a better lawyer. So I think it, lean into the things that AI sort of is not going to be able to replace, or what its sort of weaknesses are. Like, lean into those things, your sort of human strengths, but don't look at it as an adversary or something that's going to sort of steal your job. Look at how you can become invaluable because you know how to use and sort of harness this technology as it matures going forward.
Excellent. And our last question is for your last word and what you are most hopeful that AI can help solve in the practice of law.
I'll take that one because I'll use an anecdote too. When I was a baby lawyer, we had these things called shepherds, and there was a red book. So when I was going to cite a case in a brief, I had to go look it up in the red book, and it would give me the citations. And then there was a yellow book that came out quarterly. Red book was leather, and it was annually. Yellow book was quarterly. Then there was a red thing, and then there was a paper part. And I had to go through each one of those and look at the cites, and then go look at the case up in paper to see if my case was good law, or if it had been overruled, or what it narrowed, what have you. Now I push a button, and all the drudgery of having to go through that book process. I push a button now, and I get depth of how much the later court talked about the earlier one, some flags that tell me information about it. To the extent that we can reduce that kind of drudge work, that it isn't creative, I think that would be a wonderful thing for AI to help solve.
Yeah, I would say as the technology matures, it does seem like a perfect problem for it to help with, to be able to find sort of the most on point precedent for the thing that you're trying to support, right? We have all these sort of tools that these different vendors have for searching and how to do that and how to find the most relevant authority. Large language models seem sort of perfectly suited for finding the stuff that can do that. Again, sort of assuming you get the guardrails and things on them. I also hope that it helps improve writing across the board, to the extent that you can have tools that are trained on actually very good writing and use that to sort of, whether it's, as a tool sort of at the end of your brief drafting, or a tool at the beginning of your brief drafting, to sort of help writing become clearer and more helpful to deciding cases. That's to everyone's benefit, I think.
I'll interject in a tip here that if you want to see excellent writing, you should go and look at some of the opinions that Justice Pinson has written. And I don't say that just as puffery or to be nice to you. And you do a very good job of like getting to the issue and then breaking it down. Like, it's very much like a Supreme Court, a U.S. Supreme Court opinion when you've written them. And so like I think it's just an exception, right? Now, that's not puffery or just trying to be nice.
I'll take the compliment. Thank you.
Well, what I've learned from this is I need to casually drop some drafts of my bills on Matt Wetherington's desk. Oh, how did this get here? So he can go sing my praises on a Zoom. No, I think I think that the professor nailed it. I mean, there are labor and equity issues caught up in, are we making jobs obsolete? What, again, going back to this third year associate issue, it's not just a lawyer issue. It's also a paraprofessional and a staff issue, that we have economic systems with labor implications that are already built up that incorporate a lot of different types of labor in the practice of law. And, it's easy for the lawyer to say, oh, thank God, I don't have to draft these discovery requests or do the doc, searches and all that stuff. But we always have to keep in mind too, how are we reshaping the labor footprint of the practice of law too? And so as much as I want to agree with the drudgery thing, I may be the most Luddite on this call. I'm not sure, but I think we just got to take it one step at a time, be very careful, and protect our values.
Excellent. Well, guys, thank you very much for doing this. And guys, we'll be back. Thank you guys very much. All right, we're back, and now we have Mr. Ralph Nader with us. Mr. Nader does not need an introduction. However, I still feel obligated to say that he has been a longtime friend and mentor and one of the most powerful and resilient consumer advocates in the country. I think he's one of the great Americans who has helped protect consumers. And you may be asking yourself, what does Ralph Nader possibly have to say about artificial intelligence? But you will probably, for those of you who do know Mr. Nader, you will not be surprised to learn that he has been on the forefront of this issue now for over 30 years. And so I'd like to welcome Mr. Nader, who is very much real. This is not a synthesized AI version of him. It is via phone. So welcome, Mr. Nader.
Thank you very much, Matt.
And I will tell you, since you could not come via video, I have made AI images of you as a stand-in. And so I will send them to you so you can take a look at them. But let's go ahead and just jump right into this and tell me, what are your thoughts on the most concerning aspects of the use of AI?
Well, we're talking about generative AI, which erupted last November when a firm in California working with Microsoft put it out. And it shocked the world in terms of its ability to replace the human mind, and very quickly. Traditional AI has been around for decades, and more modern AI is being used by people all over the country for personal consumer reasons or for office, occupational, you name it. But generative AI is a difference in kind and degree. It's not just more of the same. It has been the subject of serious warnings. In 2014, worldwide scientists led by Stephen Hawking and signed by Elon Musk, among others, warned that out of control artificial intelligence, regenerative artificial intelligence, can destroy the world. I mean, they use those kinds of cataclysmic words. Well, nobody paid much attention to that. About 21 years ago in Wired magazine, Bill Joy, who is a computer scientist, warned about the same thing, saying that artificial intelligence, biotechnology and nanotechnology, out of control, can take over the human race in a kind of Frankenstein on steroids dynamic. And of course, the Pentagon is working on autonomous weapons along with other countries, and they're fairly well advanced. And you can imagine what that can lead to. So here we have one of the most powerful technologies in the history of the world, dynamically innovating, disseminating, being publicized without any ethical and legal standards to control them. It's the Wild West in that respect.
Well,
and anybody who wants to deal with has got to start with the question, is the genie out of a million bottles? Is it too late? Is it beyond what the former dean of Harvard Law School many years ago, Roscoe Pound, called beyond, in his words, quote, beyond the effective limits of legal action, end quote.
So,
well, we have to confront that. What's happened so far is all the efforts by the Biden administration and the Congress have been exhortations. The so-called AI Bill of Rights put out last year by the Biden White House had no enforcement authority. Anything that's coming out of Congress, no enforcement authority as of yet. Anything coming out of the states like California, Louisiana just passed unanimously bills to protect children from manipulative and harmful AI in the social media, very unenforceable. Which brings me to my conclusion that if we're going to have a rule of law, we can't have normal regulation with shades of gray. Is this a generative AI in the gray zone? Has it crossed the line? Is it okay? There has to be, like we did with vinyl chloride and lead in gasoline, prohibition. You have to have bans, straight out bans. And there's a report by Public Citizen that lists some of these bans, and I just want to list them very, very briefly for you, Matt. They want to ban deep fakes. That's the prospect for fraud and deception. It's virtually unlimited. You cannot really regulate them. You'll have a tough time even banning them, but at least there's a clarity there. The second is to ban fake humans in commercial transactions. Generative AI-enabled tools should never present themselves as humans, whether through a chatbot or an avatar. 3, prohibit the use of generative AI in any marketing or advertising in children under 18. You notice that Zuckerberg just announced he wants to reduce the use of his Oculus Rift, the big goggles into the metaverse, from 13 years of age to 10 years of age. These people are inebriated with their own power. They're out of control. Another prohibition is any data collection by generative AI tools for children under 18, or impose strict opt-in standards and guardrails for children 16 to 18. Then there's a proposed ban by Public Citizen of AI-powered micro-targeting of advertising. This is a really wild license for these companies to cheat and lie to consumers. And then require special scrutiny for health-related generative AI tools. Here, Public Citizen invokes an existing Medical Device Act that was passed by Congress decades ago, which leads me to the point that there are some Federal Trade Commission standards and rules and other federal laws that are designed for normal corporate malfeasance that can be applied short of a whole new brace of legislation coming on board. That's the first. The EU has confirmed a first stage bill, which has to go through a couple other stages. So the European community is ahead of the rest of the world. And one of the things is they require labeling. This is an area that could be powerful, where in effect these generative AI tools come out blinking themselves and telling the world, in effect, watch out.
All right, so you just covered a pretty big swath of stuff. Like let's take a step back and then let's jump forward again. So number one is, how would you respond to people that say that the AI technologies are democratizing the ability to have information and knowledge, and as well as the ability to provide, incredible healthcare advances, or to allow for development of new technologies and information systems?
Well, first of all, who's going to do that? If it's done by, say, government or civic groups or honest business, small businesses.
How about just a guy in his basement?
There are potentials for efficiency. But if it's being done by the concentrated power of Apple, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, or Meta, that's already proven to be deadly. For example, social media.
Well, hang on.
Same objective that you listed.
Well, hang on. You talked about
into a monster of addiction for millions of adults and millions of children, and has harmed children enormously. This is why you're getting legislation, even in red states like Louisiana, passing unanimously. They're scared for their own children and grandchildren. So to put it concisely, Matt, when you combine artificial persons, which are corporations, you give them tremendous monopoly or oligopoly power, and you connect them with their own AI, generative AI. That is a deadly formula for maximizing the harms, the dark side of AI, which just happens to be in accord with maximizing their corporate profits, because generative AI means control, and corporations like control. They like predictability. They like to manipulate the market system.
So I'm not talking about the corporations using this, though. Like, I'm talking about a guy in his basement who has the ability to build his own model and to do something that is either very powerful or very dangerous. And when we talked about the genie being out of the bottle, I don't think we're only talking about corporations exploiting this. I think that we're talking about something that very really can be done in a basement by a person and do very powerful things that people have not been able to do before.
Well, that's exactly the point. It's a very decentralized capability now to produce generative AI, which is why I mentioned that it's possible that the genie has been released from 1 million bottles. And so all over the world, this capability is being decentralized, and it can be decentralized for good purposes or for homicidal or cruel, vicious, and deceptive purposes.
And that's what I want to drill down on. So my question to you then becomes, how much of this do you think is an opportunity for advancement in the future, and how much of this do you think is a march towards destructive, dangerous technology?
Well, the dark side is already out of control. It's already moving fast around the world. So we need to have international treaties. There is a decentralized weapon of mass destruction that is now subject to an international treaty. I'm speaking of biological warfare, which can come out of any one of hundreds of laboratories around the world. So there is a precedent for controlling to some degree, and it's in the interest of all the countries to have this done, because, as you know, generative AI does not observe national boundaries. So that's one way to do it. My second suggestion is to refund the Office of Technology Assessment at the U.S. Congress. The Congress for years has been clueless.
Hang on, stop for a second and tell us what the Office of Technology Assessment is.
Of the witnesses from Silicon Valley.
Hey, Ralph, can you hear me?
Hearing.
Can you tell us first what the Office of Technology Assessment is and what it does?
Yes. The Office of Technology Assessment was operating very profusely as an in-house advisor to members of Congress and congressional committees. It was like the General Accounting Office or the Congressional Research Service, to equip Congress with the capability to evaluate all the technologies that are being funded or subjected to R&D by U.S. Congress using taxpayer money. That includes weapons of mass destruction. It includes transportation vehicles. It includes medical devices. It includes pharmaceuticals. It includes new chemicals and so on. And Newt Gingrich, when he toppled the Democrats in November 1994, one of his first priorities was to defund the Office of Technology Assessment, whose budget was about $20 million. And they had scores of scientists and technologists on the staff producing reports needed by the Congress. And it has never been funded since. So legally, the framework still exists, but it doesn't have any money. And legally, Chuck Schumer could fund it on behalf of the Democrats in the Senate. He doesn't have to get the approval of McCarthy, the Republican Speaker of the House. Traditionally, each House has been able to determine its own budget.
Well, I mean,
so we're asking Chuck Schumer to refund the Office of Technology Assessment and immediately bring on experts, nonpartisan experts, the best that they can recruit, to begin bringing the Congress into the modern technological age. At the present time, just a few days ago, Schumer announced that he's hired some consultants to tutor the senators in generative AI. Well, that's a slapdash approach. We need a fully funded Office of Technology Assessment. We tried to get it funded in 2009 when the Democrats took over big time the House and the Senate with Obama. We had Nobel scientists signing on, former staff of OTA signing on. It was a huge effort, but Nancy Pelosi turned it down, saying she didn't want to give the Republicans an opportunity to accuse her of creating another bureaucracy on Capitol Hill.
I mean, but I think that the circumstances but I think the circumstances have changed now. Like, one of the things that I have found is the most, I'm going to call it hopeful of all of this technology, is that it seems like something where it doesn't matter your political ideology. I think that the dangers of this are so palpable and so obvious that we're not seeing the normal grandstanding of, you know, supporting it or not supporting. I think everyone recognizes the dangers, and then it just becomes a question of what is the most effective and best way to not just regulate this in the United States, but B, make this an international effort so that we don't fall behind in technology, or B, have the technology used against us without the ability to defend ourselves.
Well, you're right in that sense, because on Capitol Hill, both Republicans and Democrats are worried it could be turned against them.
Yeah.
In elections. It could be turned against them with their own children and grandchildren.
Well, this isn't even like a hypothetical now. Like, this is a certainty. Like, we're about to undergo, I think, one of the most significant disinformation campaigns of all time. Like, and this isn't just a comment on any particular candidate. Like, we're entering an era where 100% of races are subject to disinformation, some of which the candidates may have nothing to do with.
That's correct. The question, however, is this. Everyone is exposed to toxic pollution. Everyone in Congress is exposed to toxic pollution. That doesn't mean that they're going to act, because the Silicon Valley lobbyists are swarming over Congress. They now have over 400 lobbyists full-time up and down the corridors. And what they want, Matt, is self-regulation. That's what Sam Altman, who is the head of this little firm that started the process in last November, being funded by Microsoft.
I can tell you several of those lobbyists are in attendance right now.
And he's saying that this could be a very scary technology. We need regulation. But what they mean is the industry wants to write the regulation for Congress to enact. And that's not very optimistic, a very optimistic scenario.
I mean, I can tell you that many of those lobbyists are listening to this seminar right now. This is an audience of lawyers from across the country. And for those of us who are asking the question of what can we do individually to protect our country and our humanity itself from the dangers of this technology, what can we do?
Well, what can we do? First of all, is understand it and devolve the understanding to as many millions of people as possible. That's why I'm asking that citizen groups to have town meetings in the August recess of Congress. They take off the whole August and they go back home or go on junkets. But we need to use the August recess to have town meetings all over the country so people from all backgrounds can come to a town hall or a school auditorium and learn about this in person, not just online, in person. Be able to ask in person their members of Congress questions and get answers in person without any intermediaries or flacks or long delays in getting calls returned. So it could be an August of national civic education to get this underway. Now, the one thing going for all of us is that this is a unique technology in that it not only generates concentrated corporate power over the country and the world, but it generates chaos. And corporations cannot stand chaos. They can stand monopoly, they love it. They can stand control, they love it. They can stand predictability, they love it. They cannot stand chaos. So we have to get this message across, as if they don't know already, that they are unleashing, and people around the world are being enabled by them to unleash individually or collectively vast assaults of chaos that are completely out of control, creating cognitive dissonance or nervous breakdowns all over the world.
So let's take a step forward now. Where do you personally see this going in the next 2, 3, 4 years?
Well, the first impact that's going to really be felt is on elections, like you say. Election fakeries and political deceptions, all kinds of fake facial images, candidates, voice and words and behavior,
like the ones we're seeing right now of you.
Into thinking they're getting factual images, truth, or presentations by candidates.
So then I go back to the question for people who are skeptical and say going to a town hall, talking to a legislator, getting educated is not going to do that. What do you say in response to that? And can you talk about what even a small group of people can accomplish?
Well, you always have to go back to the people when all else fails. That's the historic theory of democracy. When the representatives don't do the job, got to go back to the people, as initiatives and referendums have demonstrated in many states, such as California. But there are other impacts that are going to generate unpredictable levels of concern and urgency that we've never seen before, because there's no end to the predicted disasters, destruction of livelihoods, harmful health impacts from promotion of quack remedies or medicines, financial fraud packages being sold to millions of people, stripping of the information commons and subverting the open internet, not to mention all the faking of imageries and other potential for deception. So we really don't know where this is going in terms of public mobilization until we try. And we can try with orderly town meetings around the country, attended by the media, which needs education as well.
And then can we end on maybe, well, first, let's also talk a little bit about the potential here for what I'm going to call technical terrorism, which is individuals who perhaps go the complete opposite direction and are terrified of this and see it as a threat to humanity and do acts of violence either on servers or on individuals involved in development, and may reach the conclusion that the best way to stop the nuclear bomb is to keep the Manhattan Project from happening. What can we do to anticipate and stop things like that?
Well, the scenarios have already been described for us. There was a recent letter signed by many industry technologists last March where they called for a 6-month pause without indicating how in the world can you have a 6-month pause in the development of regenerative chatbots.
Right.
So they left the public who read that manifesto hanging in limbo.
Well, what about the most recent one about that says that, and I've got it up on the screen here, mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war, which was signed by Altman himself, Bill Gates, Dr. Hinton, who was the quote godfather of AI, and several other respected people in the industry. I mean, if they themselves are equating this to a pandemic or a nuclear war, and I'm specifically talking about the potential for what I'm going to call like lone wolf types to basically have, create some sort of act of violence to keep it from happening.
Well, the same people who are warning us are rushing in competition with one another to create more and more sophisticated generative chatbots for profit. So what are we going to do here? It's very rare that an industry developing a new technology warns its customers about it while it goes around promoting and selling it. This is a new confrontation here that we're seeing developing before our very eyes. People are just thrashing around, Matt. I mean, Congressman Ted Lieu, a Democrat of California, he sits on the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, is pressing for a new federal agency to regulate AI technologies. That's not going to get through anytime soon if the industry is opposed to it. So this is a new frontier never confronted before by the mind of human beings, and it's coming from the mind of human beings. We were warned about this many, many years ago with the story of Frankenstein, and Frankenstein turns on his own creators, and that's what a lot of these technologies are heading toward. So,
absolutely. Well, let's do this.
Say, well, what if there's one disaster that occurs? Will that wake up the world? Well, of course it'll wake up the world. The question is, how do you put the genie back into the bottle? One way is you can label it so it's blinking, so nothing comes out as a chat box without basically saying, here I am a chat box, and with a warning label, like on tobacco, cigarette packages. I favor that as an early response, followed by a whole series of prohibitions that are the subject of international treaties with enforceability.
Well,
then there's the other thing that's under your bailiwick and the bailiwick of some of the listeners to your day of education here, Matt, and that is these chatbots can be considered torts. They can be considered crimes under traditional law, criminal law and tort law. Now, the embrace has to be innovative, but I think the doctrines, in terms of the way a crime is defined, in terms of the way of a tort or wrongful injury is defined, and class actions are defined, are sufficient now to go forward with them. There already are dozens of lawsuits on behalf of teenagers who have been medically confirmed to have been seriously harmed, mental health and physical health, by social media assaults coming out of Silicon Valley. And there are law firms in Alabama and California who are already representing school districts who are having to pay a lot of money for mental health counseling for these youngsters who have been seduced and abducted into the internet gulag by their wardens of Silicon Valley. So it's already underway, and I suggest we use some of these historic tools in order to get more information out, in order to get more deterrence out, in order to get more compensation out from these tortfeasors.
I like it. Well, let's do this. Let's end on as positive a note as that we can. And my final question to you is, what problem are you the most hopeful AI can help solve?
The one that's going to hit in terms of effectiveness most is one, discombobulating elections, creating a chaos of not knowing what's true and what's fake, which creates widespread voter discouragement, withdrawal, cynicism, or entrapment. And that's coming up.
Excellent.
And the second is in the healthcare area, where they can go really wild, these chatbots. You can imagine the quackery industry in traditional context over the centuries. This one can masquerade as a Nobel scientist selling you something that is alleged to be safe and effective at a discount price, and with the use of social media and access to billions of people, they can wreak havoc. Those are the two areas. Autonomous weapons, they're still fairly concentrated in terms of their release by a few major countries. And I think they're afraid of their own autonomous weapons backfiring. But that's still a problem down the road, especially if it becomes decentralized.
Excellent. Well, Ralph, thank you very much for joining us. Any last words for our audience, which I'll remind you is lawyers from all across the country? Any last words there?
My conclusion is to educate the public by using traditional criminal law and tort law, and for lawyers on their own websites to have Zoom conferences or webinars with their clients and their visitors, and to have real life town meetings. Lawyers can certainly take the lead here in many towns and cities to bring the members of Congress and the state legislators and the local municipal incumbents to these meetings. They need education badly. We all have to pull together here and recognize there's a difference between generative AI's enormous dangers and traditional sort of old-fashioned AIs whose roots go back decades and can be used in ordinary social interactions.
Excellent. Well, Ralph, thank you very much for taking the time to talk with me. And we'll keep moving.
I'd just like to also put in a plug for an event that we're going to plan on generative AI at the American Museum of Tort Law, virtually all over the world in the coming months. And we'd like to hear from any of you who are interested in participating. Go to tortmuseum.org. It's located in Connecticut, the only tort museum in the entire world. And for starters, you can take a free 1-hour tour with your family or your staff of the museum itself.
Excellent. Well, I can vouch for that. I have been to the museum many times, and I know the work that you have put into that. So thank you for your work in educating the public on tort law, for consumer reform, and for speaking with me today. And so we're going to now move into, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to move into our next topic. All right. Great work.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matt.
Hey,
and thank you.
great job. Thank you so much.
And have a good day.
You too. Thank you. And now we'll have our, what I'm going to call like the virtual happy hour. And I've got Ted Sink and James Cox. We've got a couple of other people who are going to join. And you guys got to unmute yourselves if you want to talk. Everyone should have the CLE code. If you don't, just email me now at CLE at wfirm.com, and I'll make sure that you get taken care of. Because obviously, if you're still here for the fun and the games in the end, then like obviously you're either have left your computer on until the very end, or you're just very passionate about these issues. And I see a couple other people are looking to join in here. So I want to end the official CLE by saying thank you to everyone who attended. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for sticking around. And obviously, if you're unhappy, we will 100% refund any money that you've paid. And I hope that you've gotten something out of it. Yes, it is 5 letters for the CLE. Yes. And the link is to email me the code at cle@wfirm.com, and I'll give you a banner here. So there you go. This is it. Email me the code. We will get you your certificate of attendance. There's some states that we need to go through still. Most of them have reciprocity with Georgia, but there was a handful of people who registered from states that didn't. We've submitted applications with those states. And so like my intention is that everyone will be able to get credit because I mean, you deserve it for sitting through this. And I think we did cover a lot of good topics. But we also had some questions we didn't get through. And I'll start by introducing, boy, it's been a long day. Introducing Ted Sink. Ted is probably one of the most brilliant lawyers that I am aware of. Especially, that's funny. Especially in the field of marketing and in the field of like not screwing around and just like wasting your time and being inefficient. I admire the work that you're doing. And James Cox is an attorney with our office and is one of the kind of the bright luminaries. It's hard to say something positive about James, not because there's nothing positive, but because like it's effusive how bright and smart and caring he is about what he does and everything he tackles. And most recently, including blacking out his vehicle and driving a client to a medical appointment because he was basically afraid of daylight. I won't get any more details than that, but welcome, guys, and I will stop talking.
Well, Matt, thanks so much for having us on. What an amazing thing you're doing. I think it's really very much needed in the legal community. A lot of confusion about AI, a lot of speculation, and this starts to bring it to ground and break it into topics that can be dealt with. So it's a wonderful, wonderful group, and I think a lot of us are grateful. So I just get to say it.
I appreciate that, and we've got some questions that I'm going to throw to you guys because they're just really didn't get to them, and I think it's fun. The first one is which areas of law are subject to being extinct. Also, now's also your time, if you're in the comments still, to fire off your like final thoughts and discussion points and stuff like that, and we'll hit everything we can. But anyway, extinction events for lawyers.
You know, Matt, I would, and I appreciate you for having me on, and proud to be the other guy introduced after Ted's glowing introduction. And I'm happy to be here, and I appreciate you putting on this program today. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You know, I would pivot rather than saying it's an area of law that's necessarily going to become extinct. I would think more likely they're going to be the ways and methods that we practice law that will become extinct. I would think of it, you know, the thing I've thought about today quite a bit, you know, what does just kind of your regular lawyer, I mean, what's kind of the quickest takeaway from all of this? You know, because I think the first question we're all asking ourselves, maybe consciously or not, is how much how much time is this worth me investing in this new technology? How much, I mean, is this something I need to put all my cases to the side and spend the next week and a half just learning as much as I can about? Or is this something I can kind of come to this, maybe wait a couple months, read headlines, just kind of, that's something we all probably have to struggle with. But the thing that keeps me up at night is that you would never, and maybe other people, you would never want to be in a place where the technology advances to the point where you can't even catch up and it becomes crippling to your practice of law. Okay, and the thing that I thought of as a similarity is like computing. And it's been talked a lot about how computers were integrated into the practice of law. There was you could think of it initially beginning with just typewriting, right? Typewriting was integrated in the practice of law. But initially people would hire others to type for them. Okay, and then when computers became thing, even still, people basically hired other people to use computers and to use them instead of themselves. Well, now electronic filing is becoming a necessity in a lot of legal cases. You have to file electronically in some jurisdictions. If you were someone who didn't even learn to type, but now you're trying to practice law and would have to be electronically filing cases, you've lost. I mean, you just haven't learned enough to become kind of basically competent in the practice of law. And so and I think that's a difficult question to answer. What is kind of that basic competence for some of this stuff that's necessary to be able to even be an effective practitioner 5 or 10 years down the road? And if I had to make an answer to my own question, which is kind of a silly thing to do, but I would say you at least have to know what these things are capable of. I mean, you at least have to know what the possibilities are. Even if you don't know how to do any of these things Matt's talked about today, just knowing what they are, what the things that you could possibly do, what someone else might be doing with them. I mean, you have to know that. If you don't know that, you're just not carrying the water for what you need to do.
I'm going to fling this one to Ted, because I know what I'm using it for is meth recipes and bombs and fan fiction of Batman or something.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine a future. Well, first of all, which areas of laws are subject to becoming extinct? I don't think any area of law. I don't think every area of law is always going to have a room at the top for top practitioners. It might take out certain sections and swaths of law, right? Like maybe the no fault version of a divorce would be different. Maybe they'll be softwareized. And I think we're already looking at that, and the Rule 5.4 changes are starting to kind of play into that. There's some anticipation of that, I think, in the rules of professional conduct changes, that some things that can be simpler or dealt with without lawyers will be dealt with without lawyers. I love the idea. I do love the idea of in the firm, a lot of new things being able to be generated that are done by templates right now to have artificial intelligence involved. Whether that's demands or records ordering and things like that. You were going to say something, Matt. Go for it.
First of all, email me if you're here at 5:10 for the happy hour. Email me at cle@wfirm.com, and I'm going to go kind of the other way on these issues. We talk about extinctions of areas of law. Like, I think that the entire justice system is in trouble on both sides, criminal and civil, and here's why. Like, as number one, we have a lawyer crisis in America. Like, whether it feels that way or not, like, there's a ton of lawyers, but there is a justice gap that is growing every single day. And what's going to happen here is that as the I'm going to call it lower level work, but I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I just mean more likely to be iterated out with AI assistance. As those jobs get pressure from AI, those people are going to move up into looking for jobs that either are more lucrative or more challenging or less likely to be replaced. And those people then are going to move up. And it's going to put such downward pressure at the top. Like, imagine if tomorrow 50% of the trial bar wanted to be catastrophic injury trial lawyers, and what that would do to just the whole system as a whole, and being able to provide competent, comprehensive representation to clients. And then secondary to that is on the criminal side of who's going to weaponize it first. And what I mean by that is either prosecutors are going to learn how to use this technology and they're going to pour gasoline onto a kind of a prison state crisis that exists or doesn't exist. I'm not making a judgment whether it is, but they're going to put a lot more people in jail very quickly if they deploy these tools. Or is it going to be the people on the defense who deploy these tools and suddenly are completely overwhelming anything that our prosecutor offices are able to do? And you're going to see, traditionally, there's this like balancing act that we see. Like Florida's dealing with this right now with tort reform. Georgia has been very fortunate to have consistently been a moderate, reasonable judicial environment. But other states, it's just this back and forth. But with AI, you're going to have more opportunities, less for a little give and get, and you're going to have crushing forces on entire industries, entire areas of law. And like what like we were talking about with the AI developer, is like you don't know where it's coming from. Like it's like we can't see what we don't know, and until we get all those cases in there, we don't know what the chatbot's going to want to do. And Galia, I see you, but you don't have a mic. It's shown that you don't have a mic. Try adding a microphone, and I can add you in here. All right, we got another question here, and this is 100% a James question.
So I'm supposed to say what the answer to that is. I guess that's the idea here.
Robert challenge.
The potential for admitting AI-based. So what is the potential for admitting AI-based software results as expert testimony in medical malpractice cases? Again, the issue with this, I would say zero. First off, that would be my answer. Maybe that's a fairly aggressive take against technology. I mean, maybe it's possible, but the issue here is that, as Justice Pinson and a lot of people have talked about earlier today, a big foundation of our legal practice is just that reasonableness person standard. And you are again, you're not going to be able to train. You're never going to be able to do. I mean, in the simplest form right now, all of this AI and the large language models, it's a monkey see, monkey imitate system. I mean, they can only be trained off of what they've already seen in their patterns. I mean, they find patterns, they create things, but that's always based off of something that was already there. I don't think any kind of AI large language model is going to be able to pass the rigor you need to have, a reasonableness that's going to be more persuasive or persuasive enough over, an actual medical doctor. I'll say, I don't mean to say they won't be able to pass the precision you might need, or the accuracy, or the appearance of knowledge, or but how you get there, it's just not going to be good enough, trustworthy enough that you could ever create some kind of blanket rule to make it very useful. So I would not, I think it could be useful to check expert testimony. It could be useful to talk about with experts in med mal cases. I mean, I think it has a lot of potential for usefulness in med mal, but I don't think you could ever actually offer it up as a pure evidence. I mean, pure evidence. It's just not strong enough.
Well, I have a bonus round gift for you. I'm going to introduce you guys to an AI image enhancement tool. This is the state of the art. This is the #1 enhancement tool in the world. And it's called Topaz. And Topaz, first of all, is incredibly expensive. But it allows you, and I'm going to swoop it over here, it allows you to restore images and to bring back detailed images that may not have had them before. And this is an image that was I think it was like a 400 by 400 pixel image. And I'm able to increase its resolution to 800 without any loss or blurring or artifacts. And so for me, when I think about how you're going to use these tools with experts, like imagine that you've got a complicated, accident reconstruction scene, or you've got a blurry security video, and are these algorithms going to get to a point where you can have what I'm going to call a confidence interval of, okay, I'm trying to determine, like, what is this in the background here? And in the blurry photo, we're not quite sure, but when you clean it up, it becomes a saddle on a fence. And when does it become that we've got the appropriate confidence or interval to allow an expert who understands how these algorithms work appropriate, to a sufficient degree, to pass Daubert and say, it is my expert opinion that this is a thing. I'm not just a dude using my Ipsy Dixie, the same thing that a jury can do, and looking at it and making a guess, but I am using a background of science and knowledge to make that opinion.
Okay, let's combine these points and make it extra fun, because I think we just raised one of the seminal TV lawyer questions. The enhanced test. We see it on CSI or these different crime shows. You see this little thing like enhance, enhance, enhance. And that's always been impossible. But actually with AI, what you just showed, some other things, maybe that's possible for the first time. Would something like that pass? Because I agree. I don't see AI passing a Daubert test. There could be a lot of fun things with experts, but I don't see that. But I do see images being enhanced where the AI is guessing about what would be there.
But Ted, I would say you just sunk your own argument with the one word guess. So in mathematics, there's a term, and I'm leaning on my father who's a math professor, there's a term rigor that's often used. Okay, and you get that in the legal world too. Rigor, something is either rigorous or it's not. And in mathematics, mathematical rigor comes from showing every single minute step from point A to point B, and there being absolutely no logical gaps, right? And with this OpenAI, with Chat-GPT, an issue that you're going to run into is you just don't have the rigor. You just don't have enough rigor, in how you get from one thing to another. That's going to stand up, and it's going to be enough to make the kinds of decisions that we make in our cases. I mean, it's just not going to be rigorous enough to let something like that put someone in jail for 20 years or even settle a dispute for $5,000. I mean, these things have real consequences, and that's why, it's a bedrock of our evidence system is there has to be a certain level of rigor. It has to be reliable. We're trying to reach the truth. And once you start, you just can't start allowing something to guess or to speculate.
I love that. But I mean, what if the guess is based on all of human knowledge? They've seen every scenario of every license plate in all the world, and they've seen that in this scenario it tends to produce this, and the results are right 99.99999% of the time. It's been validated. So there's a process. You can look at the algorithm, and it tends to produce the right result. Now, it isn't going to say they never produce the right result. This would be equivalent to a blood test or a DNA test. Right. They're not always correct. They're twins. There's all sorts of stuff out there. There's a flaw in everything. But I don't know. It certainly gets us, I think we'd all admit it gets us one step closer to the enhance issue being real. Now, I like your argument too. And I kind of hope we live in that world. It feels a little safer. But I do wonder whether, couldn't you see that being seen as rigorous? Like if it's taken this.
Well, certainly, and it kind of raises up the question of like, how do we even give it the rigor? I mean, we just, because absolutely. I mean, how rigorous is, one medical doctor's opinion who's basing it off of what he's read, what his memory is, which is flawed compared to these large language models. I mean, that's the argument for them, is that they are able to be processing this enormous amount of data, way more than a person can, and then drawing some conclusions from it in a very quick, simple method. But again, it's not necessarily with the human interaction and the human ability to reason behind it.
I realize now that I have complete diarrhea of the mouth because I can't stop talking now. And so I apologize. But I think that this is an easy problem to solve. And the answer is that you just go back to your core methodology for rigorousness. You follow the scientific method. Like you have someone who has a hypothesis, you have someone who has evidence, you have someone who has excluded and considered all possible alternatives, and then is making a determination that more likely than not, this is the outcome. Like I don't have a problem with a AI or a human AI operator going through the scientific method and explaining how they've considered sufficient amounts of data, have considered sufficient alternatives, and have sufficiently tested their hypothesis and reached a conclusion that they believe that something is more likely than not. And that is quite literally all that these AI models are doing, is the exact same thing that humans are, of saying 51% is enough. And unlike a human, you can at least get a AI bot to more than 51%. You can get you can decide, you can put weights on it to let it know that, like, actually we're going to go to 80%. Like, we can apply a beyond a reasonable doubt standard to it if we wanted to. And I don't have a problem with any of that as long as it goes through the scientific method, for what that's worth. Galia has a comment here. Her audio doesn't appear to be working. But Nader's point about Microsoft ringing the alarm on AI while leveraging it for its own benefit is on point. All right, so this is one of those things that corporations and interest groups do all the time. And that is that they will go and say, we need to self-regulate. Like, we just saw this with Kratom in Georgia and in Florida, where you have a deadly product and that is by default illegal, dangerous, and shouldn't be sold to the public. But by waving the self-regulation flag, instead of it becoming a regulation of an existing product, what it actually becomes is a de facto endorsement. And that's exactly what Microsoft and all of these AI companies are doing by, like, screaming that they want regulation. Is that it's not about the regulation. It's about the implicit endorsement and acceptance, because if it's regulated, then it must be okay. I hope I did that justice to you.
It's an age-old argument that any plaintiff's lawyer has seen. There's a law that governs our product. We complied with the law, therefore there's no way there could be an issue with what we produced. And it's a red herring. It's a false flag, because regulations have their limits. Legislators have their limits.
I agree. All right, we got another comment here.
Tech company. I mean, I used to work with a lot of tech companies. So, the other topic we're talking about, like the enhanced thing. I did some consulting with this company that reads license plates for police officers. And even 10 years ago, you'd be shocked at how much information they could get and from what distance. So that kind of stuff, I think, is coming in. But with this, I've done a lot of work with tech companies, and when they self-regulate, it is in part to make sure they don't get regulated by others, but it's also so they can get a little bit of advantage and just write the rules so that this type of open AI is okay, but this type closed is not. These sorts of restrictions are okay and these are not, so that you can limit the growth of the others. And I think, they were talking about Microsoft with that, but Elon Musk's is I think pretty telling. Hey, we should all stop for a few months, kind of interesting.
I'm going to go the flip side again. I actually don't have an opinion on this because I don't think I'm educated enough. But I also worry about the guy in his basement, not the one that is trying to, like, do something bad, but about the guy who is trying to create the next Amazon or the next Microsoft, or is trying to cure cancer and is giving tools, like, right this second. Like, everyone watching this stream has immediate access to AI tools that are infinitely more powerful than we're used to solve any other problem 10 years ago. Like, whatever the bigness of the problems 10 years ago are now not big, and you can do it yourself with the technology that you have because of the advancements that came. But that's still that doesn't mean that the problems have gotten bigger. It just means that there are a lot of other kinds of problems that can be solved but are lacking that attention. And I have now bonus round number 2. Topaz Photo also has a companion app, and it is called Topaz Video. It's very, very clever naming. And Topaz Video does what Topaz Photo does, except for video. So I've got a old video that I love, and I wish I could have found a way to play today. Let's see. There's probably no audio on this. That's okay. I'll pantomime it because it's great. Alexa, I'm sick. Fine. I'm not doing it. It's too long. But here's the point. This can take a old blurry video. Let me get it to like right here. And pay attention to this girl's face. And I'm going to run a preview here, and I'm going to turn on stabilization, enhancement, and no grain. All right. And now I'm going to enhance this video now with like the enhance. Take about 5 to 10 seconds here. But if you're in a case you're trying to like get a video enhanced to get like a license plate or to determine like, hey, where was someone's hand at a particular time, like Topaz Video, also a very powerful tool. There you go. All right, so this is the changed version, and let's get it full resolution. And I'll give you like left or right slider. There you go. So that's the old. This is the new. And this is without even increasing the resolution. Like this is just like a painting, part of it. So I can get you another. We can even enhance this thing. I can take it to 4K if I wanted to. Very, very cool. Very, very powerful tool. So I'm gonna more than triple the resolution with this round, and that'll take a while, and I'll bring it up when it finishes. Okay, Ted, talk to me about how you see AI being used in phone centers specifically.
Oh, love this. So yeah, I was thinking about this, and I do think right now when you open up, when you call, a lot of times we'll get the hey, thanks for calling our law firm, or for companies. I do think that a lot of that's going to get automated pretty quickly. You can already use 11 Labs, Descript. They work pretty well. Start to combine that with the chatbot technology. I think you're going to very quickly have your best intake person replicated quickly. Now that could either be the owner, or it could be your best intake person, kind of having that intelligence and that voice entered into your. I don't think it's in your call center. It's more like immediately upon calling, you're getting to talk to somebody. And I think that will become the norm pretty quickly. That experience we have with chatbots, I'm hoping will be a lot more intelligent, and that you will get that with voice immediately. An intake, the first step in that.
This is Annie. We can chat about your day, or I can help you learn new things.
Oh, there it is.
You can access this service and video call me by signing up with this number on callannie.ai.
Hey, Annie, I did a CLE today, and I screwed up the audio and then had to oh, she hung up. Yeah, it won't let me do two at once, I guess. I can't do my microphone in two places.
Teaching machines empathy is tough, but I do think that we're getting closer to them thinking empathy pretty well. I love in Google's demos when it'll like order an appointment for you, like, hey, would you like to go to the barber shop at 2 p.m. tomorrow? It'll do this little thing. Okay, then. All right, bye. Goodbye. It adds in a little or like, all right, then. I'm just calling to confirm that you're going to be open on July 4th. Yes, I'll be open on July 4th. Okay. Bye-bye. It'll give you like an I do think that's going to come in there, and those little natural bits are that's the uncanny valley part that we're going to overcome, I think, very quickly for intake and for just operator, the reception.
So how soon before we no longer have call centers like this? Like 6 months, a year, 2 years?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be at least 16, 18 months.
No way. Here's my bet.
Yeah.
Like take your pick of the big law firms. And now, don't name any of them, but
I got them. Yep.
Like, I will bet you that at least one of them has reduced their call center size by 50% in 1 year.
So I completely agree with that. I completely agree. And I think that the place we start, and that's already starting, this has already been started. There are services that that are getting pretty good with the AI chatbots. And a lot of people are driving towards the AI chatbot as a pretty effective way to do signings right now and screenings. But I think that when it hits voice, that's where everything changes. Right now, I think a lot of people want voice and they want to be able to go back and forth between topics. I mean, a lot of times people will call about one topic, but they really have some other problem entirely. They'll call about a probate issue. They might have the biggest personal injury case you've ever heard of. Why are you in need of the probate issue?
Will, I'm going to email you. Get in here. I need backup.
I agree on the document review. I feel bad for all the people I know who just doing document review all day. That's going to be interesting.
I think that document review is a strangely one of the I'm going to go opposite with you on this one. I think document review is going to be one of the last things to go. And the reason why is that same issue of data. Someone has to feed the machine, and the machine doesn't have all of its data yet. And someone's going to have to be the one that not only gets that data together, but is the person who provides that granular detail. I think that not only is docker review not going anywhere, but docker review is going to just get so much worse.
So that's how I see it. So I see it that way too. I should be more specific. So right now there are a bunch of people I know that go into these little sort of pods of about 15 to 20 people, and they just get the software running where they're doing the doc review. And then all that feeds back into a manager who has another manager, which is a partner. I think that the people at the bottom level of that may have a harder time. I think the machine may do more of that, but the other people are going to have a harder job.
Yeah.
We'll see.
James, in terms of legal writing and legal argument, how concerned are you about yourself having the opportunity to the thing that resonated most with me was when I think it was Senator McLaurin was talking about younger lawyers not getting meaningful opportunities. You may be the last class of good lawyers, and I don't mean that to disparage the next group of lawyers, but just we've got the last class of people who didn't have computers, and it becomes the first people fluent in computers. You might be one of the last group of people who actually knows how to write a brief and argue a motion the right way, as opposed to using technology to the nth degree. And we have Forrest joining us, and he has very strong opinions about this stuff. Welcome. I don't know if you can hear us or we can hear you. It's kind of my mouth. It's not me this time.
Definitely appears to be an audio chipmunking issue.
Is this an AI voice overdub of Minnie Mouse?
It could be. Look at the edges. Julian told me to look at the edges. I'm looking at the edges. They're a little bit jagged.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this is I'm not going to fall for this. This is a robot.
Synesthesia of Forrest.
No, this is that one that's a little bit more aggressive. I don't remember the name of it.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah. Yeah. It could be your echo from us talking. I'll mute one and see. Wait, it's still doing it though.
Yeah, no, there's something coming from his background that stops when he mutes. So.
Oh, and he mutes. Interesting. Forrest, give us with an expressive dance your thought. I don't even think he can hear us. All right. Sorry. I forgot where we were.
Matt, you had asked me about as a younger attorney drafting and.
Yes, you're the potential last bastion of you're also one of the last group of cases that might get to routinely try out cases. My mentors tried hundreds of cases. I may not try 100 cases in my lifetime. And the next generation might not try 10.
How do I feel about it? A little uncomfortable. Just because when there becomes scarcity like that, I think there's a fair worry about skills being developed, that are necessary. Absolutely. And again, it kind of to not at risk of sounding like a broken wheel. It just again, you worry about the rigor that comes from that because what a lot of what this technology allows you to do is it takes you several steps down the process of creating end product. You're able to get drafts and you're able to find do this legal research information. It kind of creates what you could call shortcuts, what you could also call efficiencies in the work that you do. And I'm not terribly worried about myself because I've been using the AI a whole lot. But the risk becomes when we start relying on the AI and we don't quite. I think the risk comes when we start relying on the AI and we don't understand exactly where it's coming from. Okay, I kind of think of it like a wizard. I think the Wizard of Oz was a really good allegory for some of the dangers of technological advancement because you saw this great being, this head talking in the sky, but no one really knew where it was coming from, and it was just this guy behind a cape. People go into the biggest problems with Chat-GPT right now, I think, are when people are using it like the lawyers that were using it to find case law and they were adding in their briefs. They just didn't understand where the answers were coming from. They didn't understand how the answers were being created, and they were creating this big amount of risk for themselves because they're trying to skip some of those rigorous process that a good brief writer needs to have, like checking all of their sites, reading the actual case itself, not just maybe the snippet that they would use in their brief. And when you think about legal writing, relying on the OpenAI or ChatGPT to give you the structure for a memo or a brief without being able to individually think about, well, what does a good brief need to have in it? What does a memo need to have in it? What does a complaint need to have in it? To an extent, you can rely on the legal technology for answering those questions, but to a minimum extent, you have to be able to answer them for yourself. And there's a risk there that people could become over-reliant, I think.
I'm both excited and nervous that Forrest might have his audio working, because anytime that an actual trademark and copyright attorney starts talking to me about AI stuff, I know that I'm outclassed and in trouble. Let's see if it'll unmute you. Let's see. Can you see? This is like a lawcat moment. I think this is an actual chipmunk. Yeah, Rebecca, who is our king, and we'll take care of it. Well, I'll let Rebecca kind of tell. We've got a question that came in as well, and I don't have the answer to this one, but I know who does, and that is Drew Ashby. So this is a question about it's open source intelligence, I think is what it's called. Yeah, it's open source intelligence, and this is like the I'm really hesitant to like even try to explain it. I will tell you first of all, poorly. Like this is like your response team, like when you're trying to like compile documents, get information, make sure that like you've like actually done what you're supposed to do, either in like document retention or collation or securing the documents. But beyond knowing that little amount and knowing that Drew Ashby at Ashby Thielen Lowry is like a very knowledgeable person about it, that's it. It's kind of like that guy you meet in like the Stone Age, and he's like, "Do you speak English?" No, only this sentence, and this one explaining that sentence. That's it. That's all I know. Ted, do you know anything about OSINT?
No, I don't know. I don't know how this would apply. Although, can I throw something back at you? I'm kind of curious. So I like your question about intake. Like, how long until intake changes? I agree with you that it could be 3 months, but I don't think it will be. I think it'll be more like 16. How long until you think that all the things we do with templates are going to be AI instead? Every summons and complaint, every demand package, every medical bill ordering and follow-ups. I mean, I don't. I mean, it could be very fast. How long do you think it will be?
I mean, I think those are very different paths for each thing. So let's talk about medical records. So like medical records, like we've already got legislation pending about the portability of health records. So like I think we're on rails to do that. Then in terms of like intake and complaints, I don't know that will. I think it'll be technologically possible, but I don't think that that's going to be a thing that actually does happen for 50 years. Like I would put that on like the outer boundary, and it's not a technological thing. It's a protectionist thing. Like lawyers enjoy a very special place in society where they make their own rules. And as a result, they tend to protect themselves. So I just can't imagine that like all the iterative steps that would be required to do that will actually be there.
That's self-regulation. There it is again.
We love it. We love it. We take this is why we disbar people when they steal money, and slap them on the wrist if they do anything else. All right, we are going to start winding it down. Last questions. Get your last questions in the chat. I have gotten my inbox is completely flooded. I've got many CLE emails and many questions. I'm not going to try to really read them. Nothing that jumps out at me. James and Ted, last questions, last thoughts.
I'll go ahead. I think if people had a takeaway from today, I would hope that it's kind of a more thorough understanding of what these large language models are doing, how they operate, where they get their information from, because I think inherent when you understand what they're doing and where it comes from, you understand their limitations. I think the person that Matt talked about, who is a content educator or an OpenAI large language model educator, I think some of that was the most helpful because it talked about exactly where the answers come from, how they're generated, and it kind of breaks down what can seem like an incredibly complicated process because you can only rely on it to the extent that you trust where its information is coming from. I think some of the biggest limitations of OpenAI right now or large language models is that, they're still learning what's good and bad information. A large language model has no ability, if you gave it a really strong advanced medical paper that was great and had tons of sites, and then you gave it, something on the same topic that a 10-year-old wrote, and you asked it to give you an answer based on the two, it doesn't have the ability to evaluate which one is better or the other until you kind of tell it which one is better or the other, or you give it that feedback. It's what it's going to still try to do is it's going to try to kind of compile an answer from the two based on what it expects the answer to be.
Excellent. I'll give you my takeaway is no matter how much you practice, no matter how much you prepare, like bad things will happen at trial when you're trying to use technology. I'm telling you, I practice and practice and practice. We had that thing down. It worked 15 minutes before the presentation, and then just like unbelievable. My takeaway is that there's nothing you can do, and Jesus take the wheel sometime. Ted.
Yeah. So two things for me. One is I'm seeing VA to AI, and the other one is discernment versus volume. Now, VA versus AI, I think we understand a lot of things people have been trying to get virtual. The world has been out of office for some time, and I do think AI is able to take on some of the things that were not core, and I'm really excited for that to the extent that can be done efficiently with empathy and intelligence. And that brings us to discernment versus volume. There's a lot of question about our role, and I think a lawyer's role should be not only that empathy but discernment. As AI produces more and more volume, it's always going to require someone of discernment to figure out what's right and what's best. And in an adversarial system, I think that there's always going to be quite a lot of room for people who are seeking the best to pay for it and help ensure the best legal representation and hopefully outcomes that they can get.
That's an excellent place to end. Also, I'm going to clip this next 5 seconds when I actually save this video, and the code is G